trees, seeing finally that it was safe. He went to it, slid in the door. Nick was sitting there in a coat looking incongruously cold on a mild afternoon. "Thank God you're here, stretcher bearer. I need stitches fast." Nick turned, his coat falling open. He was soaked in blood himself from a razor cut that had laid open his shirt and a portion of his arm. His face glistened with sweat. "Sure, soon as you stitch me up." Chapter 9. "Nick, I could get in so much trouble for this," said someone, quite frightened. "Okay, I'm just about done." That morning, Johnny Tuesday had been getting set up for his morning trek to the abandoned farmhouse, and he'd told Nick to be far away, not wanting him associated in any way with what might happen. But Nick couldn't be far away in his mind, which was now obsessed with Lucille Everstill. Her photo had gotten him through a very tough war, and had to know more. So he'd returned to the bank, and the terrified janitor had let him in. The flashlight quickly scanned the filing cabinets. Overdrafts, 1945. Accounts in arrears, 1945. Foreclosures, 1945. A whole financial history of the year 1945 at the State Bank and Trust of Chesterfield. He finally came across bank checks, 1945. He seized it, began to riffle through the canceled checks, realized they were in chronological order, and went straight to February. The dates of the canceled checks approached February 20 and passed it, yielding nothing. He went on to the 21st, noting the gap for Washington's birthday on the 22nd, and then the 23rd, and saw a bank check, not revealing a source, for $5,000 made out to Lucille Everstill. His Lucille. He was surprised how hurt he still was. He couldn't blame her, however. Nothing but Libertyville here on the shore, to be abused by black men, treated like trash by white, fucked hard by both. "You deserved so much more, baby. I wanted to give it to you. Was going to, sure enough. That's why I worked so hard to build a good record in the war, so I could come back a somebody, not a nobody, and..." But what was the point? He put the check back. Inside an hour later, Nick moved through the shadows, trying to get back to Libertyville unobserved. He ducked when a police car came prowling along the street, knowing they'd shoot first at a Negro on white streets so late at night. He crossed the bridge to Libertyville, walked its muddy streets, skipped where possible over puddles gleaming with moonglow, and came finally through the cranky shadows to his own rude shed. Breathing a sigh of relief, he stepped in. He sat. Too bad the crib wasn't open. Could use a shot of straight brown. And he took a second of pleasure imagining the burn, as it... Suddenly he went to war alert. Something wasn't quite right. He looked out a window, saw nothing. He turned. A flash. A razor whipped through the air. Blood spattered on the wall. Blood ran down an arm. Nick spilled back, jangled, cut bad. Slice, seemingly from nowhere, had jumped him. He cackled, fondling the straight razor in his hand, smiling, his diamond tooth showing. "Ooh-wee, country boy. My name be Slice, 'cause that what I do. Gon' slice you bad and deep. Bleed you out like a shoat squirming on a hook. Whoa, you ain't cutting me none, nigga. Just watch, country." The two stalked each other around Nick's small space in the rising light of dawn. Flash, the arm drove toward Nick, who managed to just barely tumble out of the way. "You bleedin' dry, country. No blood, no speed. No speed, I's cut you more. More I cuts, more you bleeds, less speed you got. This be your last few minutes. Say hello to Mr. St. Peter. Understand he be a Negro, but you gonna know for sure." Swipe. He drew blood from Nick's chest. Nick was breathing heavily, groggy, covered in sweat. He looked around desperately for some weapon, some defense, but every time he moved towards something, Slice cut him off and with a feint drove him back. It took Nick a bit of time to decode this rhythm. Light came into his eyes. It was all about angles. If he could get a good angle to the weapon, he could possibly stand and fight. He looked to the right, saw an iron on a shelf, began to ease toward it. This info registered in Slice's eyes. They both could see the play. Could Nick get to the iron and use it to conk Slice? Or would Slice cut him deep as he lunged? Nick looked again at the iron, took a deep breath, and lunged. Quick as death, Slice cut him off. But Nick had anticipated this move, and fast as a running back, he changed direction, launched himself the other way, toward a cheap bureau, and with a smash, he crushed its top with an elbow and reached between the splintered boards. Slice corrected his lunge and went hard at Nick just as Nick spun and confronted him with the wicked point of an Army M3 trench knife, just the souvenir a GI would bring back from the war. He flipped off the metal scabbard, revealing the naked blade. It was phosphated black. A piercing streamline of spear point mounted atop a stacked leather grip and an S-shaped hilt, beloved of raiders in every theater. "Hey, what? You gonna prick me with that pig stick of country? Come ahead, boy. We see if you fast enough." He lunged in mid-sentence with a downward slash, but Nick, instead of withdrawing, saw that his survival resided inside the cut, not outside, and instead of backing up, he came off the X, took the cut in the shoulder again, and smashed chest on chest with Slice. Face to face, chest to chest, maybe even nose to nose. "Oh my goodness," said Slice. "You think I ain't used this on Kraut's fool?" The knife was buried to the hilt in Slice's gut, but by chance, Slice had put his hand out to deflect the thrust, and the point had entered mid-palm, penetrated, and under the power of Nick's rage, been driven deep through to the body, thus pinning the killer to his own belly. He pulled, under the delusion it mattered, freed the hand at last, yanking the blade free as well, and a great torrent of blood spurted out. Slice fell, squealed like a gutted hog, and went eternally still, the knife clattering away. Nick picked up the weapon, looked at the long dark blade now slathered with fluid. "Only goddamn thing I got out of the Army." Johnny stitched the long cuts on Nick's arm and chest. Blood everywhere. Needlework, thread being drawn tight, slippery little knots. Johnny had a cigarette in his lips as he worked and had one eye squinted against the rise of smoke. Blood on floor, blood on walls, blood on bashed bureau. "Wouldn't have plasma around this joint, would you? In the frigid air." Nick screamed. "God damn, man, that hurts." "Never said I was a surgeon." "Ugh, almost. Oh, shit." The needle had slipped from his slippery fingers, but it didn't fall because of the thread. He gathered it, began stitching again. Soon Nick was stitching Johnny. Johnny's torso revealed a tapestry of other scars. "Man, you a human target." Through smoke, Johnny said, "I caught some lead, that's all." "Ack! Sorry about that. Almost done." "Say, what?" He wiped blood off Johnny's bare arm, revealing a tattoo. USMC Semper Fi. "Now I get it. A Marine. All them islands. No wonder you so crazy, screaming in the night. How many islands?" "I forget. Doesn't matter. You almost done?" "I think you gonna live, Marine. At least another day." "What islands you on?" "I forget the names." "Yeah, sure. You do the talking. What was the worst in ETO? The bulge?" "That's what everyone thinks. But no way. You ever hear the Bullet Garden?" "Sounds familiar." After D-Day, we moved into Normandy, but nobody figured on a landscape more like Guadalcanal. Crouching near every tree. Snipers. Ticking us off like a whale in a barrel. I must have brought 100 boys with a single bullet in the chest. Most died. "That bad?" "It got worse. Those motherfuckers started hitting people at night. How the fuck they done it, I do not know. Maybe electric glasses or something. Man, nobody wanted to go nowhere." "What happened?" Some spy people somehow figured it out. Don't got no idea how. But in a single night, they killed all them German night shooters. 2 days later, old Bradley launched a big attack. We busted through 'em. So much for that shit. On the floor beneath them, blood pooled and mingled. The two men were exhausted and depleted, lounging on the porch on a chill night. Under their coats, bandages grew stiff with dried bloodstains. Johnny, of course, smoked. "We gotta get out of here. That Greek'll send more guys, sure. I'll phone the taxi, except, oh yeah, I ain't got no phone and there ain't no taxi. Seriously, can you get us a car? Ain't no cars in Libertyville. Know any people outside Libertyville with cars? Yeah, all white. They ain't coming to Libertyville. Then maybe we can drag our asses somewhere and lay low. Say out to that ice house. First place the Greek will look. Car headlights shone in the trees. Both men stared apprehensively. Johnny drew his .45, thumbed off the safety. A hearse pulled up. "I guess we died," Johnny said. "In church, they said it would be a chariot. On fire, all that." The hearse driver's side door opened. It was Jimmy Renfro, Daddy Renfro's gopher and nephew. "Nick, you supposed to be dead." "Sorry, couldn't oblige Daddy." "It was a bad idea anyhow. Where's that trash Baltimore nigger?" "In the trees. He'll begin to stink in a bit. I'll haul him into the marshes tomorrow. That white fella, he the one shot up them hoods, the crew from Baltimore. Man, that was some Sergeant York kind of shit." "That would be me." "You put 100 holes in them boys." "Nothing they wasn't trying to do to me." "If y'all done bleeding, I'll take you somewhere safe. My sister got a place down further south in Virginia, beyond Chincoteague. Nobody look for you there." "Daddy won't like that." "Don't matter what Daddy like. Daddy be dead. Either a heart attack or someone sick of waiting smothered him with a pillow while he slept. Guess who own that house now?" "Congratulations. You the boss now. King of Libertyville." "Been watching for a time. Seemed right to make a move now. But I'm nervous about Pete Ontos. That's why I need you boys safe and sound. He be thinking of you before he get around to me." The hearse brought them to a big stone house in the country, with gardens and a circular driveway. Driven by Dwayne, cleaned up, bandage on his nose still. Pete Ontos got out of the back seat, spiffy in his suit, a fresh layer of pomade in his curly dark hair. A severe woman opened the door as he approached. In a voice suggesting she'd rather be talking to vermin, she said, "Around back." "Thank you, ma'am." Elaborate gardens and a well-trimmed lawn emphasized the house towering above. A late middle-aged man in an old tweed sport coat and fedora was cultivating. As he heard Pete approach, he rose, turned, and revealed a face sharply boned, even distinguished, a pair of horn rims and a pipe clenched between his teeth. He didn't look like a professional machine gunner, but he was. "You?" "That's right, Mr. Wentworth. Me. I had hoped our association was finished." "I hoped as much myself, sir. But there's a new gun in town asking questions about State Bank. I brought Jack Petrakis' crew back to deal with them, and he hammered them flat." "How unfortunate." "Unfortunate for them. Unfortunate for me. Maybe unfortunate for you, sir." "Who is he? What's his affiliation?" "We don't know. He can't be a New York guy, so maybe he's from some other town. Miami, Chicago, New Orleans. He sure operates like a mob guy, not a cop. Fast to gun, great with a Thompson. Maybe as great as you are. Had to happen. Somehow he got the name Johnny Tuesday. Sounds mob, but nobody I talk to knows a Johnny Tuesday. Maybe it's fake. Maybe he's some smart freelance crew guy after the dough. Nobody knows. I know where this is going. He's got to be killed. I'm the only man capable of killing him. His Thompson versus my Thompson. Man on man. My greatness is tested. but in the end I vanquish him. Mr. Ontos, you're quite predictable. I'm a gambler. My trade is predictions. I don't seem to have a choice here. What's your play? He seems to have vanished, but he'll be back. We think he must have been hit and he's recovering. When he's got his strength back, he'll make himself known. I've come up with a ruse to get him to a certain place at a certain time. You'll be there. He'll be mistrustful, of course, but you can deal with that. You're the best, everybody knows. Look at this place. This is what being the best gets you. Johnny and Nick were not talking, nor even relating. They were exhausted. One was asleep, the other sat still, staring out at nothing. Beside them a stream picked its crooked way between rocks and vegetation, and behind them a cluster of low trees vibrated in the wind. No tobacco here. The landscape was marsh, hiding its liquid reality behind waves and waves of man-sized reeds, also obeying the wind's orders this way then that. The geese had returned to fatten on the marsh protein until the fall, when they'd head back south. A salt tang filled the air, and not so far off they heard the surf. It was the Atlantic, pounding its hard, loud rhythm against the white sand. Absent storm, it was a place where a man could rest up. Inside the shack, Nick slept, but Johnny was up, talking to a trusted neighbor. Any place around here to get a car? I want you to buy a car for me. Sir, you wouldn't want no car they sell a dark man. You bet I would. Best thing, take the ferry across to Norfolk. Get a car, back in the day. Can you do that for me, Mr. Cletus? If Nick say you okay, I guess you okay. Johnny pulled out a roll of bills, peeled off 400s for Mr. Cletus. Sir, you rich. Either that or I cashed in a life insurance policy. Now where's the nearest payphone? The phone was at the Accomack General Store, hanging on a brick wall of the surprisingly genteel old town. He fed coins, discussed options with an operator, yielded yet more coins, and then waited. In his office in the National Press Building in Washington, D.C., Drew Pearson, as alerted by his secretary, turned from his Underwood and picked up. There you are. I'm hearing rumors from police sources. The papers haven't said a word. Some gangster war down there. Is that you? It sounds like your work. If they shoot, I will shoot back, sir. It's how I operate. Well, be careful. What a crime to lose a man like you down in hillbilly tobacco country. But I do have some dope for you, Sergeant. Very interesting. When you say so, or if your body washes up in the bay, I'll go into print with it. Sounds fair to me. The Italian mobs all across America are looking to build themselves a mob city. Gambling, entertainment, whores, hotels, not much law enforcement, friendly state government, easily accessible. They've looked at Hot Springs, Arkansas, Phoenix City, Alabama, Las Vegas, Nevada, couple of other towns. I may have heard of this, said Johnny. You do get around, don't you? But they're very interested in a little seacoast village in Maryland on the Atlantic called Ocean City. It's on a barrier island, but in '33 a storm cut it in half. That means you can harbor ocean-going boats on the bay side, go through the inlet and hit the Atlantic. It's become a big high-rolling marlin spot, and marlin guys want action at night as well as in the day. But right now there's nothing to spend their dough on except ballroom dancing in an old wreck called the Atlantic Hotel. So the New York Italians want to sell them action. That's it. A freeway will make the town available from the north, and they're building bridges across the Chesapeake and Hampton roads to make it available from west and south. The Maryland state legislature is very cooperative. Everybody sees money there. The mob has a local guy whose job is to begin buying up land in Ocean City, all legally, before anyone knows, and it turns into a boomtown for the uninvited. But how to get this guy money without raising suspicions? So what they did was shipped him 100,000 in small unmarked bills. That's why that bag from the bank was so heavy. 100 grand in small bills must go to 35 pounds. Yeah. See, they were worried about some crew finding out about it and intercepting it. So they sent it down in a heavily guarded armored truck, but they didn't want to drive at night, and it's a 2-day trip over bad roads. They made a deal to store it overnight at State Bank and Trust in Chesterfield City, but someone found out anyway and hid it. Perfect timing. Real good crew. Got away, left 2 dead. The thought is it was Baltimore people. Baltimore. The Baltimore mob guys have always been outliers because they're Greek, so it's a Greek versus Italian thing. The thought is somehow the Greeks found out about it and hit the place exactly when the money was there. That necklace just happened to be there, and that's what the press bid on. It gave them a chance to run pics of Laura Tapscott. She's a dish. So I hear. It was just a straight cash take, and there's nothing the Italians can do because they're not sure. They have no idea who ratted them out. They can't go to war because right now their own town is messed up, and they won't do a thing till it settles down. Plus, they know that the Greeks, unlike the FBI, are stone-cold killers, Spartans if you will. Johnny saw it now. Tapscott was the mob land buyer in Ocean City. He got a piece of the action. His reputation and social standing would make all transactions discreet and easy. But he needed money in an Ocean City account to write checks on, and didn't want to take it out of his own, which would attract attention both locally and from the IRS. The untraceable money went to Ocean City, but someone betrayed Tapscott and the Italians to the Greeks. Any idea who ratted the Italians out? Good question. I can't answer it. When you figure it out, you let me know, hear? I will, Mr. Pearson. Thanks so much. Wentworth had always believed that a Thompson submachine gun, model 1921 with 2 vertical grips, as manufactured by Colt, was a beautiful thing. Thus he treated his with loving care. He enjoyed maintaining it and had just disassembled it, cleaned and lubricated the pieces. What an amusing jigsaw puzzle. And reassembled it in a garage next to a stack of loaded 50-round drums. Though of wealthy lineage, he'd been drawn to guns early. He defied parental and familial expectations by going off to the Great War as a private of infantry, became a Lewis machine gunner, and knew immediately that he had found his destiny. After the war, he turned down his father's brokerage business and instead became one of General Thompson's best salesmen, traveling the country in the 20s with a Tommy Wonder gun and 5,000 rounds in his trunk, putting on exhibitions for police forces across the country. There was nothing the gun couldn't do when he was on the trigger, including shooting portraits, skeet, and with tracers defining a rose against the night sky. Of course, as his reputation spread, offers began to come his way. He could only turn them down for so long, and the money was good and easy. He lived quietly, married to the woman he'd loved since childhood, unfortunately childless, which was his one disappointment with a life that had otherwise provided him with whatever he wanted. He'd made so much he'd retired 3 times, but each time ridiculous offers, old loyalties, the sense of being needed, the pleasure of stardom nudged him back into the game. His wife entered from the other side of the room, across from the beautiful black '38 Dodge glinting in the low garage light. I was afraid I'd find you here doing this. Can't be helped. Ancient times beckon. The last time you worked for them, you said it would be the last time. I spoke too early. It's dangerous, more dangerous than last time. Oh, I ought to be all right. Look. He held up a drum. I've got more bullets than he does. Johnny sat on a park bench in the wide open, under the noon sun, fedora, sport coat, and tie. He was reading a book. A shadow fell across the page. Johnny looked up, saw the sheriff in his khaki uniform. I know who you are. You're Johnny Tuesday. Sitting here, you must be announcing you're back in town. I am. You're the one with the machine gun. I don't see any machine gun around. Machine guns are illegal. Good thing the Marine Corps didn't know that. Those guns came in mighty handy in the Pacific, I'll tell you. Someone with a machine gun filled some Baltimore thugs with holes a few miles outside of town. Holes everywhere. Know anything about that? Only that nothing ruins a fellow's day like a bunch of holes. All them boys was wearing Air Corps-style sunglasses. If I'm not mistaken, they visited our town before, about 2 years ago. That visit turned out a hell of a lot better for 'em than this one. So I am not all that upset over what happens outside town limits, Johnny Tuesday, to Baltimore Greektown heavies. Suppose I'll get around to investigating it sometime in 1959. 1959? That soon? Must be pretty important. Here's another something I want to ask you about, though it don't seem your style. Found some gals in the marshes, throats cut, probably worked at the wigwam. One was fresh, named Zelda. The other a colored gal. She'd been there a long time. Pretty girl from what I could tell. The first girl popped up when the rope tying her to a radiator broke. We looked around, found the other. Know anything about that? Johnny looked off. A hard glare came into his eyes, and his jaw tightened. Poor kids. They got mixed up with bad boys. Happens to whores all the time. Still, don't like it. We got a fellow in this town called Dwayne Duke. Works for Pete Ontos at the wigwam. He likes to hurt gals, I've heard. And whenever you see 'em busted up, you know Dwayne's the one. I know Dwayne. I have that peckerwood marked good. Johnny, long as your business stays out of town, it ain't my business. I'm just telling you how to steer straight so you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a posse. And my posses have machine guns too. Pages of Tales of the South Pacific by James Missioner flew by in the sunlight. It was pretty good. You could tell the guy had been out there, wasn't just making stuff up. He was no Marine, but still. Then another shadow fell across the pages. An old black man in chauffeur's livery stood above him, blocking the sun. Sir, the lady wishes to speak with you. I don't see a lady. The car is parked in the alley. Johnny followed the old man to a limo, Cadillac, shiny black as the devil's dancing shoes, and climbed in. She was there. The doll alarm sounded in his head. You had to be careful with the beautiful ones. They expected and knew how to get their way. They made you love them, and you didn't focus clearly. He'd seen it close up and knew what black mischief it could release. Her face was refined, wearing its 35 years extremely well. Though it had a cold, occluded aspect to it, haughty, unyielding, expecting to be obeyed. Her eyes, when she chose to reveal them behind the sultry weight of her eyelids, were blue and fierce, as if all they saw was hers by right of beauty. She had a thick froth of artfully arranged hair, a swirl of blonde and brown. Her neck was firm, her chin tight, her nose perfect, her cheekbones high, her makeup understated but exquisite. Ma'am? The limo pulled out, and Chesterfield, then Country, rolled by. I am Laura Tapscott Higgins. You are, I assume, the one they called Johnny Tomorrow? Or is it Johnny Midnight? I believe it's Johnny Tuesday. It doesn't make much sense to me either, but people have to call me something. I didn't think it was real. It sounds like a hero on the radio. It doesn't sound real to me either, ma'am. Is there a reason you prefer your real name not to be known? Seems like there's mob business somehow attached to this thing I'm looking into. The less they know about the real me, the safer I feel. Make sense? I suppose. Well, whoever you are, I am here at the desperate entreaties of my husband, who feels he cannot come himself as he could be subject to a murder attempt. If I understand the story, you believe he is involved in unfortunate business connected to that horrible robbery 2 years ago. It starts with the robbery, yes. It was so horrible. Neil jumped in front of me and that man shot him. And the police officer, Dave Dunn. Yes, Officer Dunn, of course. Insurance? Don't have any. No, I mean, are you an insurance detective? It's a private issue, ma'am. I'm not an investigator. I represent no agency. I'm sure not mobbed up. I'm just here to settle on certain overdue accounts. You're sure you're not from a radio drama? That sounds very melodramatic to me, Mr. Tuesday.
Can't help how it sounds. I'm only telling you what is.
For some reason, I believe you. I have a keen nose for duplicity, having been brought up in society, which in its way is more violent than the mobs.
Yes, ma'am.
My husband will see you, though in privacy. You appreciate the delicacy of his position. You are familiar with the Nelson place, a deserted farm a few miles out of town.
I had a previous appointment there. I almost made it, but was waylaid.
So rumor has it. You're a capable man.
I try to stay alive. In Chesterfield, it isn't so easy.
He will be there sometime in the morning, depending on his schedule. He drives a very fine 1937 Ford convertible. You are to go at dawn, conceal yourself and your car. Hide in the old house. You should have no trouble.
I'll be there.
Fine. Ralph, you may take Mr. Tuesday back to the park.
Yes, ma'am.
They rode in silence and arrived at the town square. She turned, somewhat disturbed. I hope you know what you're doing, Johnny Tuesday. This is far more complicated than you imagine. There are forces at play that don't care if you're a war hero or not. If you get in the way of the big score, they will crush you. They've tried, they will try again. You have no idea what people will do for money. It would be so sad to see someone of your courage destroyed over something like this.
If you know what this is, please tell me. Havana in Maryland, Greeks versus Italians, Vegas versus Ocean City. Maybe a lot of secret money invested by so-called responsible citizens.
I see you are nobody's fool, John Tuesday, even if you allow yourself to be called by a silly name. I also see I have no hope of persuading you to leave town now, tonight. I hope your interests don't collide with somebody who's more vicious than you. But I can do nothing more than warn you. Johnny cleaned his Thompson M1A1, then reassembled it, lovingly fitting it together, bolt into receiver. Then that slid into the trigger group with stock attached, springs tested for function, all of it tight and perfect. It had saved his life and the lives of many others all across the wide blue. Next to the gun on a table was a stack of 30-round magazines, as yet empty, and 6 boxes of plain cardboard GI issue 45 ACPs. Johnny in shirt sleeves, his pistol in its shoulder holster, his fedora back on his head, smoked cigarette number 432 of the long day. A heavy car approached. He set the big gun down, slid the automatic out of his holster, and eased to the door. The hearse pulled in. The door opened and Jimmy Renfro got out, went around to the back of the big Cadillac, opened it, and helped the still-shaking Nick to his feet. Absurdly, Nick was carrying a German Mauser rifle.
Say, hey, what are you doing here? You're not strong enough.
That's what I told him. They got Nick to his bed, where he lay down exhausted, sweaty, one of his wounds bleeding slightly under his shirt. Johnny had another thought. Do I tell him about Lucille? It'll come out soon anyway. But now he's too weak. Who knows if he can even handle it? Best to wait a bit.
I can't move fast, said Nick, but I can hunker up and offer cover fire. I'm a Marine. We don't believe in cover fire. We just like to get in close and blast away. You want to be useful, you load up the mags. Top 'em off at 28, 'cause I don't trust 'em at full spring tension. This is going to be one goddamn hell of a hayride.
Chapter 10. Wentworth watched from the second-floor window. He saw a dark country road shrouded in trees, and just barely visible a car, lights off. It pulled into the foliage. It was 7:15 a.m., just after wintertime dawn, the world not fully lit. Nothing happened for a time. Somebody inside was checking things out, though Wentworth knew he was too low in the window to be spotted, even by binoculars. The door cracked and a man slipped out, hat low, a war-mottled Thompson in his hands, Some kind of bag strapped over his shoulder, heavy from the swing of it. Extra magazines. The fellow, of course, knew. He had to know. It was clear he was no dummy. This was going to be interesting. In the trees, Johnny moved slowly until the Nelson house, 2 stories, wooden but in disrepair and surrounded by uncut grass and an untended garden, became more visible. Old farm place. Once prosperous, now fallen to ruin for whatever reason. Dust bowl, character flaws, scandal, generational disinterest. Squeezed out by big tobacco for further cultivation? He didn't know. It didn't matter. From the upstairs window, Wentworth saw Johnny move slowly out of the trees, again check about, then advance. Fire now? Nah. He'd have to rise, mount the gun, find the target before he could open up. A slick operator like this guy, battle-hardened, was used to jump up targets, and wouldn't panic or dive. He'd shoot fast from the hip. Wentworth waited until Johnny disappeared under the eaves. Pale sun crept through the trees. Dwayne, half a mile from the house, now sporting his smallest nose bandage yet, so small it finally allowed his baby caterpillar mustache to show in all its splendor, watched through binoculars. His job was to report the outcome to Mr. Ontos ASAP. It pleased him. The nose still felt like somebody had played baseball with it, all 9 innings worth. He lied to himself in thinking it was revenge he was seeking via the upcoming death of this Johnny Tuesday. In truth, it was the relief that Johnny had left the scene, so his nose wouldn't be used for another ballgame. Johnny had slid through the front door, noticed no disturbance in the layer of dust and debris that lay everywhere, and now squatted a few feet back from the front window, peering intently, smoking a cigarette. Upstairs, Wentworth sat, eyes closed, concentrating entirely on sounds. Smoke from Johnny's cigarette crept through openings in the rotting floor beneath him. Johnny flicked his butt on the bare wood floor. No sign of habitation. No noise, no disturbance. No floating dust or human smell. Maybe the dame had been on the level, and he would just wait for Tapscott to arrive. But still, his finger flew absently to the safety lever on his Tommy. He clicked it. Wentworth heard the click upstairs. He came out of his sonar mode. He'd been waiting for a metallic sound, sharp and distinct, by which he could get a good location on Johnny a floor below. It was shaping up to be an unprecedented gunfight. The 2 men would never see each other but would stalk each other, firing through the floor, ripping up great shrouds of dust and splinters, and leaving ragged wounds as the bullets pulverized the rotting dwelling. They'd try to out-hear and outguess each other. Wentworth stood, assumed a good firing position, set himself, and aimed at that portion of the floor under which he believed Johnny lurked. Just as he leaned forward to put his weight on his front foot, proper FBI protocol for the Thompson, the floor creaked. Had to happen sometime, but why now? Johnny heard it and threw himself sideways fast. Wentworth fired a 10-round burst, punching in super time a spew of fractured perforations in the floor, filling the hallway with gun smoke, floating dust, and wood frags. Johnny came out of his roll, lifted gun to shoulder, made an instant read on the angle of the bullets, and fired an answering 5-round burst, chewing a stitch in the ceiling. The bullets ripped up the floor next to Wentworth, but the angle was a little high, and as he crouched, they flew by him and hit the wall, high up behind him, dust and shattered plaster the only result. Silence. Dust. Shells on the floor. Heat radiating from the gun barrels, already too hot to touch. Each man's face taut, aware of the game he was in. Each gave himself over to hard listening for a hint of the other. It was like sub-destroyer warfare in the Pacific, with unseen but deadly antagonists improvising for position, with only sounds to guide them. Each man tried to control his breathing. Johnny kneeled, picked up 3 empty shells. He tossed them to the other side of the room, thinking that their noise would draw fire and give him a read on his assassin's new position. The shells rattled against the floor. Wentworth brought his subgun up fast, made the calculation, but didn't fire. He realized what had happened. Instead, he guided the gun backwards swiftly to the other side of the room and fired a long, shattering burst that bisected the half of the room in which Johnny knelt. The stitch of .45s, shrapnel, plaster dust, and wood chips exploded from both the ceiling, through which the bullets passed, and the floor, where they hit, just a few feet from Johnny, who again rolled right, just barely escaping, then fired a burst straight up into the ceiling. The bullets exploded around Wentworth's feet, and it seemed for a second that he was hit, as his head jerked backward. But when he looked, he had a hole in the brim of his fedora, where a bullet had just missed his face as it rose vertically from beneath him. He hosed another burst into the floor right below. Johnny had just moved, and bullets hacked into the sector of floor he had seconds ago abandoned. Silence except for the tick and creak of the old wood settling after sustaining so much damage. From outside the house, Dwayne watched with his binoculars. Through their hazy magnification, he could see the house in sunlight, but the broken windows revealed darkness inside. The darkness was illuminated by periodic muzzle flash, first from the second floor, then from the first. A few seconds passed. In two other windows, flashes ruptured the darkness. Wentworth was sweating heavily through the wool of his bespoke tweed. He was frozen in place, standing amid a litter of cartridge cases. The floor around him was much shot up, with strings of bullet holes zigging and zagging all over the place. Very carefully, controlling his movements, he silently removed the drum from his Thompson and replaced it, trying to move the new one into place so gently the locking mechanism didn't snap. Johnny was similarly maneuvering his new 30-round clip into place, and was similarly rewarded with a snap-free insertion. He reoriented the gun. He too was surrounded by a litter of spent shells, and in a miasma heavy on dust. The floor beneath and the ceiling above were much punctured by bullets. From one or two spots, water leaked where pipes had been punctured. Wentworth saw that the shorter floorboards ran horizontally to the center of the hallway, where they reached a central beam or plank that ran the whole length of the house. He reasoned that the short boards were more apt to squeal and give him away, and that the wood was thinner, clearly prone to penetration. But if he could get to the central beam, there'd be no creak, and the wood might be thick enough to stop a .45. He took an awkward giant step, carefully and quietly, and got one foot set on the beam, then pulled his other foot over. It was almost too much. Like Harold Lloyd on a ledge, he fought for balance, almost tipping this way, then that, and finally corrected his foot position and got control of his body. The floor hadn't creaked. Johnny was puzzled at the silence above. He wondered if he could make a sudden dash to the window or the stairway, and from that position either escape or get a better firing angle. But every time he'd move, his antagonist had zeroed him and put a burst ever so close. So for the first time, he was indecisive, and with indecision comes fear. He tried to shuck it off, but it was there as so many other times, his old fear of fear itself, dread, like a cold toad in his gut, generating clumsiness, inertia, denial, defeat. He looked skyward for some sign of movement. He saw some falling dust, raised to fire, but then noted that actually the dust was falling from all the bullet holes. Wentworth had changed his position radically, using the solidity of the beam. He had slid his way along the beam to the far end of the house. Johnny couldn't know he was there. Now he took the empty drum in his left hand, brought the Thompson to his shoulder with his right. He'd hurl the drum, it would land and clatter, and Johnny would fire, giving away his position. He drew back the drum to toss, then flung it. It clattered in the corner. Johnny, his nerves at razor's edge, heard the disturbance and quickly aligned his gun to fire, but didn't. Too easy. He wouldn't have made a mistake like that. The two men froze. They were basically one atop the other now. Dwayne was so revved he could hardly stand it. Each moment of silence was like the tick-tock on the big clock at Army-Navy, tied 21-21, with but seconds to go. One team on the other's 5, no timeouts. He just didn't know who was on offense, who on defense. 2 hands now on his gun, Wentworth saw that his play had failed. He'd pushed forward, again in that FBI-approved shooting position that he had invented, and he recovered to put himself in a more agile situation. As he shifted his foot position, he stepped on a spent shell, throwing him ever so slightly out of balance. His gun wavered, and the drum, which extended 4 inches in each direction beyond the receiver, gently tapped the wall. Johnny heard the sound straight up. He dived sideways for angle against the center beam, pivoting in midair to land on his back, and simultaneously fired an 8-round burst that blew 8 holes in a line in the white ceiling above him, sending dust to cascade and plaster debris to fall like rain. Silence. Then a thunk, as if something heavy and meaty, a body, had hit the floor. Silence. Time passed. From the farthest hole in the ceiling, a torrent of black fluid began to pour. A second later, from the second farthest hole, a thinner torrent. From the third hole, a parade, but not a torrent, of drops. From the fourth hole, a single drop. It splashed on the hot receiver of Johnny's Thompson, and with a sizzle, boiled off. Dwayne outside, half a mile off, on the binocs, couldn't make out what was happening. The shooting had stopped. Johnny climbed the stairs slowly, gun at the ready. The stairs creaked. The whole house creaked. It seemed the world was breathing again. He reached the landing, looking over his gun sight. The machine gunner was at the far end of the hallway. He was drenched in blood. He lay where he had fallen, half prone against the wall in a big pool of blood. His body was essentially dead, and Johnny could see from the lame posture of his arms that his spine was broken. His Thompson lay a few feet in front of him. He was older by far than Johnny had expected, and better dressed. No gun hood from bad streets in the slum or a hardscrabble farm, like, say, a Babyface or a Dillinger. He looked like a banker on a weekend in the country. Their eyes met. Johnny came out of his shooting position and walked to the downed fellow. He knelt next to him, took out a pack of Camels, lit one up, and transferred it to the lips of the dying man.
"Don't mind if I do,"
said Wentworth. Enjoying his last pleasure, he inhaled deeply. 3 columns of cigarette smoke rose from 3 holes in his lungs.
"Nice shooting," he said. "No lateral drift at all."
"Been shooting these things in the Marine Corps for 15 years now."
"How did you know I'd be here?"
"I knew from the police reports the robbery crew included someone good on a Thompson. Since you weren't with the others, I expected you to be here."
"Find my car in the trees, about a half-mile out, the northwest side. Can't miss it. I stashed my wallet in the glove box. There's $6,000 in there. You keep it. Send my wallet back to the address on that driver's license. That way my wife will know."
"I'm not in this for money. I'll send it back to her, too."
"The key is under the left rear. Take it at least. A '38 Dodge. Real good shape."
"I have a car, a jalopy. It's all I need. I'll have yours towed."
"Who are you, Johnny Tuesday?"
"My name isn't even Tuesday." He leaned forward, whispered into the gunner's ear.
"Never thought a good man would take me. Always thought it would be a bad one. More power to the righteous, Johnny Tuesday."
In his binoculars, Dwayne saw Johnny emerge. His hat was low, his tie tight. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and he had a Thompson under each arm. He looked like the angel of machine gun death come in out of the rain. Dwayne pissed up his pants, then ran to his car. Chapter 11. Johnny powered up on 3 more cigarettes, found Wentworth's car, and did what was necessary, then headed to his own. It ate up some time, which was okay by him. He knew what he had to do. Figure this thing out a little more clearly, which would be easier to do without someone machine gunning him. It was, he figured, their move, whoever they were, simply because he didn't have one. That was because none of the pieces quite fit. He had no theory yet of what actually was going on, and who Pete was working with or for, or who was against him. Then there were the Tapscotts, obviously in it for themselves, but with or against who. And on top of that, he was hungry. He grabbed a courier in downtown Chesterfield City and headed to the Merritt Diner. Nobody paid much attention as the place was jumping and the sounds played off the white tile walls and the formations of mirrors behind the counter. But it wasn't just echo. It seemed the citizens were riled over something and wound up over one another. Everybody had an opinion. Everybody was lit up and eager to share. Not his business. He went to the end of the counter, took a stool, and opened the newspaper to see what was happening on February 27, 1947. Not much. Rush scare to airlift planes. May close Berlin airport. All right, so what else was new? No ball games, no elections, no wars, no big accidents. He paged along casually, hoping for an eye-catcher to jog his brain. Nothing. The counter girl arrived. He had the usual, the number 3. This consisted of eggs wrecked, bakey, bread scorched and greased, hashed spuds, and OJ. And coffee by the bucketful. As he waited for the rations to arrive, he considered. Someone at Tapscott's had set him up. That was the key. You'd first think the woman herself, as she was the one that had arranged the meeting that turned into a Thompson duel. But he couldn't make himself buy into that one. She was too smack-in-the-mouth beautiful. A woman like that had no need for anything, because whatever anything was came her way automatically. Don't get played for a sucker, he told himself. Beauty was no inoculation against the virus of wicked. But still, maybe someone had overheard, some minion in the household staff or at Tapscott's tobacco office, and shipped that news off to Pete Ontos for a cash tip, or just out of anger at Tapscott for not recognizing his genius. Or maybe Tapscott was the puppeteer himself, and had told her to set the meat, then told Pete to get Wentworth the machine gunner. Or maybe Jimmy Renfro had heard from Nick and saw it as a way to ingratiate himself with Pete. It was like pool on an 8-sided table. Whatever, just getting the shooters of February 20th, 1945 wasn't enough. That didn't satisfy the requirements of justice he had set for himself, and he wouldn't be at rest if those requirements weren't satisfied. He wasn't engineered any other way. The food came, heaps of it. Not as hungry as when he sat down, he picked at it, smoked, returned to the morning paper, and finally got to the comics page and there saw Washington Merry-Go-Round by Drew Pearson. Mob war on Eastern Shore? The gangster menace spreads everywhere these days. Latest city to find itself in a hoodlum hoedown is bucolic Chesterfield City, on Maryland's Eastern Shore. Long the hub of the Maryland broadleaf tobacco planting empires and a kind of Little England or Old South of noble cavaliers and their damsels, the city's peace was shattered a few days ago by the subgun's rat-a-tat-tat, as that poetess of the wrong side of the law, Miss Bonnie Parker, put it. The rat-a-tat-tat left 4 Baltimore gangsters in a heap by the roadside. Word from this column's confidential sources is that the New York faction wants to move in on an area governed by Baltimore Greek gangs and hired an accomplished man-killer from the east side of New York, a tough Irisher who honed his killing craft on islands in the Pacific. Against such esteemed and proven talent, the Baltimore boys fell like 10 pins in a bowling alley. While the larger issue is who controls the hunk of land below Delaware, soon to be opened up and profitably developed around the burgeoning sport fishing trade and perhaps with gaming and other pleasures. The nominal excuse for the shooting seems to be the unrecovered proceeds from a bank robbery jewel heist of 2 years ago, whose authorship and responsibility for the broad daylight murder of a policeman and a banker on Main Street has never been established. If you planned that robbery, merry-go-round hears, you ought to be quaking in your boots, because a Marine is definitely going to land. There went his cover. That jerk Pearson had betrayed him for a cheap headline, even if he'd gotten just about everything else wrong. But Johnny realized one effect of the column would be to put the city in a national spotlight, and force the governor to send state police or even the Maryland National Guard down to quell the violence. The FBI would have to become involved. That would freeze everything in an ice block for who knew how long. Thus, it was in nobody's interest to wait. If they were going to move, it would be soon, as within hours. "More coffee, sir?" said the waitress.
"Wish I could, sweetie, but break time is over."
He rushed to his car, trying to think of anything he could have forgotten. Then, yes, one thing. He went to the bank, cashed $2 into nickels, then went a block down Main to the Walgreens with an outdoor phone. He dialed, fed the thing some nickels. Second ring. "Sun papers."
"Fred Rasmussen, library."
The clicks and buzzes of vocal transit through a switchboard, and finally, "Fred Rasmussen?"
"Mr. Rasmussen, it's—"
"Sarge, boy, am I glad you called."
"Yes, sir. You said you'd continue to look in the files in case—"
"Well, it wasn't in the files. But we have something called the society section, where we run pictures of rich people's daughters when they get engaged or married or go to big parties. See, they own the department stores and buy all the ads. It makes them happy."
"I get it."
"It's not clipped and filed because nobody cares. But it's run by an old crow named Sally Goodhue who has a memory like a steel trap."
"Old crows generally do,"
said Johnny, wondering where this was going. But then Rasmussen explained what Miss Sally Goodhue had remembered from 1932, and he knew where it was going. Johnny arrived in minutes to Nick's to find the man sitting on his front stoop, a German Mauser rifle across his knees, keen on the lookout. A 12-year-old boy sat behind him. "Here you be," said Nick, rising, still a bit shaky. "Word you done been outgunned finally."
"Not yet. Maybe tomorrow. Things are going to happen fast now."
"They already started. J.B., tell him." The boy stood. "Sir, Mrs. Fields give me a quarter to come get you. She say get Nick and that white man Johnny Tuesday fast as you can."
"She say about what?"
asked Johnny. "No, sir, just fast."
"Leave the rifle, Nick. No need to scare folks into thinking a war's coming."
"Maybe a war is coming," said Nick, but he put the rifle back in the house, and they drove the 3 blocks to what would have to have been called the nicer part of Libertyville, knocked, and were greeted with a polite, "Do come in, please." Mrs. Fields, regal as always, sat upon her sofa in her pink living room. She gestured to seats. "It's a bad situation," she said. "Early this morning, that big corn-cracker Dwayne Duke arrived at the Tapscotts with thugs. They forced their way in with guns and locked the help in the kitchen, all except me. They grabbed Mr. and Mrs. Tapscott, treating them rather roughly. They told me, 'You tell Johnny Tuesday and his pet dog, Nick, best get ready to make a deal. Tommy say he can't kill you, so he gonna buy you off. You meet him any place you say, and he'll be there alone. Give Mr. Johnny 50,000 and Mr. Nick 25, and then you leave town forever, and he lets the Tapscotts go. Otherwise, he will cut their throats and tell the law the docs did it. There will be hell to pay, and a lot of docs and a lot of whites will die."
"Crazy bastard," said Nick. "Excuse my language, Mrs. Fields."
"Under current circumstances," she said, "allowances can be made."
"Johnny Tuesday, what you want—"
"Wait, there's more," said Mrs. Fields. "This is for you, Nick, and I hate to be the one to tell you, but I must because in some way I am responsible."
"Ma'am,
This farm boy Dwayne tell me with a grin he took care of your Lucille. She was fixing to leave the wigwam and town and go to Baltimore, where the docs are said to live better. She had $5,000 from Mr. Tapscott. He is a good man. He gave her that money because I asked him to. On that recommendation, without hesitation, to a dark gal he'd never seen in his life. He went to the bank and had a check drawn to her. That is the kind of man he is. Somehow Dwayne found out about it and took care of both Lucille and her money. I am so sorry, Nick. You were away at war. I was only trying to take care of the sweet young thing, so evilly used by the worst kind of men." Nick got a faraway look on his face, swallowed hard. Then, clenching his fist, he said, "I'd like to beat that yellow-livered cracker to wood pulp.
"Nick, calm down," said Johnny. "He told you because he wants you all crazied up. You are probably the designated murderer of the Tapscotts, and he needs you acting like a wild man in front of witnesses. That's why you can't be anywhere near the wigwam and what happens next. I have another job for you. Justice will come to Pete and to Dwayne, and to all the tribe of the wigwam, I promise you." "You going to bust in there on your own, Johnny Tuesday, and take 'em all on?" "Exactly," said Johnny Tuesday. Chapter 12. Like a commander, Dwayne was racing about, shooing whores out of the way, checking men, particularly their weapons, which mostly consisted of lever-action deer rifles and double-barrel shotguns, examining the vehicles, making sure they were ready to go. The plan. A call would come telling Pete where to meet Johnny and Nick for the payoff. Under cover of darkness, Dwayne would lead the boys out to within a mile, abandon the cars, and set up a half-mile out. As the meet time approached, he would begin to silently infiltrate, and when visual contact with Mr. Antos was made, he'd come to a halt. When Antos gave over the bucks, he would put hand to Fedora, and all hell would break out. "Tell those bohunks it's an extra $500 to the one that gets Johnny Tuesday, and it's a trip to the marshes to the one that hits me." "We are plumb ready, Mr. Antos. You say when and where, and the fellas move out." "You get 'em, Dwayne," said Antos. "We hit this bastard before the FBI or the state troopers move in, and we have won." Johnny was behind the wheel of his jalopy, fedora tight, smoking, of course. No coat, just the dark brown cotton shirt buttoned to the top, the field pants held up by suspenders and bloused into the hunting boots. He had tied himself to the seat, essentially securing himself in case of collision, or rather in expectation of collision. Next to him were both Thompsons, likewise roped tightly to the seat, against the same expectation of collision. Both had 30-round stick magazines full up, and wedged into his belt along his back were 4 more sticks. His automatic, cocked, locked, hung in the fancy Myers leather shoulder rig, fast out of the holster, fast to the first shot. His plan, in one word, now. No sense in waiting, letting it happen where and when they had laid it out. He checked his watch. It was 4:14 p.m. At exactly 4:15 p.m., Mrs. Fields would call the wigwam and tell Pete Antos that Johnny would meet him behind the A&P in Easton, 25 miles up the road, at midnight. But Johnny would meet him at 4:16 p.m. at the wigwam. Pete Antos, in his office, waited for the phone to ring. Finally it did. He picked up. "Sir?" "What's he say, Mrs. Fields?" She gave him the instruction. "I'll be there," Pete said. "Now you don't say a word about this to nobody." "I understand. I just want Mr. Tapscott home and safe. He is a good man." He put the phone down and turned to Dwayne. "It's working perfectly," he said. 8 miles out of town, in a no-man's land uncontaminated by law and order, he saw the wigwam. As it was daylight, much of the brightly lit theatricality had deserted the place. The big neon sign on the casino roof, with its blinking arrow to mark the spot, was turned off, and could only be seen by squinting as a script of dead tubes. All else, shed of light and shadow, and therefore allure, was prosaic. A large wooden structure of boxy design housing the main event, the bar and casino, big double doors to admit the suckers by the busload, windows upstairs for Pete's administrative needs, a bunker of attached garages to one side, and another wing, which housed the pleasures of the flesh. It looked less like a capital of immorality and evil than a Baptist church camp. It was surrounded by what seemed acres of parking lot for the pilgrims from all up and down the East Coast who came to sample its pleasures, the lot empty now, and merely testimony to the banality of a night building in daytime. Johnny Tuesday turned into the property, but instead of parking, he accelerated. They heard the roar of a car as it reached speed and then reached more speed. That brought one of the lounging gunmen to his feet, and he peered out the window. "Oh, Christ! The bastard is ramming us!"
He and a bunch of other boys broke to get out of the way. The Ford hit the front of the wigwam, crashed through timber, splintering it. Like a tank, it destroyed all before it, knocking tables this way and that, churning hard against the floor, unleashing a torrent of dust and chaos in the space. Johnny was jerked by the impact, but the ropes held him secure. His hat flew off. He retrieved it and plucked his .45 from his shoulder holster. A man came at him blindly and Johnny put him down, flashes showing brightly in the heavy dust. A few shots rang out, one smearing the windshield with a quick fracture, another plunking hard into the auto body. Johnny pulled a knife from the steering wheel where it had been taped and cut himself free, then cut both Thompsons free. He stepped out with a gun under each arm, cocked, safeties off. He looked like the turret on a B-17. He fired both guns simultaneously and ran a double burst in a crescent across the wall of the barroom, shattering mirrors, bottles, woodwork, a nude painting, energizing yet more dust and fragmentation, pulverizing a wide swath. It was like some ancient Hebrew god of destruction come to earth to wash away sinful Sodom and Gomorrah, free special on fire and brimstone today only. Now you boys can stand and fight and die in your places, or toss your weapons and run like hell. Offer lasts 5 seconds, then I start killing. One, then another, then in a scrambling crowd, the towny gunboys abandoned their positions, tossed their weapons, and scrambled out of the shattered barroom. Nobody wanted to face the wrath of General Thompson doubled. Johnny stood aside, both guns brought to bear on the scrambling men, but he didn't fire. They were last seen heading in the direction of Spain. Dwayne went petrified as normal and was too slow out of his mineral state to join the fleeing mob, and so instead pivoted and headed through the nearest door, which happened to open on the stairway that led to the hall that led to Pete Antos's office. Since it was a path of least resistance, he took it, raced up, but understood too late that he had taken flight into a dead end. He spied a closet, leaped inside, pulled the door shut, went into petrification as survival mode again, and hoped Johnny would pass, giving him leeway to flee yet farther, say to St. Louis or Omaha. Johnny stopped at the foot of the stairs. He fired 2 long double bursts up, the smell of flame and sulfur loading the air with bad news, amid yet more weather of end-of-times destruction. Last chance, Peckerwoods. Come out now and run home to Mama's bosom, or die where you stand. 2 men in abject panic appeared and threw themselves down the stairs, one of them falling, but so intent on escape he didn't notice how bad he'd hurt his leg and limped away awkwardly. Johnny knelt, put a new 30-round stick mag in each gun, made sure both were cocked and unlocked. He eased up the stairs, through the smoke and debris. He came to the top and looked down a long, empty corridor. Inside the closet, illumination was low, though light streamed in from the crack above and below the door. Dwayne tensed, waiting. He heard footsteps, one by one, the tread of a careful man. Johnny eased his way down the hallway. Dwayne saw the shadows of Johnny's boots as Johnny passed the doorway. Dwayne took a big breath, then burst out of the closet, and Johnny kicked his legs out from under him and down he went, hard. He rolled over. Johnny faced him, both guns leveled. Idiot always hides in the closet. Didn't you see any movies? Please, sir, I didn't mean no harm. You're not worth a single bullet. They cost a penny each. Get your white trash ass out of here. Johnny turned, slid down the hall until he confronted the last door, not even bothering to listen as Dwayne galloped toward escape. He braced himself against the wall, fired both guns, 2 parallel bursts that chewed into the wall just below the ceiling line. He fired again, running the burst 2 feet below the ceiling line. The bullets ate the wall, ripping dust and fragments, filling the hallway with smoke. Johnny kicked open the door. Chapter 13. The air in the room was thick with dust and grit, as was the hallway from the passage of the bullets. But Johnny could see what he could see. Pete had his arms around the poor, frightened Laura Tapscott, holding her roughly, a Luger against her beautiful head, pulling her tight to him. A terrified man in a double-breasted suit, looking as if he'd gotten off at the wrong stop, was tied into a chair, his mouth gagged hard. He twisted, turned, bucked in powerless frustration and helplessness. "Drop those guns, Tuesday," Pete Ontos yelled, "or I'll blast this dame to hell and still have time to kill you and Tapscott." Johnny considered. "You're not gonna shoot her, Greek. She's been your girl since 1932, when you were the stud of the Poly City College game, and she was the queen of the Baltimore cotillion. You two've been scheming ever since." Pete twisted the Luger toward Johnny Tuesday, but before he could fire, Johnny hit him 3 times from each gun. The close-in impact so severe, it ripped him from the beautiful woman and sent him backward in a way Polly's line never managed. His fall revealed a Colt detective special in her hand. She leveled it at Johnny. "Lady, you're not going to fire. You're the type that maneuvers others into doing your killing. The act itself is too vulgar. Besides, you might end up in the papers." She let the gun drop, stepped over Pete's body, and sat down on a sofa, crossing her legs so that her shiny Jodhpur boots glowed. "I need a cigarette." "Ma'am," said Johnny, "I have to say you're a cold slice of tomato." "It comes from being born into not quite enough money." Dwayne went feet first through a window, hit the ground rolling, but didn't lose a step. He ran, until the scrub woods swallowed him, and he was safe from the man with 2 machine guns. Made it, he thought. He hit a road that he knew wound this way and that, skirting marsh, but would eventually take him back to civilization. Bus out of town? Nah, too much exposure. He had a sock full of dough and could pick up a car with some of that. Then up the peninsula to Delaware, eventually New Jersey, and a fresh start in New York, and someone stepped out of the woods ahead of him. It was Nick, with his M3 trench knife. He set down the guns, went to her, offered her one from his pack of Camels, lit it with a beat-up USMC Zippo. Then he walked over and untied her husband, who pulled the tape off his mouth. "Good Christ, Laura, what in God's name is going on? Were you and Ontos? I mean, for God's sake, Laura." "Darling, why don't you ask Mr. Tomorrow? He seems to be the only one who's figured it out. God, I could use a martini." "Sorry, bar's closed. I machine-gunned all the bottles," said Johnny. He sat down, too, and took a break. He'd earned it. He lit his own soothing Camel and enjoyed the buzz and the unfurling of the smoke before him, turning the room's atmosphere to something familiar and inviting. "You make a good cigarette, Mr. Tapscott," he said after a bit. Then, still enjoying the butt, he leaned back to relax. "I just sell them the broadleaf," said Tapscott. "Reynolds does the actual manufacturing." "How did you know? How did you know? She was the one giving the orders. It was all her. Oh my God, she was going to kill me. They were going to kill me. Oh Jesus, my wife. She was going to have me killed." "Wasn't the first time. They tried to kill you February 20th, 1945. Only that idiot Jack Petrakis shot the wrong man. He thought the bank president was you." It was time for another cigarette. He lit up. "They say they're going to put a little cork or paper filters on them next. But I'll take my tobacco straight, the way God made it. Right, Mr. Tapscott?" "How did you know? About her, I mean, not the filters. Which, yes, could kill our business." "Baltimore. She was from there, he was from there. She went to a fancy school, but he was a big football hero and played for another fancy school, even though he was only the son of a guy who owned a diner in Greektown. In 1932, there's a picture in the Baltimore Sun of them holding hands at something called the Cotillion. Too bad you never saw it. They've been together since then. They saw the robbery as a way to make a fast, easy $100,000, then saw it could also be a way to knock you off, get your cigarette wealth, get all the land you'd bought for the Italian mob in Ocean City, and move it to the Baltimore Greeks. It's all come to nothing. The Italians are moving on Las Vegas in Nevada. I now own a lot of worthless land in Ocean City. So I guess there'll never be a mob city in Maryland. I suppose that's something.
Let's stand up and cheer."
"But why is all this happening now? I don't—"
Johnny Tuesday came to town and got the ball rolling by looking into stuff nobody wanted looking into. They had to get rid of him and tried twice. No luck. He was faster, shot better. But they saw in the third time a chance to make it all go away and move on to the happily ever after part by getting rid of both Johnny and you at once. They played everybody for the moment when Johnny kicked down the door and was supposed to put his guns down when he saw Pete with a gun against her head. He puts his guns down, then Pete blasts him, collects the Thompson, and finishes you. So the line is, Johnny went nuts and Pete saved himself and your wife.
"I told him it wouldn't work," said Laura. "But just like a man, he thought he knew best." "Laura, how could you?" "Nothing personal, darling. I do like you. It's just this shore upper crust. So boring. I couldn't spend the rest of my life here. Mr. Tomorrow, are you sure not a single bottle survived?"
"Not a one, ma'am."
"So unfortunate." She took a puff of her cigarette, exhaled a flume of smoke. "One betrayal I must yet present. Try to be manly about this, dear Raymond. I do realize you boys are so looking forward to your witch burning, but I'm afraid the witch must decline. What would Mother say?" She revealed yet another pistol, a petite automatic, silver of course, reversed it so her thumb was against the trigger, and pressed it hard to her breast. No headshot for a beauty. She fired. It was night. Rain hit on the windshield. The bullet hole had been patched by cardboard, the bumper baling wired to the frame. Johnny pulled into the yard behind Nick's.
"Okay, stretcher bearer. Far as you go."
He handed over an envelope.
"Some dough I picked up in Pete's office. Use it to get out of this shithole."
"Johnny, it's my home. I have to stay. I have to fix it."
"Then you're a bigger hero than I ever was. Shake my hand and get out. I've got a long drive ahead."
"You told me, Johnny. You said if it was over and we weren't in boxes, you'd explain. Who are you, Johnny Tuesday?"
"Did I say that? It was a mistake. You don't need to know a thing."
"You gave me your word."
"So I did. That's always a mistake."
He lit up cigarette number 126, inhaled hard because he wanted the nicotine really deep, way down beneath the cellular level.
"Name's Earl Swagger. Former Master Gunnery Sergeant, United States Marine Corps. 5 islands, 5 wounds. Lots of little wars before the big one. Home, a little town in the south where I have a wife and a son I hope never has to go through the shit I did. Anyway, on February 20th, 1945, I took a bunch of boys to an island of black sand, sulfur, and machine guns. Night of that first day, I'm up on the line checking our positions. I'm in a crater with a gun crew and a Jap grenade hits the ground, smoking away. We were all dead in that moment. In the next, a kid jumps on it, takes the whole blast. I turn him over. You've seen it. You know what it looks like, stretcher bearer. He didn't have but a second left, and he said to me, 'Tell my dad I tried real hard.' I said I would. Seems like the kind of promise a man should keep. His name was Tom Dunn. The next day, word came the boy's dad had been killed. He was a cop named Dave Dunn, murdered in some bank robbery which had not been solved in Shitapple City, Maryland." He took another deep puff. "So I couldn't keep my promise. I didn't like that a bit. I got to thinking and brooding on it, and I decided, you know what? I'm going to set this right. So that's the story, and now it's over. And the best thing about it was going into the Bullet Garden with Nick Jackson."
"A hell of a goddamned hayride, Johnny Tuesday," said Nick. He got out. The car pulled away and crossed the bridge out of Libertyville and disappeared down the road. $5 for the gut hook. Author's note. Giallo, The notorious genre of bloody Italian mystery horror films of the 70s is the guiltiest of pleasures. It may be interpreted, catalogued, annotated, analyzed. It may be sorted by components, as in lurid cinematography, frisky camera, spastic editing, childish psychology, the degree of violence and gore, ranging from extreme to blasphemous, even the orange of the blood. One ought to note something that must be called kill originality. Decapitation by steam shovel perhaps the highest. Arm amputation to yield torrent of arterial spray upon the wall the most highly influential. And who could forget snail attack? The directors run the spectrum. Argento, Bava, Fulci, Diodato, and Soavi are the geniuses. Otherwise, it's hit and miss. Absurdities deserve their own separate recognition, the silliest being the mystery killer in black gloves. Most titles are dumbfounding. Don't Torture a Duckling, Strip Nude for Your Killer, and The Black Belly of the Tarantula vying for top honors. There is, however, one thing giallo cannot be. It cannot be defended. So I won't bother. Instead, I just wrote one for you. Hot Springs, Arkansas, 1978. Chapter 1. I am improving. I am learning technique, patience, anatomy. More important than I had anticipated. Speed. Also more important than I had anticipated. And a certain efficiency after the act. I saw this one as before at the killing chamber. It emerged into the light unsteady. It was drunk, wobbling back to the hippie enclave where they seem to come from mostly these days. It thought it was almost home. It had no idea a creature such as me was lurking. The shadows are all over, the light sources uncertain, a rummage of trash and abandonment everywhere. The walls encircle, the stench is grotesque, the rats scurry and squeak. It is all of a part with the town itself, now shabby, far from the great pump houses that have drawn the people here for centuries and whose bounties seem endless. You could be in a nightmare if you had nightmares, but I never do. I invent them for others. I lurch from the dark at it. The thing looks on me, and for that split second it considers what it has become. A waif, destitute, end of the road, fallen so far to support a habit it never intended to acquire. If it had parents, a home, brothers and sisters, that's long forgotten. Its mind has no appreciation of the strategic. Its span of focus is only the next few hours, in which it must get a hit, some kind of protein and some rest. Tomorrow, the same crude application of clownish makeup, and off then for another 12-hour shift at the Suck and Swallow factory. That is all. Forlorn, forgotten, tenderness eroded, memories destroyed. Only a hunger with holes to be filled. But once loved, once lovely, once embraced, once nourished, once cooed over and cuddled and held close. Where did that one go? How did it become this one? How did it become so disposable? My hand is a flash, my aim superb. I hook, I yank, I drag to earth. Some fight, some don't. This one doesn't. It gave up the fight long ago. Possibly when an uncle or a brother or a father fucked it hard and told it if it told anybody, he would kill it. As usual, the blood is instantaneous and hot. So much of it. It goes everywhere, spurting from the twists of vein and artery that run through the neck. But the same stroke, I told you I was improving, destroyed the larynx, untethering it from the cathedral of the throat, so that there is no noise. Noise can be a problem even here. You never can tell. It lies back, and what sounds it produces may not be easily reproduced. Think of gulps too full of liquid to achieve volume, gurgles of extinction, if you will, in an echoless overhanging darkness. Now I hook, drawing the blade hard across, just over the pubis, which doesn't interest me. It is about death, not sex. Punishment, not recreation. The peritoneum fights me, as it always does, but this is no surprise. so my application is intense. I open a deep cut, and from the multiplicity of blood-bearing entities now punctured, the gush is flood-like. So much even in such a scrawny creature. The second passage, deeper, pulls the coils free. It takes but a brisk nip at each end to separate them completely from the corpus. Tilting it and giving it a thump, they come out almost of a piece. It's called the gut pile. It leaves a hollow where once the core of the thing was. So violated, so debased, so deflated. Thus was it reduced to offal. I am tired. Such exertion has a price. I feel wet about hands and wrists, my hands sloppy with gore. I am sweated up hard, short of breath. I do repeat, nothing of orgasm, nothing of satisfaction, nothing of triumph. Only a statement of nature, of who I am, what I do, what pressures formed me, how I became what I became. It was not on me. It was on those who made me. They will know who they are. Chapter 2. Whiskey dreams were the best, and this one was fine. In the words of some song, Strawberry Fields Forever, that is rolling green serenity against a serene blue sky, with at a far-off edge of the world some rippling purple mountains. Nothing was happening, which was to be appreciated, even savored. Perhaps a breeze, perhaps the fragrance of eternal spring, perhaps children running and playing in the distance. You couldn't ask for more. And at this point in his life, Swagger did not. Some peace, some quiet, some solitude. But something interrupted. He groaned, shrugged, perhaps resisted. The spell was broken, and as if released by a dam breaking, there came a cascade of imagery that always lurked and was always ready to spill. Of burning villages, of dead men, of the stench of shit, human and animal, fuel, either aviation or napalm, blood, coppery metallic, theirs or ours, of the empty eyes of the children, of a lost woman, of a man far off dropping when nailed dead solid perfect by a 7.62, of the reality that at 400 meters you couldn't be sure if it was a man, a woman, a boy, a girl. You could only be certain that it carried an AK. Of the pain of a hip blown away, of the pain of a friend blown away, of the institution to which he and his father had given their lives tarnished and defeated, of Bob, wake up, goddammit. It's nearly 4. He recognized the voice, which belonged to an old family friend, Sam Vincent, the former prosecutor of Polk County. He blinked, coughed, shuddered, shivered, and fought his way to provisional consciousness, undercut by a desperate hunger for whiskey, tobacco, and obliteration. Nothing had changed. Same old shabby trailer, deep in the woods of the Wachitas. Same sounds of forest. Same clammy feel of night sweat sheets. Look at him. 32 now and gone to seed. Wasted, blasted, worthless. No prospects, no place to go, nothing to be. Not the walking wounded, really. The walking dead. He had died in the land of bad things, 3 tours worth, except they'd forgotten to tell his body. When would it get the memo? Ain't you a sight, said Sam. Didn't know I was going on display today, Bob allowed. I can't say your father would be proud, boy, said Sam. He might know a little of what so rips me up, said Bob. I think he saw some of it, too. Earl Swagger never had a day in his life where he didn't put duty first. And he got killed for it. Swagger remembered his father in a state police uniform and patrol car on that last day in 1956, heading down the driveway to join the manhunt for a no-count named Jimmy Pie. That one was never far away either. So, what's this about? Said Swagger. Did my alimony check bounce? I thought there was enough in the account to cover it this month. No, haven't heard from Mary Louise, said Sam. She seemed satisfied. The name of his recently divorced wife was like a smack in the face to him. A former Miss Polk County, runner-up to Miss Arkansas. She had expected so much. She married the returning war hero, beloved of time and place, connections to Polk and Arkansas deep and solid, locked into tradition and prosperity. That's what he'd hoped for, too, but it was a 50s story, and now it had turned into the 70s. Different times, different forces in play. Instead of opportunity and respect, he got indifference, if not outright contempt, while the nights hammered nightmares like nails that could only be pried loose by the crowbar of whiskey. It led to one destination. It's not what he'd wanted, but it was what happened. What then? Actually, said Sam, a job offer. I could say yes to whatever it is, but in a week I'm drunk as a skunk. I need whiskey now and tomorrow and the day after. That's all there is to it. Settle for coffee? Black? As the devil's eyes. Sam handed over a styro cup. Bob peeled the lid, and the stuff was not only black as hell, but hotter than hell. It burned on the way down. Maybe it helped. Maybe it didn't. Okay, he said. I'm as sober as I'll be all day. Gonna hand you something. Real ugly. You've seen worse, so have I, but it's still real bad, and nothing a man would want to see before the cobwebs cleared. Strong enough, boy? I doubt it, but let's give it a shot. Sam reached into his briefcase, handed a photo over. Bob looked at it. He then looked some more. He looked up and down, sideways and backward. It was what it was. Poor thing. Did she fall into a threshing machine? It was a photo out of the Garland County, Hot Springs morgue. Girl, ripped up butcher style. No mercy, no precision. Just stuff that was supposed to be inside the body, now outside. Yes, in the NAM, guys got ripped up bad too. But that was war, the whimsy of steel, stupidity, and politics. This was just wanton hurting. Human threshing machine, said Sam. She's number 3 that they've found. Maybe there's more. Sure enough, there will be more if something isn't done. He always does them the same way. Do they have a name for that kind of thing? Not even if Jack the Ripper did it back in 1888. Only one I've heard is repeater. This guy's a repeater. Isn't catching guys like this what the cops are for? Cops are buffaloed. Here, let their head boy tell you. He turned and called, Chief. An imposing man in khaki uniform, late 50s, white Stetson, Smith 357 on his belt and star on his chest, ducked as he entered the trailer. Sergeant Swagger, I'm Lawrence Bettinger, Chief of the Hot Springs City Police in Garland County. Sir, said Bob, rising. He knew the name vaguely, but had no policy toward it. Stay down, said the chief. I was in the thing in Korea, and it took years to get it out of my head. I've been where you are. Bob pulled a cigarette out of a pack of Camels on the bedside table, lit it with a USMC lighter much abused over 3 tours, let the smoke play in his lungs and brain, then said, So how's this thing here connect to me? For a repeater, you don't need a sniper. You need a detective. We need somebody smart who can look at stuff from different angles and maybe see something our best people have missed. Isn't that an FBI specialty? Sam and the chief exchanged glances, not a good sign. Then the chief took a deep breath and plunged ahead. In most towns, yes, but not this one. Hot Springs is special. Bob actually knew this, but he kept his mouth shut, smoking, gulping the coffee, hoping the headache that pulverized his brain and made his fingers tremble would go away. Hot Springs is trying to change. You know it was a gangster town, a whore town for years. Your own father fought against that. Bob had heard, although his father had never spoken of it. In fact, his father never spoke of anything. It's been decided that the new Hot Springs won't have whorehouses and casinos. That's all moved on to Vegas now. No, Hot Springs will have golf courses, fine restaurants, lakeside cottages, and water skiing. It's going to aim itself toward families now, particularly with all these new superhighways that can get them here from most of the country fast.
Makes sense, said Bob, and yes, it did. Even certain interests in New York and Detroit and Chicago realize that. So all of the town's owners, no matter which side of which fence they're on, are moving money in that family vacation direction. I got that, said Bob. Trying hard to get big national outfits interested. Want to get Holiday Inn and Howard Johnson's down here. McDonald's, the burger people. Some pizza places, and even Mr. De Pasquale is behind that one, no matter how much pizza he already sells. Folks have got to eat and sleep if they're going to water ski and chase a little white ball all day. But the last thing anybody needs or wants is a lot of FBI agents in town, looking into things. A big investigation has a way of turning up a lot more than the thing being investigated. There's some embarrassments need to be ignored, some financial transactions that can't be looked at in sunlight. No matter which way you turn, you're going to run into shady information. It don't do nobody good to let it out. So what we're looking for is someone old Arkansas. Your people got here sooner than most. 1780 by family legend, Bob said. From the war in the East, or so we think. Not sure what brought the man and woman over the mountains, but this is where they stayed and we're still here, even if I'm the last. But you would understand things. You would proceed discreetly. You might uncover awkward facts as you look about. You could be trusted to keep them to yourself. Track down this monster, and that would be that. A lot of folks would appreciate it, and the identity of some might surprise you. And I'm also guessing you don't want to see the town on the cover of Time magazine as the murder capital of America. Jack the Ripper comes to hillbilly land, that sort of thing. Not exactly what's going to get Walt Disney to build a Mickey Mouse park here. Yep, and that's why there's no press coverage. We've put the lid on it. We don't want panic attention, a circus of out-of-town press. All that kind of stuff that can happen when you get one of these sick freaks. I see how that makes sense, said Bob. But what don't is me. I'm not a detective, I'm a sniper and a squad leader. Much used hard and put away wet. I got all kinds of shakes. My nightmares nasty as pus. Wouldn't know where to start as a detective. Your own boys would laugh at me. Not so fast, said Sam. You are the progeny of two of the finest detectives this state has ever produced. Everyone thinks of Earl and Charles as gunfighters, which is true enough, but it's only half the story. Besides that gift, they had the gift of seeing things clearly and understanding how they had to happen. They were superb law officers, particularly in the solution department of police work. I know you well enough to know you have not fallen far from that tree. That is, when the whiskey hasn't turned your brain into coon shit. You see, our boys are hard-working but limited. They don't have no imagination, said the chief, including myself, maybe most of all myself. We have come up zero, and we are just waiting for this repeater. And if the next one is the minister's daughter on her way to choir practice, we won't keep no lid on that. So we have to find this boy fast and are plumb out of next moves. Bob Lee Swagger is our only next move. He's our last next move. Chapter 3. Later that afternoon, he threw some fresh underwear and a shirt or two, plus the suit he'd been married in, into a bag. Then the bag and himself into his pickup. He managed to say no to one more for the road. Instead, he had a Coke, which was a Dr. Pepper, but everyone he'd ever known had called any soft drink a Coke. Then, gun. He knew he had a .45 around somewhere. It was an old one used by his grandfather in the Great War, making it by designation a 1911 model, not the 1923 modification called a 1911A1, which he had carried in Vietnam. The differences were basically meaningless, long as it went bang. He tried to remember where he'd stowed it. Had he sold it? Nah. Couldn't. Then did.
He found it wrapped in heavy cellophane under the propane tank out back. He saw the logic in the hiding place. In case he woke up with suicide on his mind, it wouldn't be easy to find and it would require a coat to go out and get. Both of those conditions might keep him alive. Unwrapping it, he discovered the pistol came in an ornate shoulder holster. He looked to see the inscription. S.D. Myers, No. 12, El Paso, Texas, October 12, 1930. He seemed to think Mr. Myers was some kind of famous, and the piece, though sloppy flexible from much wear, seemed still solidly stitched. You wore it like a coat, adjusting the straps around the shoulder for proper width. It fit perfectly. The .45 slid into it smoothly, knowing it well. Maybe modern rigs were now better in design, concealability, comfort, but for now it seemed fine. It hung under his left arm, butt toward his right turn. It came out fast. He knew he'd have to get some modern ammunition. He drove the 47 miles down US 7 through Polk and halfway across Garland to what was fancifully called the Valley of the Vapors. There, nestled in the flats between two scouts of the Ouachitas, lay the city that claimed to be America's first resort, and with its thermal waters had been an attraction to folks, some of them not even crooks, for more than 2 centuries. He found a room booked in his name at the Grand Arlington, the hotel at the northern end of Central Avenue. Like all of Hot Springs, it had seen better times, and was about as grand as a puddle of piss. Peeling paint, the smell of decay and mold, faded carpets and scuffed furniture. A bed dating from the Battle of Pea Ridge, most bulbs out, most of all empty. Also, sad, squalid, dusty, staffed by old people who'd lost most reason for living. Once the gathering place of swells and princes, legendary beauties, the place might now be the picture in the dictionary next to the word shabby. The same was true of the town itself. He had a few bright boyhood memories, mostly involving his father, who was a celebrity and treated well wherever he went. In those days, the Medal of Honor was the biggest of deals, and his dad was one of the state's 3 World War II recipients. Plus, most knew he'd had a big hand in driving the New York people out of the town. So he had trouble paying for steaks or drinks, and no trouble finding tables, where folks came by and shook his hand all through dinner. Those were happy times, maybe the happiest. Lucky is the boy who can look up to his father. Earl was quite a deal, until Jimmy Pie ended it in a cornfield north of Blue Eye in 1956, or so the story went. It was one of Swagger's ideas to look into that thing in the cornfield, but it hadn't happened yet. Hard to investigate your father's death on a pint of sour mash and corn. Hard to find the bathroom on a pint of sour mash and corn. But he needed to see more. Applying marine skills, he realized recon was mandatory on a new mission. Driving slowly down Central, he could see the 8 stately bathhouses still dominating, reluctant to give up on their glory, even if they had lost much allure with the invention of penicillin, a sure cure for the clap, whereas the 101-degree water was more effective in fantasy than fact. The Lamar, the Buckstaff, the Ozark, the Quapaw, the Fordyce, the Maurice, the Hale, the Superior. They looked like castles or forts, their elaborate brickwork and tiles radiating a sure sense of importance in the world. And why not? After all, they had impressed Al Capone and lit up many a postcard. But 2 of the houses were shuttered and 1 had been taken over, informally and illegally, as a kind of 3-story teepee for a tribe of anonymous younger folks who had in common tight jeans, lack of sexual differentiation, desperately bright T-shirts and hair, everywhere, falling toward the earth in torrents and gushes. It was a thing Bob didn't get and never would. It had no part in any America he had left behind 3 times to almost get killed for. He just shook his head, more in sadness than in anger. Beyond the bathhouses, he passed through the sordid club district, headquartered on 13th Street, now fallen to a disease called pornography. Where elegant concubines had gotten $1,000 a night for their efforts was now mostly a quarter peep show slum, where that coin bought you a minute's worth of film of some poor woman stripping. The Southern Club was long gone, after the disappearance of its owner, Oni Maddox, in 1946 as part of the Reform Campaign. It was called the Veterans' Revolt, whose true violence had never been documented. Swagger suspected it hadn't been as benign as the newspapers made it out to be. That was what his father had been in the middle of. A few joints remained: the Mardi Gras, the Club New York, the Carousel, and the House of Pleasures were still there. And in them, he knew, forlorn young gals in grown-up makeup tried to push demi-cocktails at $50 a throw, champagne at $200 the bottle. A tip maybe got you a blowjob. He'd seen red light districts the world over, and they always made him sad. The girls got tough fast, learned every angle it seemed the first night, and so no matter where, the thing was a big sex casino, where you laid your money down and maybe got what you wanted and maybe got an empty hotel room where you waited for a sweetie who never showed. Driving on to a more formal downtown revealed only that the commercial action had moved out to the edges of the city, and the once thriving department stores were boarded up. They'd been killed by malls now lurking on the ways out of town, where fast food had also set up, killing the downtown luncheonette scene. Other retail hung on grimly: a shoe store, a few drugstores, a men's clothing store that now catered to the black, here and there a convenience store that sold a 20th of what a grocery sold, but opened earlier and closed later. You paid for that too. A sporting goods store that only pepped up during deer season, still months away. At the far end of Central was a cluster of admin buildings, for even a dying town needed someone to change the light bulbs and paint the benches, at least occasionally. Here too was the half-and-half public service building, one side given to the firefighters, the other to the cops. He knew he'd spend a lot of time in that one, but was not in a rush to come in today. Today would be about not drinking bourbon. Not easy, but that's why he stayed in his car. If he stopped and got out, all sidewalks would run downhill and end in a dive, bleak and broken, but with a magic cityscape of bottles gleaming behind the bar, a utopia of blur and daze. Didn't matter where you went, there the bottles would be, calling him with their mute beauty, their amusing shapes, their sharp-colored labels that all read one thing: drink me. I want to, he thought. It built, it rolled uphill, it crushed all before it. The beast called the thirst was pure mercy for the woeful, the terminally depressed, the abandoned warrior. It made the voices go away, the pictures stop, the throbbing in his steel hip quiet down. Death, but before that, disgrace, was also on the road, and he knew it. And he knew it didn't matter. Death sometime, even soon and in shame, weighed little against the mercy of the now. Most days he wasn't strong enough to fight it off, and today hadn't been decided yet. To fight it, he let his eyes roam. He turned arbitrarily down a street that in a few blocks turned residential, lined with neat but small houses, most well kept, but the occasional abandoned one looking like a black tooth in a mouth of white chiclets. A few people were out and about, here and there kids in games, yielding the street as he came by. All seemed healthy, happy, of good feature and well-loved now. He thought of a man with a knife closing on them to issue wounds of the sort he'd seen in the picture, and the rage perhaps drove some of the thirst from him. Tomorrow, when everything was official, he'd have to confront forensic reports, morgue pictures, crime scene charts, all of it, and begin to try to make some sense of it. But he allowed himself a little reward for making it this far without a drink, a fantasy of drawing down on the guy with the knife in his hand. He had his granddad's .45, now tucked into the ornate old shoulder holster from Mr. S.D. Myers of El Paso. Drawing from it and putting 7 hard balls into the boy with the knife would be so rewarding. It would be worth staying sober for. Chapter 4. A meeting. Of course a meeting. But one look at the Hot Springs homicide squad told him exactly why they'd been so bested by this killer. It would be the squad where they sent the guys who were too old for the street and its head-busting duties, yet too young by a few years for retirement. It's where unsuccessful careers went to die, exemplified by men not quite good enough to move up to Little Rock's more professional, more highly paid entity, but who would not be defeated by the town's generally self-explanatory homicides. You didn't need deduction, interpretation, advanced forensics, or anything of the sort to solve the one where the husband had a frying pan stuck in his skull and the wife was crying. The gang days long over, there were likewise no Tommy gun rub-outs or raid gunfights that needed the highest of detective tactical skills. But Swagger was not inclined to be judgmental. Not being reformist or ambitious by nature, he had no need to fix the situation. He just hoped it wouldn't get in his way. That would be enough. He faced them, they faced him in the Dowdy squad room, decorated with wanted posters of those whom these guys would never catch. They were equally dowdy, equally downcast, late 40s, early 50s, lumpy suits. Well, the one piece of news was the youngest, a black man, whom Swagger appointed his assistant because he seemed to have some energy, and he had connections into the prominent Rollins clan, the family that ran the town's small black population.
"First off," he said, "I'm not pretending to know it all. In fact, I know nothing. But that's why I'm here. The chief wants somebody who can come up with new approaches, as it seems the old approaches haven't really panned out. Moreover, because of the delicate situation in the city's financial development, we know we have to go after this real low-key. We all know it's a special kind of a case, to be solved in unconventional ways. So I will be the right man for that because I don't know what the conventions are. If I do something really stupid or overlook something really obvious, I can be corrected. I ain't pulling no rank or doing no yelling or firing, and I do not want to mess up anybody's career. I thank you ahead of time for your patience and forbearance."
This elicited no comment.
"So, can someone bring me up to date so I don't repeat work?"
It was Bill Canton, nominal head of the squad, who spoke next. He was a tall, reedy man with wireframe glasses and a soft voice. He did have big hands, helpful for smacking folks around. But he seemed tired. None of the pep and gung-ho of a leader. He wanted retirement, not far away, more than he wanted this killer.
"Sergeant, I've gathered up all the files and the forensics, the photos, the coroner's report, all the paperwork such as it is, for you to familiarize yourself with." "Good work, Lieutenant Canton. That'll be real helpful."
Canton then said,
"Let me sum up, if I may. Get things off to a fast start." "Go ahead."
Canton pointed out that the usual steps had been taken, as one would expect. Even Bob could have figured them out off no experience. First, all those in the city's records for crimes of a sexual nature were visited, braced, put through ringers of varying sorts, depending on how they struck whichever detective was visiting. There were 27 such miscreants, some self-exposers, a few rapists, a peeping Tom or two. None of them had a past of violence, and none of them impressed his inquisitor as being the sort capable of this kind of thing. Even the rapists, who weren't headbangers but oily persuaders who wouldn't take a no. The same was repeated on a larger scale for wife-beaters or abusers, though this was even further off the profile of the murderer. All local institutions for the mentally ill were quietly visited and canvassed for reports of escapees or runaways or recent releases. Nothing there of note. Informally, Canton had also canvassed the state, looking for similar crimes in other venues. He found nothing. Here is exactly where the FBI's national reach was called for, and its absence was clearly felt. Then a detective had spent a day in the archives of the Arkansas Democrat Gazette, looking for anything similar in the 30s, 40s, or 50s. Nothing.
"May I ask," said Swagger, "have you made any contact with the psychiatric folks? Maybe a head doctor could help us develop a profile and we could go at it that way."
The silence answered the question. He realized that these guys probably didn't have the knowledge to ask the questions, much less understand the answers.
"We have increased patrol activities in the 13th Street area. Had to pull them in from the edges, but there haven't been any killings since. Maybe he's noticed and called a halt." "And I'm getting that you found no physical evidence off the bodies themselves. No footprints, cigarette butts, nothing dropped."
That's the number one problem, said Canton. There ain't no evidence. All 3 grave sites have been slick as a whistle. Silence, and then Canton said, This cocksucker knows what he's doing, and my bet is he wants to keep doing it. Yes, he'd seen it before. What angry steel can do, whether traveling at 2,000 feet per second or arriving at the end of a muscle-driven power stroke. Your first reaction is disbelief, always, because bodies are not supposed to be rearranged like that. It takes a second to get it organized and relate what is there to where it should be. You need orientation spots for that, having to find the chin, the chest, the pelvis, sometimes buried in slop, sometimes simply askew. A few were of the body coming out of the ground, a few more, including the one he had seen from the slab. More detail from the slab as the lighting was better. He takes time to bury them? He asked. Not only bury them, said Detective Eddie Rollins, but bury them well. We wouldn't have found the first if a hard rain hadn't fallen, and enough dirt washed away for an old lady's dog to kick up a fuss. A patrolman scuffed at the spot with his foot and uncovered an elbow. Rollins, a youngish guy in horn-rimmed glasses, seemed eager and peppy enough, and Swagger thought his racial identity would give him the outsider's perspective that might be helpful. He might not be locked into the old ways like the others. So that would tell us that he doesn't want to get caught. He doesn't want to be famous and enter the headlines and then textbooks. Except for the body, neatness counts for this guy. You can see that with the girl, he was having too much fun to keep it tidy. It doesn't make much sense to us. He cuts the shit out of them and then he turns into Betty Homemaker. That's where we're stuck. Swagger nodded. He'd been through the files now 3 times. He'd learned that this poor girl was the original find, but it was so out of line for a Hot Springs homicide, the chief had made the decision to send out dog teams in wooded areas, abutting but not within the national park that occupied the hills. If the mutts went all barky, the team called in a forensics guy with a methane probe. They'd found 2 more in the same rough woodsy area. None had been identified as no clues remained on the desecrated body. They were so decomposed that they were difficult to read for time of death, though all had been cut hard in more or less the same ways. The assumption was that they were gals from the few remaining clubs, but it was hard to track, since the club business was strictly cash only. Nobody took names, nobody kept records, and the girls came and went somewhat haphazardly, most being addicts in need of dough for a fix. And the sheriff had decided not to send a detective to the clubs with questions or a morgue photo of a dead face, for that would stir alarm and turn the town into a circus. Bob wasn't sure he agreed with that decision. It put the town before the girls, in that the ruckus might save a life or 2, but would, as all feared, break the story out, and God knew how that would play. But it was his first day. He said nothing. So these aren't the crime scenes actually speaking, said Bob. These are the burial sites. He's moved them. Ballsy guy, clearly has a car stashed in the area. After he kills her, he moves her. Maybe the hole is pre-selected, pre-dug, to minimize his time on the last part of the operation. Rollins nodded, then he said, Not bad. Rollins, said Bob, I know you're probably pissed at my arrival. I'm pissed at my arrival. I'd rather be pouring down my 5th JB about now. But here we are, and maybe I can make a contribution. I appreciate you and the boys not rolling your eyes when I say something until I leave the room. They sat in a little office off the squad bay of Hot Springs' Little Homicide Division. Sergeant, replied Rollins, we're your biggest fans. We know we need help, and we know it isn't coming from the FBI because we know about your grandfather and your father, and we know about your 3 tours, your bad wound. But we also figure a sniper's probably got moves we ain't seen, and so you'll find us very cooperative. Good to hear. So here's my first order. I want the boys to conduct a discreet foot search for holes along the woods line, or recently disturbed earth. I want this real low-key, say 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., before the town comes awake. If they find anything, quietly mark it, and we'll check it out that night.
Maybe we'll get lucky. Since we don't have any idea when he's killing them, we don't know when he'll probably go next. Sound okay?"
"Sounds good," said Rollins.
"Then I want dogs to be run along the streets leading away from the clubs. My idea here is that he's cutting them in alleys, or even that time of night on the street. He cleans up the blood, but he can't clean up the scent. Maybe if we find heavy scent that's the killing spot, maybe there's some clues, forensics I guess you call them, there. Make sense?"
"Yes, sir."
"Please don't call me sir. I wasn't an officer in the Marines and I'm not one here. Call me Sergeant and I'll call you Detective and we'll get along great. Now I guess I'm going to the morgue."
"You want me along?"
"Yeah, if only to keep me out of the bar afterwards."
There she lay. The cabinet opened, the shelf rolled out. The body transferred to a slab and moved to the center of the room. Then, bag unzipped and peeled, Mary Jane Doe, all that remained of her, exhibited much of her private world, her interior, to the clinical fluorescent light that beamed down from above and the audience of 3 men in masks. She had been adroitly peeled open so that every last privacy was exposed.
"I've read the description," said Swagger to the coroner, Dr. Ebbett Conklin, "so I don't need to hear it again."
"I don't want to repeat it again," said the doctor. "Compiling it was enough."
"Maybe some highlights. No, not the right word at all. Some eccentricities, something unusual, unique to this guy."
"He likes knives."
"He sure does."
"I'm really an anesthesiologist," said the doctor. "This is part-time, because normally there's not enough business to keep a full-time guy going. Not like the old days. I only took a course. I'm not board certified."
"Yes, sir," said Swagger.
"I say that in case you think I missed something. I probably did. But it's been explained to me that at this point we don't want to bring in any heavy hitters from Little Rock or Washington, D.C.
"We're all operating under that reality," said Swagger. "Me especially. So go ahead, do the best you can."
"The first thing I see is a lot of ripping, yanking, pure strength against the tissue. It starts at the throat, larynx all but pulled out. Not chopped, not penetrated, actually whole, but just sort of, removed."
"Strength?"
said Swagger. "Not sure how much it would take. Would it take a strong guy? Or could a normal or even scrawny guy do it on anger or hopped up on drugs? Again, nothing definitive."
"Well," said Swagger, "it's a start. Rollins, you got anything?"
"I've seen a few knife deaths in our black town. It's not a white thing. Whites tend to shoot, not go to knife. But," he paused.
"Go on."
"When one black kills another, it's usually by stabbing, not slicing or cutting. It's an extension of fist fighting, which most of us are good at. But they throw the point at you just like it's their fist. They duck and weave, they throw jabs and uppercuts and flurries. They block with the non-dominant arm. They go for boxing targets, like the solar plexus, and quite a bit to the head. A strong man can drive a strong blade clean through a face. I've seen it. I don't see that here. I don't see anything but throat slit and gut ripped."
"Is the anatomy sound, Dr. Conklin? Did this guy know what he was doing?"
"Well, assuming the throat is first, it cuts out the noise. It also opens the aorta and the jugular, which go to and from the brain, draining it fast so you get a collapse in 7 seconds. I'd guess the gut activity is post-mortem."
"Do you see any signs of knife talent? Could he have been a surgeon or even a butcher? Somebody who's cut before? A chef? That's a Jack the Ripper angle."
"Nothing here says that. I just see rage. And then he dumps her guts."
"So he doesn't just want to kill him. He wants to empty him?"
"Yes, but oddly he stays away from the vaginal areas. It's all lower entrails. He doesn't remove anything reproductive or sexual."
"So you wouldn't call him a sex maniac?"
"Well, I can't go that far. Man kills young women brutally. Has to be sex in it somehow. But in this case, not directly. It's odd. It's like he treasures the cooch, like it's holy or something. I don't get it. That's screwy."
"Maybe it can't make sense. said Rollins. "He's just a crazy sick fuck, that's all." "There's got to be some sort of principle here. We're just not smart enough to see it," said Bob. "Something here that might lead us in a certain direction. Either of you guys get a read, say, on the knife from what you see here?" "Plenty sharp, I'll tell you," said the doctor. "Somehow I don't think real crazy sick fuck with plenty sharp knife is going to get us very far. Is there any way you can measure the punctures to the damage on the inside of the gut and get us a length?" "I tried," said the doctor. "It's too hacked up, and you can't be sure which entry wound leads to which internal wound. It could be a butcher knife, a hunting knife, a pocket knife, a letter opener, even a sword or bayonet. Not an axe. He's not an axe guy because the blows push the bones aside, they don't shatter them, as I'm guessing a solidly applied axe head would do with all that weight behind the blow." "He's a real ripper then. Not a chopper, not a hacker, a ripper. But he steers clear of the lady parts. Rollins, you went to college. Tell me what that means." "No idea, Sergeant. Can't get any further than crazy sick fuck. Just because there's a saying, 'there's a method in his madness,' doesn't mean there's always a method in his madness," said the doctor. "Good point. Maybe I'm trying to make too much of this. Okay, I guess we can—" He paused. "Well," he finally said, "because I don't want to come back here again, Doc, can you sort of poke through top to bottom, and I'll bend over and look real hard?" "Sure. Detective, can you secure the body at the shoulders so we don't get any roll or twist?" Swagger did what he felt he must do. Faced just inches from the gore, he tried to read it like a landscape in which the sniper was to operate, looking for valleys, defilades, plains, any geographical feature that would suggest the way the enemy would come. He learned nothing except to confirm what he already knew about the plasticity of flesh, the autumnal turn of old blood into something like dead brown leaves, the presence everywhere of moisture and sloppage, all amplified by the smell of formaldehyde and the discoloration of the blue-pink overhead fluorescence. Finally, there was nothing left to see. Still, he had a buzz. "I'm seeing something I've seen before," he said. "Not sure what it is, can't get a fix, but I'm feeling a ringing in my memory." "Do it again?" asked the doctor. "I have an operation at 4, so I've got plenty of time." "No, maybe just the top, up there where he snipped whatever that is." "Esophageal pipe into the stomach?" "Yeah, he started there, right? It's like the slide stop on a .45 automatic, a pin that holds everything in." "Well, I've never heard it so called, but yes, in principle." The doctor probed and found the cut, and with a set of fine pliers, pulled it out for closer inspection. Bob looked, observed, tried to read it. "The cut seems, I don't know, flatter, straighter somehow. No twist, no sliding. Really a very trim cut. Different blade?" "Maybe." "I know that cut," Swagger said. "Damn it, I've seen it before." But he didn't know where. Chapter 5. You couldn't call them city fathers, for they held no public jobs. They had never been elected. They rarely gave interviews or let themselves be photographed. Call them city owners, perhaps. There were 4 of them, men in dark suits, white shirts, ties tight. All were bankerly, in fact, and exquisitely manicured and shaved. The suits didn't come from Hot Springs, maybe not even Little Rock, New Orleans, or St. Louis. Neither did anything else they wore. "We're going to be straightforward with you, Sergeant Swagger. Not friendly, not flattering, not charming. We wish we didn't have to meet you, but in order to get it all clear, we believe this meeting is necessary." "Yes, sir." They were in one of the underused banquet rooms at the Arlington Hotel. His attendance had been required by Chief Bettiger. "Part of the game," the chief had said. "You know how it works in Arkansas." Bob did. "I do," he said. Now one of the 4 explained things to him. "All of us have considerable money invested in this city, as it is now, and in hopes of how it will be. Do you understand?" "I do," said Swagger, nodding. Faces were hard to read. Most looked more prosperous than ethnic.
Most looked calm, deliberate, far from emotion. Nothing would move them except results. It's been explained to you that the city is trying to transition to a family-oriented resort, with big play on Lake Hamilton for boating, the mountains for walking, restaurants for dining, and golf courses for the game. It's difficult because the words hot springs conjure gangsters, whores, and gambling. Your father would know about that.
I'm sure he did.
He was before our time, but not our father's. But we know him to have been a talented man of the gun, which is why he prevailed. But needless to say, we cannot have gunfights here.
I don't like gunfights any more than you do, sir. The last gunfight I was in blew out my right hip and got a wonderful kid killed.
We do worry, however. You know the line. If your only tool is a hammer, all problems are nails. Would that not be so if your only tool was a pistol?
For some, yes. Not for me. I've seen too much of it and I don't need any more. I only carry now because as a police officer, even a special sort like me, you can sometimes attract violence. Only then would I resort to violence. I don't care to die in hot springs. I speak as the son of 2 officers killed in the line of duty, each not 25 miles from this spot.
Fair enough, said the one who did all the talking. We would have no problem in that case. The rest has been explained. No interviews, no photographs, no press releases. Low profile. It's hard to operate that way, but it has to be that way, especially now as we are at a delicate part of our negotiations. Much property is still owned by out-of-state concerns. We're trying to nurse their way out of our town for good. But they will not at all be happy if lots of attention still comes the town's way, especially if it brings with it outside investigators.
I do get it. My people have never been reformers. We want things to run smooth. We want what's best for all. I take on principle that the ultimate goal here is prosperity in the form of new jobs and a bustling economy for everybody. The American way, you might say. Worth fighting for. That's in store, right?
Far more under us than under previous administrations, someone said. But then the seeming leader had another point. There is another issue here I should explain.
Okay, I'm all ears.
You may think we're a little paranoid in our cares and misgivings, but there is an actual threat. The current state's attorney, said to be sure to run for governor in the fall, is a young man of great talent and ambition. If he catches wind of our little problem, it's almost certain that he'll see it as a way to put himself in the State House, maybe on the national stage. That would be in his best interests, as the national stage is where he hopes to go. It would not be in ours. We'd lose potential investors, gain the worst kind of notoriety. So your real job isn't to catch this killer, but to keep Bill Clinton out of Hot Springs. Remember that name. You'll hear it again.
Clinton, said Bob, as if committing the name to memory.
Swagger left, went to his truck, and headed back to his office. He checked, making sure he was not followed. Who knew these days in this place? Then turned and headed out of town, went to the new McDonald's and got dinner. When he got back to his car, Detective Rollins was there.
You get him?
He asked. Yep, I recognize two. Judge Thornhill, 5th Circuit, old Hot Springs. Then Art DiPasquale, the Pizza King, said to be the richest man in town. My uncle will know the other two. I should have that for you when the pictures are developed tomorrow.
Nobody saw you?
No. Took off my tie, rolled up my sleeves, and I was just another invisible black man in this town.
Good work. It's always important to know who's actually pulling strings and making decisions.
So tell me about this DiPasquale. Got here early 60s out of New York. Invested money in a chain of pizza parlors, moved on to strip malls, gas stations, restaurants. Owns a lot of stuff now.
Any mafia ties?
Only rumors. Italian, money, there'd always be rumors. I'm sure he knows some New Orleans-made guys, but he doesn't hang out with them. Big golf nut, 3 handicap. Gives a lot to charity. Probably involved in some of the shadier 13th Street activities, but they all are. Married to a beautiful woman, used to be a dancer, Maria. Used to always be in the society pages. was great for charity balls and the like. Even some Negro organizations benefited from her activity. Very handsome couple, not a blemish on the record, big donor to the Democrats, adapted real easily to what you might call the Arkansas way, made it work for him.
So he's a prime mover in this retooling of the town.
He's the one who sees what it can be, and he wants to be there, raking in the dough when that happens. If others get rich too, that's fine with him.
Maybe we ought to look into him.
Sergeant, it's all right to say that to me, but my advice is don't say it to anybody else. If you end up moving in that direction, play it very cool. DePasquale has big heat in this town, and he could bring it against you fast.
Good advice, Detective. I will take it. Now on to hippie land. See what happens there. Then tonight, gonna try the 13th Street scene, before I get known and talked about and folks clam up when they see me. Tomorrow, I'm going to the university to talk to a professor about psychotypes, so I know the territory.
Do you ever rest?
I'll rest the day after I put a batch of hardballs into this sick fuck.
Chapter 6. Name of Tad Willis, 34, out of Seattle by way of Portland and L.A. 2 warrants out on him for possession in dealer quantities. Otherwise clean, meek, seemingly mild. Red-haired, that thick gush of solid fiber from some secret source in the Scots gene pool, snarling over pale skin and a froth of freckle. He wore a faded T-shirt, once red, blue jeans that looked like they'd been dragged by a truck on the drive out from Seattle, scuffed army boots he'd never gotten from the army, and a Tonto headband, said to be bright by narco and not on their bring-down hard list. Bob assumed, therefore, that he knew the game, had connects up high enough, and just wanted to go on as is because as is was pretty good. They sat out back of the old one called Buckstaff, and invasion by hippie hadn't destroyed or degraded it. Whoever these kids were, they kept the joint neat and did the lawn work, weeded the flower beds, cultivated the earth around the bushes. Maybe it was far from its snazziest during the 3 decades where Capone may have been the patron for the magic waters that bubbled up into it from the fires below, and brought their mercy and purity to the surface, so that after a day on the links, a couple of hours of thermal ablution, Alphonse was ready for a night of whores and blackjack. Nothing of that attended to Tad. He was as ungangster as a man could be. Flower child, peacenik, the new male. Whatever, he was open enough with swagger.
Here for a nice hot bath, Detective?
Not exactly, Swagger said.
Then what?
Swagger had the natural charisma of a leader. It was just the sense of him knowing who he was, particularly useful in his previous profession as a sergeant, where his professional obligation was to get young men to do what they didn't want to do. He thought he'd lost it to the whiskey, but it suddenly reasserted itself as he put 4-bore macho charm on even the wan Tad, and even the wan Tad responded.
You know, Tad, I did 3 tours in the NAM. One thing I learned fast was the smell of marijuana. It was everywhere. I would say 95% of the enlisted and 40% of the junior officers were midnight tokers. Never went that way myself, as I'm from whiskey people, and if I want to get knocked out, it's got to be something from a brown bottle. So when the door opened just now, I smelled what seemed like 20 kilos of Mexican ditchweed. Hit me bang solid. Made me want to move to San Francisco and put some flowers in my hair.
Well, maybe there is some illicit weed on the property. I do have the impression that owing to certain arrangements I have with certain people, we weren't going to be bothered as long as we behaved. That kind of accommodation was why we, can't tell you who we are, relocated to Hot Springs.
Don't surprise me a bit. I'm old Arkansas and know how the town operates. And I don't really have the power to violate your arrangement. It would stir up a lot of dust, which nobody wants. But I ain't stupid. I know that Buckstaff is the center of marijuana trade in Hot Springs, and that the shit comes up out of Mexico via Texas. I know that it's lucrative and that certain folks get a cut in exchange for their protection, and that nearly everybody benefits. I ain't here to tear up the arrangement, run a raid, and put marijuana kingpin Tad Willis on a plane back to Seattle for 5 dank, cold, wet years in a Washington state pen. But you want a cut? Is that what this is about? You want a taste too? Why not? It's Hot Springs. Everybody gets a cut. I just thought I had protection from freebooters cutting in. I might have to make some phone calls and we'll see what the big guys make of your idea. I'm going to surprise you here, Tad. Don't want a dime. Not here for dough. Not a money grabber. Never meant much to me. Only whiskey. Ha ha, joke's on you. It was baffling to Tad, whose youthful face knit in bewilderment. See, said Bob, I'm a special kind of detective. I am legal, you betcha. But I didn't come up through the police way, and I was never at no police school. They brought me in because of 2 reasons. First, I'm old Arkansas, as I said, and know the game. But more important, they got a kind of a special problem, and the old ways of doing things don't seem to be working. So I'm here as an outsider to find new ways. So for a little while, as long as they think I'm special, I do have some power, and I could make a case for shutting this place down. I'm thinking you probably wouldn't want that. Nobody would want that. What's the special problem? Well, one of the special things about it is that it has to remain secret. News gets out, you get bad dust and attention, and that's where nobody wants to go. Just take it from me. It's special. Okay, so here's one of my ideas. I believe this thing I'm working on to be outside the normal underworld, so that all the in-town snitches and spies, they're of no use. No bail bondsman is going to hear anything on this baby. I know where this is going. Smart boy. Bet you do. I want you to listen to your kids. They go everywhere, they linger and loaf and smoke, all hours of the day or night. They might see something. They're not of the sort who goes to the police with such things, but they talk among themselves and probably know as much about this town as any street cop. So your new job is to monitor that chatter, and if you hear of anything weird, strange, out of sorts, I want to know about it fast. What sort of things? If I give you categories, you concentrate on those categories. It locks your mind up. You miss everything outside of those categories. That's no good. So it's wide open. If it's enough for Billy from Houston to tell Susie from Denver, then Tad from Seattle has got to tell Bob Lee from Blue Eye. I'm going to give you a phone number. You call it. Don't think something is unimportant. In this deal, there is no unimportant. You do that, and you'll never see the inside of a Washington state cell. Got it? Yep. Another thing. I'm sure you got kids coming and going all the time. Hard to keep track of them. You don't keep records, right? It's not a motel. They don't sign a register. They hear about stuff on the road and come and crash for a few weeks or months, then hit the road again. Well, I'd guess if Susie wanted to try Phoenix, say, she'd tell her friends, her boyfriend, everybody would say goodbye. It'd be formal. You'd play your favorite Dylan on the tape deck as a goodbye tune. But what about this? She just disappears. Her stuff is still here. Nobody knows what happened. The presumption, Hot Springs being a gentle-on-my-mind kind of place, is she met a fella and took off. Or her folks tracked her down. Maybe she called them all of a sudden because she was sick of the tramp life. Whatever. Sudden, unexplained disappearances or... He stopped. Something was at play on Tad's face. His eyes went up to the corners of his sockets as he closed this world out and tried to make some other connections, recall some fresh data. 3 weeks ago, we had one of those. Very sweet girl. Pook, I think. I told her not to go to work in that place. But she did, and one day she just vanished. Chapter 7. From her left-behind belongings, a name. Jen Macy, 21, of Raleigh, North Carolina. Called Pook by friends. Pretty but quiet. Dropout from UNC, recently into cocaine, which destroyed her life. She needed it in a bad way. Lots of it now.
So she got a job, so sad, hustling drinks at the Mardi Gras Club to pay for all the white girls she just couldn't say no to. From the Raleigh Police, a recent photograph, pre-hippie. It was from her sorority at school where she'd been something called a Kappa. Regular features, frost of blonde hair, wearing a sweater and a little circle pin and a string of pearls. Hard to reconcile this image with the gaunt, haunted face, still distended by bruising. Bob had seen in the morgue, but after a bit of study, he and Eddie Rollins agreed it was the same young woman. This was treated as a sort of major breakthrough, and Chief Bettiger was extravagant in his praise, which Bob discounted, because the chief was over-relying on his supposed detective talents inherited from the 2 previous Hot Springs swaggers. Later, alone with Rollins, looking at Pook in the Kappa house, she reminded him of his wife, Mary Louise. He couldn't help blurting angrily, "What a waste." "That's not a cop thing," said Rollins. "Cops don't make emotional contact with a homicide victim. They're just pieces of furniture. It muddles things if everyone gets weepy because each one is weepy. Just telling you. Same way in the infantry where kids die all the time. I saw a lot of it. Too much, in fact. Sorry, all the booze must have rotted my brain more than I thought. So what now? Going to the Mardi Gras. You sure? Start asking questions about a missing gal and it might get around. Exactly what we don't want. I won't go as a cop. If this is illegal, keep it to yourself. I'll go in as a private investigator here from Raleigh to search for this girl. Ask questions that way, nobody connects it with anything going on in this town. That works. Only the Mardi Gras folks then got no obligation to cooperate. If you're a cop, they know you can bring trouble. But a dick from out of state? They're going to have to be convinced to get on board. And the kinds of folks that work in that place are going to take a lot of convincing. Good to know. Maybe I can come up with something. Then there's the booze. Everyone knows you had a bad problem. You go into that place, all the bottles, everyone else belting it down and laughing it up, full of smoke from cigarettes and maybe joints, everything loosey-goosey. Maybe the temptation yanks you off that wagon. That's why you're going in first. You see me sip a drink, you dig out your patrolman's billy club and give me a hard smack on the head. Eddie laughed, thinking it was a joke, but it wasn't. Bob sat at the bar nursing a scotch and soda, chosen because he was a bourbon drinker, and hoped that scotch held no allure. So far, so good. 4 chairs down, Eddie nursed a beer. Was he known as a cop? Hard to tell, but nobody had paid him much attention except for a black bar girl who thought she'd hustle him for an expensive pina colada, and now sat next to him, whispering untrue secrets into his ear. That at least told the room he was occupied. On looking around, Swagger saw a few desultory patrons sitting with the girls, who were equally desultory in sequins and faded silk and torn stockings, and several Broadway shows' worth of makeup on their faces. In fact, they looked like cast members of Cats, if that show had been called Whores. A couple girls had already floozied up to him, and he'd waved them away with a smile and the utterance, "Maybe later." Everybody smoked. Some kind of cheesy lantern threw beams of colored light randomly around the room, which was itself a swarm with paper streamers and other crude crepe paper constructions. It looked like New Year's Eve in hell. A set of smallish tits with a girl attached stood at the other end of the bar, waltzing with a pole. It was indifferent to her. She was indifferent to it. He'd worked it out that the bartender was also the manager, as the little shadow people who administered the place seemed to bring him a flurry of messages, which he'd adjudicate, and they'd head back to whatever part of the empire they commanded to put his policy to work. Don't care how sick she feels. Tell her to get her ass on the pole. That sort of thing. Bob gestured the good old boy over for a closer look. Yep, exactly what you'd figure on. Big in body, thick in neck, tattooed on his bulked-up forearms with all sorts of tough guy bullshit. A spew of dark hair tied in a ponytail, a hefty Jesus necklace in gold hanging around that endless neck. Another round, bud? Still working on this one, brother. The way it works, you rent that stool by buying the drinks. House rule. Oh, I see, said Bob.
Don't want to be no trouble. Yeah, another. Only do me a favor. This time put some scotch in it."
The big bruiser shot him a snake-eyed look, suggesting he didn't appreciate the jibe. You got complaints? Tough shit. But soon enough he returned with another pale imitation of a scotch and soda, put it down next to the untouched first one, and said, "That'll be $20, bub."
"Whoa," said Bob. "Thought there might be a discount on the second one."
"You got complaints? Go to the manager." Guess who the manager is?
Big guy, stupid look on his pig face because he's stupid. Got arms all turned to purple haze, a mule ponytail, some kind of fairy strap around his head. That the guy?
Pal, you are looking to get busted hard. Guys like you end up in a drainage ditch face down.
Okay, bub, I hear you. No offense meant. Me and my big mouth. I was trying to be funny is all.
The guy continued to lay hurt by eye on him.
"Let me show you something," Bob said.
He opened his wallet to his car insurance card, flashed it, then said,
"That identifies me as a private detective out of Raleigh, North Carolina. I am in search of a young woman whom we have identified as an employee of yours until she disappeared 2 or 3 weeks ago."
Swagger pushed over the Kappa picture.
"Take a look at this, will you, and see if you remember. Of course, she looked a lot different when she was here."
The bartender pushed it back. "What you think this is, bud? Directory information? The Missing Persons Bureau? Finish your drink and get the fuck out of—" Bob hit him so hard in the snout he broke the nose and knocked out 2 upper fronts. The big man stepped back, amazed at the pain and the dizziness that descended fast upon him, like a shroud from heaven, and was only a little into recovery when Bob drove the broken nose upward with the thrust of his palm, and the fellow twisted, teetered, and went down hard. The first was the snakehead punch, with 2 knuckles extended like a reptile's prow, maximizing energy in a small area. The second was called the palm rocket strike, meant to drive nasal bone up and in, occasionally for fatal consequences. Both had been popular in SOG circles, 68, near the Cambodian border. They were not unfamiliar to Bob. He looked around. He had the room's attention.
"Y'all go about your business," he said. "This ain't none of yours, and I know you ain't even going to remember it tomorrow."
He winked at the astounded Rollins. Then he walked around the bar, climbed on Fat Boy's fat belly, and smashed him 3 more times in the face. More palm rocket. The nose was a dumped cup of pudding, and few other details were available under the copious amounts of blood and flaps of torn skin, now blown outward over big-time trauma inflation. Fatness wouldn't stop bleeding and swelling for another half hour or so. Bob leaned over to his ear.
"See, I don't take no smart from trash. Got that? If I ask a question, you answer. Fast, clean, honest. Or more pain ensues. I do enjoy pounding the shit out of goobers like you who think they're tough."
"She had a bad coke habit, but she was a good one. She did the job. She never gave no blowjobs in the back. She moved a lot of booze."
"Did she have a special customer?"
"No, sir. We don't encourage that. It leads to complications."
"Did she give notice? Did she tell anyone she was leaving?"
"No."
"What about friends? Anybody here close to her?"
"No, she kept to herself."
"Where'd she get the blow?"
"Not here. We don't mind grass, but blow fucks everything up. We keep the dealers out. We run a tight ship, no crap. We protect the girls. Nobody messes with them."
"How do they come and go?"
"Some walk, some drive, some are driven. They come in, they go home. They just look like shop gals. They put on the whore stuff here and wipe it off when the shift is over." Bob thought, so she didn't look like a whore on the street. The guy wasn't going for a whore he'd gone to hard-on over in a club. He was just looking for a young woman to kill. Again, the killing, not the sex.
"Okay, put some ice on that face. You'll look human again next fall. If I come back, I'll expect you to answer without me having to fuck you over. Get it, bumpkin?"
"I am not nobody. I am Badger Grumley. You have put yourself on the Grumley revenge list," said the man. "We will catch you sooner or later. We always do."
"Well, Badger, my father used Grumley for kindling. I'll do the same if any Grumley dogs me. And I will always see Grumley before Grumley sees me.
Chapter 8. The doctor was perturbed about the hand. "Has anyone seen that, Detective? It looks bad."
"Sometimes the job involves roughhouse," said Bob. "Last night, for example. Anyway, soaked it in disinfectant before I taped on wrap. Aspirin works on the pain more or less. I can move my fingers, so I don't think anything is broken. I just don't have time for the emergency room."
"I'd hate to see the other guy," said the doctor.
"So would he," said Bob. "I think he'll be staying away from mirrors for a little while."
They were in the doctor's office at Texas Christian University Medical School, a 4-hour drive from Hot Springs in Dallas. The room, artfully disguised as a standard office, was a standard office. Books, degrees, files. By trade, the doctor was a psychiatrist and an advisor to the Texas Parole Board on issues of convict mental health, which was how Bob had found him. He'd had the Hot Springs Police MD liaison make the call and set up the late afternoon appointment. Walking from the parking lot to the building in warm mid-afternoon Dallas sun, Bob had seen more than a few young women, supple, lively, full of life and hope. It broke his heart. They seemed so far from the forlorn creatures on which his quarry preyed, but maybe not. The Hot Springs killer was a testament to the fragility of it all. You learned that fast in a war, but forgot it just as fast when you got back. The killer, however, reminded everybody. Stuff can just whip in on the wind and waste you totally, and there's nothing that can be done about it. The Ripper man is every fucking where, all the fucking time. He came when he wanted and did what he wanted. He was random death, only in human form. Best hope was that someone untarnished and unafraid would follow on and deliver justice, however late, and thereby stop any further such horrors. Without that, the world would be too tragic to endure. Bob hoped to be the someone. "So maybe tell me explicitly your needs," said the doctor. "Once I start yapping, there's no telling where I might go."
3 killings in Garland County, Arkansas," said Bob. "I won't show you the pictures because they'd ruin your sleep for months. That's what they've done to mine, and I did 3 tours with the Marine Corps in Vietnam, so I've seen some things."
"Okay," said the doctor, bracing. "I only did 1, but it was with 1st Air Cav at an advanced field hospital in the A-Show, so I've seen some things too. But do go ahead." Bob liked that immediately. Whatever, it meant the guy had seen some shit. He went on, trying to stay dispassionate as he took the doctor through the 3 bodies uncovered, with emphasis on poor Pook, the last. He set forth his conclusions, patchy as they were, then felt a need to explain.
"I've inherited this thing under special conditions owing to things I can't control. I'm not even a trained detective. On top of that, I can't bring in the FBI. Don't have access to first-class forensics. Can't put out bulletins to other outfits for similar patterns."
"That's why you've come from out of state?"
"Yes, sir. It's all political bullshit, but there you are. So I'm just groping. I've told you my findings, and they're not much, even if I ID'd the last victim. But I'm still buffaloed by one thing. The guy is crazy. What he's doing makes no sense. He's not a part of any underworld. There's no escapees from asylums in the region. Nothing in our files or the Little Rock files connects or infers. I was hoping you would see some things I wouldn't, and could come up with some principles I could use to produce some results."
"First off," said the doctor, "I'm going to suggest you stop using the dichotomy crazy-sane. It's not helpful at all. The lines between conditions will vary deeply between suspects, maybe even vary day by day. If you convince yourself you're looking for one kind of guy, the part of him that's the other kind of guy will get away. For example, maybe his proposition, what he thinks the killings will say or accomplish, would strike us as crazier than hell. But inside that, everything is rational, logical, carefully thought out by high intellectual application. So which is he, crazy or sane? Conversely, maybe his proposition is quite sane. He wants to save the wetlands, say, but his solution is violent anarchism. Again, which is he? Even I'd have a hard time figuring which side of the crazy sane line this guy's on. It's all blurry, and in the blur it's hard to find a sensible way to investigate. Bob nodded. Here's the dichotomy I would advise, and that I think is most useful. I would make a distinction between organized killer and disorganized killer. That can be known from the forensics, whereas the crazy sane can only be diagnosed after apprehension, observation, and extensive interview. Again, Bob nodded. It made sense. The out-of-control killer is probably driven by rage. Something has happened to him of a deeply traumatic nature. Both consciously and unconsciously, he wants revenge, or maybe redemption, or to erase a stain on his identity. That's when he goes into the cutting frenzy. But even still, you see a pattern. No sexual organs, nothing to the face, no decapitation, nothing to the limbs. The throat to shut her up and to give access to her body, and then the midsection for what? Emptying, I'm thinking. Somehow the ceremony being carried out isn't random, but under the gore is quite precise. What does emptiness mean to this guy? He wants them empty. I have no idea, but it does seem to me that that's a theme you might find in other aspects of his life. He's been emptied. He wishes he had been emptied. He saw something or someone get emptied. Any idea what tool he's using? Is it designed for emptying? What would such a tool be? Where would he be exposed to it? Why would it be so meaningful to him? There's a pattern there that means something to him, although supposedly sane folks like you and me could look at it forever and make no sense of it. That gives me some ideas, said Bob. But then there's this other aspect of his personality, the organized part. No rage there, rather a need to control. Everything in its place or else. He wants tidiness. He wants alphabetical. He wants discrimination by size, by shape, by color. I'd bet he rehearses very carefully. He goes to the murder site several times, and under differing circumstances so he knows how it'll look day or night, rain or shine. He watches the police patrol patterns. He has several escape routes. If he drives to it, he knows where to park. He'll always have gas and never get a parking ticket. He probably has a timetable, knowing when he's vulnerable, when he's not. He does not want to improvise. He's probably familiar with others who've played this game, from Jack in 1888, all the way to Leopold and Loeb in 1927. He knows what they did wrong, what they did right. He won't make the same mistakes. You'll have to bluff him into making a new mistake. Anything I'm saying making an impression? Empty. Yeah, that's it. She's already dead, so it's not the killing. Why does he waste the time and the energy? Pulling all that stuff out isn't easy, as any deer hunter can tell you, but it's important to him. It's the act of emptying. He got a buzz off that statement. What? It was like the cut he'd seen before. Something there behind the screen. What? What? So you have to reconcile these two parts. Can he be both enraged and precise? I believe it would be a first, but somehow they fit together. They enable. Without them both, he couldn't function. With them both, he's become the whirlwind. Maybe I'm overmatched. Sergeant Swagger, I was over there when you were. You never heard of me, but I sure heard of you. Bob the Nailer overmatched. Not a chance. Driving back in the twilight, trying not to think of whiskey. Dead girls ripped open will do that to you. Whiskey, whiskey, whiskey. Bam, it hits you with a mallet. When you come back, everything is softened, gotten funny, is happening slowly. Voices are quiet, memory gone to sleep. Aches and throbbing vaporized. That thing under the shoulder in the old piece of leather isn't a pistol. It's a kind of nostalgic antique, maybe recalling other swaggers, other issues. The images of the dead reduced to primal gore, here, there, everywhere, are gone. He thought he ought to get something to eat, as he hadn't had a bite yet today and it was near on 6. He looked to the roadside, saw fast food, but he'd had so much of it lately. and he wanted to avoid places with the temptation of the hooch. On the other hand, some nice family place would still offer beer or wine most probably, and maybe he'd treat himself to a sip and wake up in the middle of next month married to a Filipino lady with 7 kids. Mindanao was said to be nice this time of year. In the end, he pulled into a 7-Eleven, for the ambiance, of course, and got a tuna salad sandwich, a pack of chips, and a Coke, that is, an Orange Crush, and consumed it lounging on the fender of the truck. He'd been offered a squad car, but somehow that didn't feel right. The bad thing about the truck was no radio, so if he was out, he had no contact with Eddie or the department. Thus, when he finished, he thought he ought to check in and went to a payphone next to the store. He had an 800 number to save him the hassle of a pocket full of coins. He dialed it, got the switchboard, and the op recognized his voice and put him straight through to Rollins, but no answer. He then tried Canton.
Homicide, Canton. Detective, it's Swagger. Just, Sergeant Swagger, you best get in here fast. On my way. What's up?
He read the edge in the old cop's voice. Maybe it was fear.
We found another one.
Chapter 9. Sometimes it fights, sometimes it doesn't. Which suggests, does it not, how unevenly is distributed the will to survive in our sad little species. The last one simply yielded and waited for the inevitable. It was the perfect victim. This one, however, was a damned wildcat. Perhaps I didn't get the blade in deep enough on the first stroke, and the blood flow wasn't copious enough to quickly enervate. Perhaps it came from rough circumstances and was used to assault. Hence no shock, no stunned surprise, no panic. Instead, the fight reflex. No thought wasted on the instantaneous change of circumstances or the unfairness of it all. No why me occluding its movements. It twisted away, stumbled, went down, and tried to squirm to safety as if safety were an option. I sprang then onto its back, pinned it with both knees, tried to press a shoulder against the ground for the upper body stillness I required, and made ready for a better stroke to the neck. But it wouldn't stop squirming. It was like riding a rabid pony. It bucked and fought, and its surprising strength rode through the thighs and buttocks and nearly tossed me off, bronc style, this in spite of the wound in its throat. I fought against that, could hear its scraped breathing, its cursing. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, it kept saying, and inadvertently drove an elbow into my thigh, which gave me a bolt of pain. First, aside from minor abrasions in my campaign, I knew I'd bruise up like a rotted piece of fruit tomorrow, and that would involve difficulties to be dealt with then. But it was no time to relent. I planted my left elbow into its back, just below the neck, and gave max pressure, stilling it for a second, and that gave me enough time to get a fully expressed launch into the neck. This time the blade worked brilliantly, and I could feel the frisson as it slid through the flesh. I pivoted for the hooking action, caught what I needed to catch, eased off on the full body pressure, and this time gave it a full-strength outward yank. Things cut, things were torn, things fought but then gave with a sense of popping. I rolled it over, not wanting to see face but to get at the throat more fully. I did more work, rather messy but urgent even as I could hear its breath spluttering, as if contaminated with excess fluid. It gurgled, it bubbled. I thought of drowning, but full exsanguination took place before the lungs could fill to dysfunction by ingestion. Now dead, it lay slightly curved. It was time for the next. I gathered. I rearranged clothes, pushing up blouse, pushing down panties. There it was, all of it. I took a deep breath, set the blade properly, and did what I had so desperately to do. I emptied. Chapter 10. The earth yielded her reluctantly, as if out of regret. 2 masked patrol officers with trowels scraped away dirt, trying not to disturb what it was the dirt concealed. It was the same thing, only more private. This time the killer had hidden her a short way out of town, in some bushes behind a strip mall. But the same mechanism applied. Somehow some rain had washed away some dirt, enough to expose part of a foot. This time it wasn't a dog who made the discovery, but a 14-year-old boy who was looking for a baseball that had entered the vegetation from the other direction, from a playing field behind a housing development. Swagger stood aside, watching as the men continued in the headlamps of 3 cruisers arranged to bring illumination. It was a ceremony of sadness, as no one there had done, even conceived of, such a thing. It was ripping their guts out, too. The coroner supervised, though softly. "Be careful now. Don't pull or yank. Before she's anything else and after she's anything else, she's evidence. You don't want to be the one who screws up the investigation." "No, but I'd like to be the one who pulls the switch on this guy at the Varner unit," said one of the patrol officers. "I'd fry him up real slow." "All right, Tommy," said the chief. "We all feel that way, but let's stay professional." In time, it began to drizzle. Cop jackets came out. One was handed to Swagger, and he pulled it warm against the wet and the chill. It seemed to take hours. It did take hours. But the deployment of a photographer to capture images of the exposed body in the ground intimated the conclusion of that phase. "Okay," said the coroner. "Now let's get her onto the gurney." Gently yet numbed, the 2 officers did their duty, including the disconnected gut pile, which might have been the hardest, then faded off to smoke and dream of the switch on the chair at the Varner unit. "So let's see if she has anything to tell us," he said. "Now, before we move her any more and the temperature changes. This rain won't hurt her." The little clump of men surrounded the girl's blasphemed body. "Christ," said the chief. "I ain't ready for this. I'll see the report tomorrow." He bolted for his car. That left Bob, Rollins, the older guy Bill Canton, and the doctor, however reluctant they may have been. "Sergeant Swagger, you mind if I stay? Seen a lot of murders. Maybe I can pick something up," said Bill Canton. "Please," said Swagger. "Much appreciated." The coroner ran the beam of his flashlight up, down, and around his target. After a while, the circle of illumination seemed to reveal something gone toward abstraction. Nothing made sense. Nothing was real. It was just a swirl of red with some kind of solid waste looping through it. He lifted one arm. Abrasions ran down its inside from wrist almost to armpit. The elbow was bruised, clearly dislocated. "This one fought," he said. "The others were so overwhelmed they just yielded and went quietly. But not this one. She was a tiger." "God bless her," said Canton. Then he said, "Doctor, maybe check under her fingernails. She may have ripped him. If you can get some of his blood, we can at least get a type. That'll help sort out suspects later on." "Very good," said the doctor. They examined a few more minutes in the flashlight. "Seems to me he wasn't as neat up there by the throat as the last one," said Bob. "Maybe the struggle threw him off," said Eddie. "Poor fuck was all tired out." "He will be dissatisfied with this one," Swagger said. "It didn't go as planned. That means he'll try again soon. He'll want to correct for his mistakes this time." All that, of course, was based on his conversation with the Dallas shrink. If their boy was a control freak as part of his killing need, he'd require perfection and regard anything else as failure. "Could he have been rushed? Maybe surprised?" Bob wondered. "Maybe check patrol patterns, talk to the officers. They might have almost stumbled across him, just missed, but scared him into sloppy work," Canton said. "That way we find the murder site. Maybe more forensics. Something to take us the next step. Doc, am I right? You conclude this had to be the same boy?" "I believe so," said the doctor. "Throat, abdomen, removal of lower colon coils. No damage to sexual organs. He's not interested in the vagina. She's not to be raped. She's to be torn." "Emptied, would you say?" asked Swagger. "Yes, for some reason I can't fathom, but that's common to all 4 cases." "Could you come in close on the cut at the top and the bottom?" The doctor brought the light close to each zone, let it linger. Bob bent and almost got his nose in it, focused hard. He felt a buzz. somewhere, somehow, not so far off, but from a far different world. "That cut again," he said. "I noticed it the last time. It's more like a snip. It's a clean pull through. No sawing, no slipping. Somehow it's different than the other cuts, which are more punctures or rips and twists. Or am I seeing things?" "No," said the doctor. "Our boy again. Could he have two weapons, one for stabbing and slicing and another for cutting through thickness?" "Maybe a pincer for snipping," said Eddie. "Good, Eddie. Electrician?" "More a gardener." "Yeah, vines and stuff. Unfortunately, it's in every gardener's basket. Must be 10,000 of them in this town. Lots of flowers." "Okay," said Bob. "But if this guy is a planning freak, he'd have the best tool for the job. No Chinese Walmart crap for him. So maybe go to high-end garden shops and see if someone has ordered special pruning clippers from someplace like Europe or Japan." "I'll put people on that first thing tomorrow," said Canton. "It's not much, but it's something," said Swagger. If ever there was a night for whiskey, this was it. He'd tried, he'd failed. Another young woman horribly murdered while he drove around in circles, coming up with trifles of nothing. So stupid. Emptying. Snipping. Dogs sniffing out murder sites. Checking for pre-dug holes. Organized versus disorganized. A buzz on a particular cut. None of this shit advanced the investigation, no matter what anybody said. IDing the body of the poor girl from North Carolina had just been a freak, and since it appeared her death had nothing to do with anything in Raleigh, was irrelevant. Lord God, he wanted some hooch. Lying alone on the bed in his room in the Arlington, staring at a ceiling untouched since it was built in 1904, feeling the swish of the slow-moving rotary fan on the ceiling in a web of shadows from the lights outside on Central, he knew this would be a bad night, even if it was already half gone. Sleep was still a long goodbye away. And even in sleep, there was no mercy. It was the jungle dream again. He had killed men in so many landscapes, it was hard to keep them straight. But at least a little part of the time, he operated in triple canopy jungle, a wet mesh of tangles and vines and huge clawing elastic leaves, only glimmers of sun getting through the 3 layers of leaf, the ground beneath a kind of soup. But it was the vines that were the worst. They snapped and whipped and tugged. No ordinary machete would work because they were so elastic that when its blade struck them, no matter how hard, they didn't sunder. They retreated, bunching together, growing thicker, more impenetrable. He remembered then thinking of his father on Guadalcanal and realized anew what he had always known, how tough a campaign that had been, how brave his father had been to get through it. Nothing in Nam, he believed, was as tough as Guadalcanal or Tarawa. He seemed to remember something else, not sure if it was real or imagined, as the two frequently intermingled in his brain. As he either remembered or invented it, he had dropped a Maine Force sergeant on a crooked trail through the heaviest stuff, but was surprised when a squad came out of the walls of jungle just off the path through it. They were not guerrillas, they were trained soldiers, first he'd seen in this part of 3rd Corps. They laid down a blanket of suppressive fire, and the brush around him lit up with AK strikes. The dust rising, bits of wood and leafage going supersonic, pelting him with bee stings and blood-yielding punctures. Time to get the fuck out of Dodge, Buster. He back-crawled, pivoted, and headed out. He'd opened a pathway coming through in the first place, but if it speeded him, it would speed them. He could not get into a firefight because, besides his Remington 308, he had only a .45 auto. He hadn't brought his grease gun because he knew the jungle would be so dense the subgun would catch and twist on the vines. He'd left his spotter behind for the same reason. He had but one chance, and that was to flee. And the only way to flee was to chop. He hit the vines over and over. They snarled, they lashed, they rapped, they shackled, trying to pull him down as if he were caught in barbed wire. They wanted him dead. They were as much the enemy as, and yet suddenly they yielded. They melted. They went away, and he didn't know why. It was as if there was a blur at that part of his dream or memory, some secret that was not ready to reveal itself. Real or not, what did it matter? It was real in his dream, which was all the reality he had at the moment. He could hear men behind him. He could hear chopping. He could hear heavy breathing as the effort wore on his pursuers as well. It had devolved into the most primitive of athletic contests, the death race. Could he outrace them or tire them so much they gave up? Nothing elegant about it, and he thought they enjoyed an advantage, as the jungle was their natural habitat, where he himself had grown up in hardscrabble Arkansas hill brush, which might cling but generally gave way to a thrust from a knee or a yank from a hand. Oxygen? What's that? You take it for granted until you can't get enough of it. Then your lungs scream for it. The pain scalds your brain and death seems preferable. But somehow he kept going, now and then cutting hard against a tangle of tendrils that worked for the other side. It became incoherent. It was an ordeal without end, without even a clear direction, a clear vision, a conceptual end in sight. The rifle kept banging against him, as did the canteen. Dump them for speed? But both might be necessary soon enough. A river. Had he crossed it? Was this the right way? Was there safety on the other side? Where the fuck was he? His map might hold the answer, but there was no time to unsnap the pouch, unfold the map, and orient. Instead, he blundered, sloshing into the water, feeling the coolness up to his thighs. Then, idea? From where? Who knew? From somewhere, and that, of course, was good enough. He splashed in loudly, stomped ahead, but then instead of crossing, he moved upstream perhaps 50 meters. He was afraid they would come upon him halfway across and then enjoy the turkey shoot. At a certain point he veered, returned to the bank he had left, and found a solid prone position in some thorny stickers whose pain he did not feel. He waited. He waited. There were 5 of them, the khaki of the Army of the Republic of North Vietnam, complete with pith helmets. Each carried an AK with a curving magazine. It looked like a scythe, not a gun. They were otherwise costumed for the festival called war, with bayonets and grenades and even, this would be the guy in charge probably, a Tokarev pistol in a black leather holster. They took up positions on the bank, and the man in charge considered. Follow the American across the river. Catch him, kill him, escape. Give up the chase. It never occurred to him to send men up and down his bank, in case the American had doubled back and was settled in for his own ambush. Too stupid, too untrained, too greedy for American blood, or a medal, or revenge for the sergeant Swagger had already killed. Whatever, in time they headed across, holding rifles above head, treading carefully as the water rose until it was halfway up the chest. The current seemed not to be so bad, but the sucking mud under the surface pulled hard on their boots, slowing them with suction and weight. He waited until they were more than halfway across, then shot the first one in the head, through the Remington bolt, watched as the scope came out of recoil into recovery, and settled on another, stopped still in shock and confusion. This one too took the shot to the brain and launched back in a froth. The surface of the water was calm after those two, as the remaining 3 men had wisely taken themselves below the surface. He scanned through the scope, looking for bubbles signifying escaping air, or turmoil, thrashing, anything indicating oxygen debt and the panic of being underwater with oxygen running out. One suddenly exploded midstream, firing upward, sucking desperately at oxygen, getting it, and then a bullet through the lungs. In that turmoil, the smartest of them, having ditched rifle, helmet, belt, bayonet, grenades, and canteen, came blasting from underneath in a spray and clambered ashore. Bob tracked, but the shot never became clear, and so that was 1 point for the enemy team. There went the shutout. He pivoted to his side, realizing that the last one must have gone the other way, across the river, and he found him just as he squirmed into cover, and the shot may not have been fatal, but it was certainly damaging, tearing through what appeared to be buttock as the man disappeared. He waited. Gun smoke, not a lot but enough, the smell of burned powder, drifted in the humid air and on the surface of the water, ripples still radiating outward from the sights of men splashing hard under the imprint of death. One of them floated by face down, clouds of floating blood furling and unfurling in the green water. He waited again. He waited. Finally, an hour later, it was still quiet. Dark was still half a day away, too long to wait. More bad guys might show up at any time, so he felt he was stretching it. He felt the cleansing wash of the water, coolish, against his clammy skin. With as little of him showing as possible, he made it across, slid into the brush, and waited again for signs of ruckus. None coming, he blinked awake, covered in night sweat and the twist of sheet, soaked around his legs. It was like the water pulling him down, but in a second he realized where he was. In his room at the Arlington. Dawn just behind the low mountains through the windows. A cool breeze over the living. It was 05:30. Oh, how he wanted a whiskey. And then he had it. From nowhere, or an unknown somewhere. A memory, a mercy, a break. It was like a pal reaching in to pull him out of somewhere unpleasant, a burning vehicle or a collapsed hole or under a fallen wall. Yep, there it was, saving his life. If not an answer, a beginning to an answer. LC-14B. Chapter 11. Nobody spoke. That was the gravity of the moment. Uncle Lester rarely issued summonses these days, preferring to remain mysterious in his Wachita lair. But now and then, stirred by outrage, he gave evidence of his existence and his power. Daddy's F-150 ate up the miles between Hot Springs and Batesville, 100-odd of them north. Next to Daddy sat Daddy's brother Emerson. Uncle M didn't speak either. Both looked ahead, and for large men they looked rather uncomfortable. Each smoked heavily. Each had pushed his hair back under the greasy discipline of Murray's superior hairdressing pomade. Each man wore a fresh white rayon cowboy shirt, pressed jeans, and pointed reptile-skinned Lucchese boots, shined. Daddy had a bolo tie in the shape of a steer's head, while M's collar was open, showing a thatch of bristle. Badger Grumley sat in the back. As junior to both as well as the object of this ceremony, he knew better than to talk. He breathed through his mouth as the chunk of bandage and plaster reshaping his ruined nose had no openings for nostrils. That itself was torment, and many a time in the night Badger would awaken choking for oxygen. Additionally, although the swelling had receded, the vision in his left eye was still blurry and watery. The doc had told him it might clear up or it might not. New dental plates shone where the old ones had been broken by a fist and fallen to earth. That was the only improvement among Badger's litany of grievances, for the new ones were wider and actually seemed to fit better. At Batesville, they jiggered west toward Mountain View. It was somewhere up here nearing Missouri, while being swallowed by the Wachita, that Badger lost track and sense of direction as the truck rose ever higher, passing through small towns, thickening forest, catching the occasional quickly glimpsed vistas of the flatlands left far behind. Somewhere, not here, not there, but only somewhere, Daddy turned on a little road, tracked several miles still on the upward incline, came to gates, pulled through, and the land flattened into plateau, revealing a large brick house, all gables and picture windows, surrounded by lush gardening, and visible on the approach, a large swimming pool out back, amid the several barns and outstations, pens and corrals, and whatever else it took to raise things that went moo in the night. They pulled in. "Now you don't give Uncle Lester no lip," his father said fiercely. "Remember, you exist at his pleasure. In olden days, a boy who done what you done would pay with more than a stern talking to. You might find yourself serving as a water-ski boat anchor in Lake Hamilton." "Yes, sir," said Badger glumly. They parked, entered, admitted by a stone-faced cowboy who might have been a bodyguard, though no weapons were visible. They walked through a heavily air-conditioned room decorated in high-end bunkhouse style, and were finally admitted to an office where Uncle Lester sat behind a desk reading a report. He didn't look up, letting them stand twitching. Then he did. Moses, some Egyptian god, one of them Greek fellows on a high throne. Badger was not only impressed by what he had seen getting there, but by the majesty of the man himself. He wore a wide white cowboy hat, Stetson custom if you knew your hats, and had a mouth surrounded by frosty hair, both of the mustache and goatee variety. He looked like Buffalo Bill, except that if your name happened to be Badger, you probably didn't know what Buffalo Bill looked like. Finally, he lifted his eyes, then said, "Tillman, Emerson, you run off now. Rex will take you to the kitchen. Have some nice lemonade or a Lone Star. Mamie will fix you a sandwich." Daddy and Uncle Em left. Uncle Lester's eyes turned toward, then leaned hard upon his miscreant second nephew, or whatever he was. Grumly family lines being somewhat complex, then gestured the fat boy with the nose hiding in a mummy's wrap to sit down in a leather chair built of cattle bones. "What am I going to do with you, Marvin?" he finally said, using Badger's proper name, for the first time anyone had done so in several decades. "Sir, I am sorry," said Badger. "It's just he hit me from nothing, and I'd never have guessed such a scrawny fella could lay one on me so damned hard." "You were given that job to keep you out of the trouble you otherwise seem to always be in, boy." He looked through some papers a law firm had collated for him. "Let's see here. Breaking and entering, assault 3 times. Good heavens. All that fighting and he still licked the bejabbers out of you. Burglary, 6 separate drunken disorderlies. Why, boy, you are a one-man crime wave. I just get angry is all, Uncle Lester. This sort of thing does the Grumly no good." "Yes, sir. When we break the law, it is for something. There is a goal to it and a reward. If we fail in due time, that is how it goes with a Grumly. In prison, other Grumly will stand by you as you will stand by them. All of this care and observation is premised on the notion of family, not the sugar-coated style the flatland people believe in, but family as we mountain folk know it, as tradition, as organization, as team, as reliant outside of and beyond what is commonly called society. Am I going too fast here, Marvin?" "No, sir." "A true Grumly would have known who that fellow was who nearly castrated you. He'd have been set and ready, with other Grumly nearby, knowing the history, and when the first strike came, he'd have slipped it. And with the other Grumly, hell would have been paid out, not received." "Yes, sir." "Do you yet know who that fellow was?" "No, sir. Said he was a private detective from North Carolina." "Yet I'm guessing he possessed no North Carolina accent, but one of pure Arkansas, as he and his people have been here quite a spell. And moreover, I'd bet even Badger, hiding from his Grumly heritage in the Mardi Gras, has heard of the name and the reputation." Badger felt his face go all confused-like in ways he could not control. "A proper Grumly would know when a new face dropped into town, and what dangers that fellow represented." "Yes, sir." It went silent. Uncle Lester opened a leather-bound case on his desk, removed a long, sweet tube of Cuban-rolled tobacco, snipped off the tip, and lit it off a gold-plated lighter. He puffed, exhaled, blew smoke in rolling, tumbling waves into the room. "May I smoke, sir?" asked Badger. "No," said Uncle Lester, truly enjoying the pleasures of the transaction between burning fiber and brain. "His name," he finally said, "is Swagger. Ring a bell?" It did, sort of. "I think, it seems, he is the progeny of near 200 years of his people living here. He is, moreover, son and grandson of Polk County lawmen, known not merely for their skills with a pistol, but as well their acuity, that is, their brains." "Yes, sir." "I'd say you were overmatched. As I understand it, he has been a United States Marine, fought in Vietnam over 3 tours, came back decorated but severely wounded. Bob Lee Swagger. Remember the name." Yes, sir. He is here, I am informed, because there is a killer about. A monster bringing savagery to our young women. Even Grumley sees such evil must be stopped. Yes, sir. Is that what happened to... Alas, yes. Kept secret because Hot Springs is attempting to redefine itself as family-oriented. Grumley are interested in that transformation as well. Obviously, we cannot become the charnel house of the virgins by national reputation. Yes, sir. However, long-term, Bob Lee Swagger could turn out to be a thorn in our sides. He has that kind of temperament, and a natural aversion to our sorts, as did his father and grandfather. Yes, sir. Thus, Marvin, you have a new mission in life. You must accomplish it if you wish to return to favor among Grumley. You might say your future depends on it. If exiled, do you think you'd fare well in a new town? Both knew the answer, not worth giving. Observe Bob Lee Swagger comfortably. Learn his ways, his habits, his nuances, his wants and how he feeds them. Once he has done what he must do for us, then you must do what you must do, also for us. That is, wipe out the shame by wiping out the man. It's going to be a pleasure. I doubt that. He's sadly better than you, Badger, if that is truly the name you go by. Faster, smarter, braver, cleaner, thinner, and he dresses better. Yes, sir. As I see it, Badger, you have but one choice in the upcoming confrontation. You must play very dirty. Now, boy, go away. The next time I see you, it had better be in celebration of your success or a funeral mourning your death. Chapter 12. Uncharacteristically, Swagger was late. He didn't arrive at the station until 10:30, but he seemed more energized than normal. Eddie, he said, can you find the chief? And I guess Canton has horned in on this enough to be included. I may have something. He carried some object wrapped in old newspapers. Absolutely, Sergeant, said Eddie, rising and rushing into action. 3 minutes later, all three had gathered in the chief's office, found seating, lit up, and turned to Bob. Okay, he said. Had a bad dream last night. No sense telling about it, but it put something that had been hidden in my mind up front again. So I left at dawn this morning, drove back to my trailer in Polk County, and after some effort found what I was looking for. Maybe this'll give us a direction rather than just a hope. He picked the package up, unwrapped the papers, and revealed a bladed tool zipped into a triangular olive-drab canvas sheath. He unzipped the sheath and deftly removed by its wooden handle the strangest damn thing any of them had ever seen. LC-14B, he said. By 1940 Marine Corps designation, multi-purpose tool, manufactured and sold to civilians after the war as the woodman's pal. It looked like the progeny of a love affair between a sickle and a machete. Whichever way you turned it determined its role. Held one way by its wooden grip, it was a straight-edge chopper, a whacker, a hacker, suitable for small branches and trunks or Japanese necks. It required only strength, energy, maybe anger. Turn it, however, and it became a more precise device. One deployed its sickle-like hook, edge sharpened to murderous spinosity, to cut sharply selected vines or branches it had trapped in its curve. I carried this one in Vietnam for jungle clearance. You see, in the jungle, the toughest barrier isn't the limbs or the leaves, but the vines. They're everywhere like a spider's web. When you whack them with a conventional machete, you just push them back. The blade doesn't cut because the vines have so much play in them. You have to cut them individually or pull them up. In other words, you're not going anywhere fast. With your woodman's pal, you swing vertically down and the hook gathers them up in a bunch. At the end of the stroke, you've got them locked on the ground, neatly collected. Then you put a boot on them, clamp them tight, and give a hard upward yank, and you cut through them all and you keep going.
Saved a lot of lives from Guadalcanal all the way to 3rd Corps.
If it was hard to imagine, he gave a quick demonstration, pantomiming the downward sweep, the crush of the boot, and the firm upward pull as the sickle blade cut through the captured twine of weeds. Then he handed it around, and each man gripped it, swung it, mimicking the downward stroke, more or less acclimated himself to it.
"Heavy enough to do some serious hurting," said Rollins. "You put a blade this thick and this sharp at the end of a good strong swing. The momentum and the energy it delivers on contact is going to be powerful enough to split just about anything living." "You think that's the weapon he's using?" said Canton, with a hint of disbelief still lurking in his tone. "I do," said Bob. "The cut we found on the 2 girls, the upward one that releases the esophageal tube from the stomach, and the lower one that releases the anal tube from the lower colon. That's the sickle cut I saw in Vietnam on the jungle vines. Smooth, no sawing, nothing ragged, just the pure power of the edge defeating the secured vine. First he hits them in the throat, severs their jugular and carotid. Then he rips sideways after hooking their speaking apparatus for removal. Then he opens her up across the middle with a slash of the straight blade on the other side, which gives him a long, deep rip. Then he flips the tool back to the sickle edge," he demonstrated, hooks the coils and pulls hard across the body. In that way, he captures what he's freed up and pulls it out in one swoop. It's how he empties them, which is what I believe he's doing as the point of his exercise."
There was silence.
"So," said Bob, "that narrows the pool from anybody, everybody, everywhere to Vietnam returnees, especially out of the southern parts where the jungle was thick. Think also of hunters, trappers, outdoor folks who would be familiar with this instrument. So I'm thinking we visit veterans groups and outdoor or surplus stores. We find out if anyone has purchased one. We get names, which we cross-index with the list of sexual deviants and other violent offenders. We also check any sanatoriums for patients who might have had some kind of blade fetish and might have known about this thing, or tendencies for violence against women, and some contact with the 2 groups I already mentioned. I'd say we do this and we do it fast." "It's real good, Sarge," said Eddie. "It seems that cross-racial crime is quite rare," said Swagger, "but it can't be discounted, Detective Rollins. Maybe you could look into the black areas and talk to some people and see if you could come up with folks that were in the jungle or had a brother or a cousin who served. Maybe like I did, he brought his LC-14B home. I will get right on it. Detective Canton, I see doubt on your face. Would he ever please or impress this old galoot?" "Well, first off," said the older man, "I do believe that's a fine piece of investigative work. You're right. We've now got leads, and it's up to us to apply the shoe leather and turn the right lead into an arrest." "But," Swagger put out, "2 things, then a third. The 2 things relate to size. That is a big old tool. To operate it, you need full leverage. A big swing, in other words. The bigger the swing, the faster the blade. The faster the blade, the deeper it cuts. To open somebody up with it, you need to deliver it to the flesh at the end of a roundhouse wallop. Now, you say this boy's a planner. Then it would seem he has some way to lure them into an area large enough to do his work. Probably the same place. We have to find it. That's one thing." Swagger nodded evenly. Yes, that was something he hadn't seen or thought of. "The second thing is also a size issue. Hiding it would be tough. Not impossible, but tough. Whatever solution he came up with would be awkward, slow, involve unwrapping or pulling a long way out of his pants or from a coat. And in this hot weather, who's wearing a coat? So again, don't you think he has to have a butcher site where he does his work with room to manipulate and no need to hide the weapon?" "Good point," said Swagger. Another one he hadn't thought of. The old bird knew a thing or two. "But, and here's the real but, it did put me in mind of another thing, and I wouldn't have gotten there without it." "Go ahead, Bill," said the chief. "Sergeant Swagger, you deer hunt?" "My father was said to be the best deer hunter in Polk County." I was lucky enough to go to 2 deer camps with him before he got killed, and I took my first buck under his guidance. After that, I went with Sam Vincent, the Polk County prosecutor, and his boys. They made me family, and I took more than a few over the years. I'd hoped someday to get back to it, maybe introduce my own son to it.
Good for you. I hunt the critters hard myself, have every fall for 40 years. In deer camp I have seen, not every time but occasionally, a special kind of knife. It follows the principle of the woodman's pile exactly, except on knife scale. It has the 2 sides for 2 tasks, the blade for cutting, the sickle hook for gathering and yanking. Maybe 8 inches long. You'd carry it in a sheath just like any knife, wear it on your belt. No one would suspect it was any different. Being smallish, it's maneuverable in tight spaces, and it's powered by direct application of strength. No need to swing and build momentum and speed. You just put your biceps and pectorals into it. In concept, it's probably as old as the Stone Age. Bet the Choctaw had them chipped out of flint. You cut the animal's belly from chest on down through the gut, deep and hard. Open it up, then flip the knife. And with the hook, get good leverage on the large colon up top and the small colon down low. And with a yank, get through them. Then you hook into the intestines and pull them out and dump them on the ground. There's your gut pile. There's your emptying.
I've seen it 100 times, said Swagger, remembering. Gut pile. Yes, exactly.
This knife, Bill said, would mostly be used by professional guides because they're the ones who clean all the game their clients shoot. A local hunter wouldn't need it because he's only going to get his 1 buck and clean it once. He can do 1 fine with his hunting knife and his hands. But if you're looking at cleaning more than a dozen, more than 2 dozen a year, this tool is necessary to your livelihood.
So we
check all the guides against the list. If they're clean, we go to all the guides and see if they had clients or heard of clients who used this thing. We go to all the sporting goods stores that might carry or could order such a thing and see if they've sold one recently, and if so, to whom.
I have to say, said Bob, Detective Canton, you are a sly old dog.
Maybe so, he said, but I sure wish I'd thought of it earlier. Might check to see if it's been used in other crimes, not here in Arkansas, but nationally. Maybe this guy moves around.
That's good, Detective Rollins, said the chief. By the way, asked Bob, does this thing have a name, like Woodman's Pal?
Yes, sir, said Canton. It's called a gut hook. Chapter 13. It was his 14th store, his 14th failure. Mickey's dry goods, fishing equipment, and beverages, a hole in the wall in Mount Ida nearing the end of the list. No, said Mickey, he hadn't sold a gut hook in 10 years. He sold mostly to local boys anyhow, and he'd vouch for them 100%. He showed Bob the one he had in stock, even volunteered to give it to him as his contribution to law and order, but Bob had no need. He thanked Mickey and stepped out to his truck. She was lounging on the fender. About 20, give or take a year, crowned in red curls so blinding you couldn't miss them or forget them. What you'd call cute in spades. Jeans, a polo shirt, sneakers. She looked like little orphan Annie all grown up, and a Kappa at Duke. His wife had been a Kappa at Duke.
Hi there, he said. Hoping you let me use my truck. I'll bring it back when I'm done.
She smiled. Killer. Too bad he'd given up on love and all that messy stuff that seriously interfered with his quest to sample each bourbon in the world, twice. She said, Hi yourself. Last time I saw you, you were rearranging Badger Grumley's face. It's got to look better now, though I haven't seen it yet. Badger's in shameful hiding.
He'll be around, I have no doubt. He's the sort of man you either leave alone or kill. So doing neither was my mistake. And yes, I will no doubt encounter Badger again. At his convenience. But that would mean you work at the Mardi Gras. You don't seem the type.
It turns out there is no type, unless you consider forlorn, bruised, beaten, abused, and a serious drug habit a type. Most are dumb, but not all. They don't process for some reason or other. They are from everywhere. Some used to be princesses. Some have always been whores. This is where the road dumps them. It's part of underground America. They can make enough most weeks to keep the monkey off their backs, and they've fallen so far that's all they care about.
Sure doesn't seem like you.
No monkey on my back, except for the nicotine in Winston's. No blowjobs in the little booths upstairs. No touching. But I sure can hustle the rubes into $50 ginger ales with some bar wash for flavoring. Amazing what cheap makeup, bad clothes, and a blonde Marilyn Monroe wig can do for you.
You don't mince words, he said. I like that. My name,
Swagger. You're a detective, but somehow different from the normal lunks in this town. I know. I found out. I find things out. Here's one, for example. The last girl he killed, the one who fought, her name was Laura Kaczynski from Denver, Colorado, 17. She didn't hang out at Tad's, but at the Razorback Pagans Motorcycle Club off US 7. Cycle gal all the way. Her boyfriend showed up last night looking for her. If she wasn't there and she wasn't at the Mardi Gras, there's only one place I'm sorry to say she could be.
That's very helpful. We'll drop by the clubhouse and check her out, notify her local police, see if she had any entanglements that got her killed in Hot Springs. But aren't we missing something here? Namely you?
My name's Franny Wincombe. I used to go to Vanderbilt. I want to be Joan Didion.
Who's Joan Didion?
A writer in L.A.
What's so special about L.A.?
Nothing. Her point exactly. She makes it very well. I want to be her despite the fact that she's already her. But to be her, you have to have talent and guts, and you don't learn if you've got either at Vanderbilt, in the Theta House. So I decided to dedicate a summer to adventuring, hitching across America. This is as far as I got.
Miss Wincombe, I have to tell you that's not a good idea. Very dangerous. You don't know what kind of scum is out there. Vanderbilt may be tame, but nobody's going to rip you up for crazy psycho reasons. Have you eaten a good meal in a while?
I get by.
Let me buy you a nice dinner. Not a date or a pickup, a recruitment. You've been places I can't get. You see things straight on. You see patterns. All that's helpful. You know a lot about this thing. If we're out here in Mount Ida, we're close enough to Blue Eye, and I know some good, clean places.
Good, clean sounds good. We can discuss how we're going to catch this guy. Are you a celebrity? She asked.
Old Arkansas, Old Polk County. My father and grandfather were legendary peace officers in this county. Each died in the line of duty. I'm basically a drunk. I've spent the last 3 years in a trailer in the woods, trying to empty the world dry of bourbon. These folks are coming by to shake my hand by way of checking that I'm sober.
Are you?
17 days running now. Maybe I'll stay on the wagon, but I want to at least remain aboard until I put this guy away.
Because your dad and Pop were so good, they think you're good.
That's the idea. I haven't proved it out yet, however. Okay, enough about me. Let's get to the Mardi Gras before the meatloaf arrives. A joke. She'd ordered fresh trout with baked potato. He'd gone for the strip steak. The place was called Wilhelmina's, after a Dutch queen, but also a play on the origin of the name Mina. Said to be Blue Eye's nicest, it had a good 50s feel to it, meaning the gravy was thick as sin in New Orleans. The atmosphere was full of butter and salt. It was almost an entree, and the salad dressing didn't come out of a bottle.
I'll tell you what I've learned.
First, do you think anyone at the Mardi Gras is doing this?
No. They're having too much fun abusing the girls or trying to peek into the dressing rooms. So, yes, creepy voyeurs, but basically harmless droolers. Whoever's doing these things, I bet you agree with me, has to be at least strong, live, maybe athletic.
I'm not sure where you're getting your details. You're right, by the way.
I won't tell you his name, but one of the patrol guys is sweet on me. He has no idea I'm Joan Didion. He just thinks I'm a down-on-her-lucker. He's going to save me. I'd tell you his name if it was important, but it's not.
Fair enough. Are the girls scared? Do they know? Do they talk about it?
No and no. Girls come and go in that business. If one goes, it's no big deal.
She's gone off with a boyfriend. She called a ride, headed where she needs to go. That boyfriend is getting violent and it's time to disappear. She's pregnant and can't afford an abortion, that sort of thing. So when the first one disappeared, then 3 weeks later the second, then 4 weeks ago Jennifer vanished. They never saw a pattern. They never heard about any of them. They're totally in the dark. That was just before I got here. I happened to get her makeup table. There was some pook stuff there. Nothing much, but I asked and it seemed suspicious. Then Billy the cop started hanging around. I leaned on him, he talked. He made me not tell anybody because it was a secret, blah, blah, blah. Then he told me they were bringing in some Marine war hero said to be smart. They thought maybe he'd be smart enough to figure it out. When you built Badger his new face, I knew that you were that guy. So I sat on a bench outside the station and started following you in my '64 Volkswagen bus. Living at the Arlington, eating at joints, mainly no-hooch joints, 12-hour days. Sometimes you stay up all night, or at least someone does in the Arlington 6th-floor corner suite.
So far I haven't come up with much, said Swagger. I have some ideas where this is going.
Tell me.
Not hardly.
Bully.
Go on.
No, it's you. What you learned?
Well, so far we believe we know what kind of weapon he's using, and it's rare enough to go after hard. That's what I was doing in Mount Ida. And I've got a theory about what's going on in this sick boy's mind. He told her about emptying as discreetly as he could. She wasn't, however, repulsed as he'd expected, but fascinated.
You don't think he's cleaning out the gut pile like a hunter, say to preserve the kill's freshness, which is why a hunter does it? She asked.
But then he buries them. Gut, then bury. The two don't go together. That's why I discount some kind of psycho hunter.
Okay, she said.
My main problem is the Mardi Gras. I can't raid, bring 'em all in, sweat 'em all. That would alert the whole town something's up, especially the killer, who'd fade like smoke in a wind.
I'll be your spy, she said. But see, I'm floundering too. I'm not sure what to look for. I'd hate to get nabbed just for randomly searching. Tell me what you don't know.
Listen to me, Miss Wincombe. You will be careful. You push nothing. You have a fake story already made up so you don't babble if caught. You call me every night. I will watch you go to the place every afternoon. You take no chances. Is all that clear? I think this is a very bad idea, but it's unfortunately the only idea. And when it's done, I'm going to give you a chunk of dough, and far, far away you go. L.A. maybe, to hang out with this Joan Diddley.
Didion. Are you rich?
I have a nice piece of inherited property that I'm renting out to a very good farmer. Then there's disability from Uncle Sam. So there's some dough, yeah.
So what am I looking for then?
First, where is he getting his intelligence? He must have ears into the club. He knows when a girl is leaving and how she'll go, so he can be there. That suggests somebody in the club.
But they're all morons.
Maybe they're telling somebody.
I don't see how it could happen so fast. Say it's the janitor. He goes home, tells his brother the killer. How does the brother have time to get out there?
That's as far as I got on that one, too. I believe there's more to this than it seems. That's why I warn you to be careful.
Got it.
Second, we have no idea where he's killing them. We've had tracking dogs looking for blood scent, come up with nothing. There would be a lot of blood. He couldn't wipe it all away. She nodded. Then she said, Here's one thing I know that you don't. Usually the girls just leave and walk down to Central. It's risky with all the drunken, horny idiots around. But as far as I know, nobody's had any trouble. Makes sense.
Some drive, some take cabs. Some live so nearby it's not a problem. But here's some other way that once in a while a girl will use. She said nothing for a time. I haven't found it yet, but I think there's a tunnel.
Chapter 14. Nothing. Then again, nothing. And finally, nothing. The great gut hook search failed, despite the whole department rallying behind it. Swagger could fault none of the officers, only his own misguided thinking. That's how it always is, said the chief. You just throw stuff at the wall and see if anything sticks. Nothing stuck this time, that's for sure.
He sat with the chief, Rollins, and Canton in his little windowless room, tabulating the results. Even off-duty officers had pitched in. And in all, in the greater Hot Springs, Little Rock region, over 40 sporting goods and gun stores, 22 surplus retailers, 22 professional deer hunting guides, and 10 National Park Service rangers had been consulted on the topic of either the gut hook or the woodman's pal. Nobody had anything to say about it. What was the next step?
Nothing has come in on similar gut hook murders.
Yes, said Rollins, but all the killings are domestic, mostly poker fights in hunting camps during hunting season. Nothing suggesting a repeater on a campaign.
Nothing from big cities.
Not a thing. Well, something goofy out of New Jersey, Atlantic City. There was a mob guy called the Fish Hook Killer back in '56. I guess they saw Hook and decided to send it along. 5 snitches were killed in a span of a few weeks. The New Jersey State Police believed the weapon was a big fish hook, used for shark, marlin, that sort of thing. Big game fish, lots of it out of Atlantic City. Easy to find a hook big enough to snag an elephant. It was said to be a warning to other guys not to open their yaps. Nothing to do with our thing. Never caught the guy. There's a state police detective named Lou Pistoli who seems big on it.
I'll look at that if I may.
Then Chicago, a Polish guy used an actual gut hook, cut up his wife, but didn't kill her.
Said Swagger.
Unfortunately, it was in 1931. And that was it for news. The dog hadn't found any blood scent. According to Tad, none of his girls had anything to say. Nobody in the black part of town knew a thing. Suddenly, 3 weeks in, there was no next step.
Anybody else got anything? He asked.
Silence. This is small, said Canton. Almost not worth bringing up, but it goes to the organized, unorganized thing we keep butting our heads against.
Let's hear it.
Looking again at location, 3 of the 4 bodies, not the last one, were found very near the National Forest. Not in, but almost in.
Okay, said Bob. So what? Is there...
Yes, there is. If it's found on federal land, it goes to the National Park Service and then it goes fast to the FBI. I suppose it could just be chance, but maybe not. Maybe he knew that. Not a lot of people would.
That's another one for organized, Bob said. He didn't want Big Fed with all their gear, manpower, forensic sophistication on his tail. Us he can outfox, the feds probably not.
It could also be one for the Chamber of Commerce, said Canton. It could be argued this guy knew the big Hot Springs retool was going on and was somehow behind it. And,
all right, said the chief. Bill, let's not go there. Your implication then would have to be that this killer isn't some sick fuck, as you say, but someone in the business community, rather high in fact, and is playing his impulses off in tune with our hopes for the future.
Well, said Canton, I actually hadn't worked it out that far, but maybe,
unless you have serious reservations, Sergeant Swagger, I'd suggest we steer away from the business folks. Get them upset, they could turn on us. Who knows? Our whole investigation could get shut down. Yes, sir. I told you I'd play by the rules. No complaints here. If you should happen to come across some really hard info, bring it to me, and we'll figure something out. Make sure it's solid. I don't want Art DiPasquale on my ass. No more free pizza for anyone. Plus, we'll all end up on patrol beats. Not me, said Swagger. I'd just go back to the bourbon and trailer lifestyle.
That got a laugh out of the spiritless men.
By the way, said Swagger, then paused. Yes, Sergeant. Just a thought. Nothing.
Sergeant, you've done more than anyone in this room to advance this investigation, said Bill Canton. So if you've got something, even small, we ought to hear it. Swagger paused.
This just popped into my head when Detective Canton pointed out we've mainly been concentrating on the last 2 bodies, not the 2 found first.
Correct. It was the third, butchered identically to the first two, that convinced you that you had a repeater here. Doing the same thing time after time. True?
Absolutely.
So let's think for a moment about the first one. Where? How?
That was the FedEx guy, right? Asked Canton.
Yes, sir, said Rollins. FedEx on delivery found a bloody smear in the street. Quite a bit of blood, too much for a blister or a cut. He was puzzling over it when a cop drove by. He signaled the officer down, showed it to him. The officer said he'd take a look around, headed up a slope to the tree line. Just off Central, the slope goes up to West Mountain, which overlooks the city. And he saw a bit of hand washed out of the mud. That's what got the bus rolling. Isn't that right, Rollins?
That's what I recall. I think it was Officer Miller.
We could get him in and— No, that's not where I'm going, said Bob. It's not the discovery I'm interested in. It's the response. At that point, you had no idea this was a repeater. You thought it was isolated, and you thought that, despite the brutality, it would easily be cracked. It would be some Donna Jean or Mary Louise, done in by a drunken, angry husband, boyfriend, pimp, something domestic, not random. Someone would report her missing, or there'd be a clue on the body, and you'd have it wrapped up and in the books by 5 p.m.
Correct, said Canton.
What that means is that maybe you didn't apply the full effort to that crime scene you applied to numbers 3 and 4.
Possible. In fact, almost certain.
This was when? February, March?
No, actually April. The 19th, if I recall.
Yes, sir, said Rollins. The 19th. It's real simple, then. Maybe you missed something. Not meaning to blame anybody here, but at that point everybody assumed it was routine. Who could know otherwise? Then also remember, this could have been his first job too, so maybe he wasn't yet as slick as he was to become. He was nervous, jangled, excited. And they do drop stuff. It's not unknown.
As I recall, the Leopold kid dropped his glasses at the side of the Bobby Franks body. It was a rare prescription. And the next day they rounded him and his buddy up, said Canton.
Good, said the chief. I like that one. So let's go back. That is, you three now. Again, I don't want to get a big sweep going with a dozen men on hands and knees picking through the grass and mud. But the 3 of you, go now before dark and give it a thorough once-over.
Grass aslope, 300 feet up to the beginning of serious pine vegetation, and another 300 to one of the walking trails that snake through the federal park. On the other side of Fountain Street, which branched off of Central, forming the wedge of private land on which the Arlington was located, Bob could even see the window of his room from here. Looking back, he could see down the broad Central Avenue, America's Broadway it had been christened, to the looming, now abandoned Army-Navy Hospital, and a little that way the Majestic and the DeSoto hotels. Smack in the middle, like a front sight in the wings of the back sight, was the Art Deco masterpiece called the Medical Arts Building. Orienting on the site in the bushes where the body had been found, Swagger divided the sloped lawn into 3 zones. Each fellow took one, and up and down they went, an hour's worth of careful trudging. The effort yielded about 75 cents in change, several candy wrappers, and popsicle sticks. But zero on the prescription glasses front or anything else that could be construed as evidence, much less a break in the case. Good light remained, however, so next came careful probing of the brush and dirt where the forest began and where the body had been found. The site itself, located from Rollins's memory, was without feature, and in the surrounding brushes nothing had nested. Again, it seemed quite— "Hey!" shouted Rollins. He'd moseyed afar and was a good 90 feet north from the site of the body. Clearly no one, including himself, who had been part of the original investigation, had ventured that far from the body. But on the theory that the repeater might have exited the area via the brush line, rather than plunging down the meadow, in plain sight of anybody who might have passed by, or been gazing his way from one of the hotels, he'd given it a try. It was his idea, so all praise and credit went to him.
"A footprint," said Bob.
And there it was, quite clear indeed. The familiar elongated oval of a man's shoe sole,
complete to the complexities recorded of the texture, pattern, and minor damage. This one had a nick halfway in, halfway down, where its owner had stepped on something sharp enough to cut either rubber or leather. "We're lucky," said Canton. "And maybe he's unlucky. It's shielded by that tree from the same downpour that washed the dirt from the hand. It's melted a little, but I think we can still get a good cast of it. Gives us a pair of shoes a shoe size. Maybe from the depression some genius can calculate a weight. Sarge, you want me to call it in? Get our forensics team, all one of them, out here?" "Do that, Eddie." Off he ran. Bob got on his knees and eyeballed the print carefully. Guessed it was about a 10.5, the ripples running perpendicular across the sole. Perhaps something unique. "Look familiar to you, Bill?" "I'd say," said the old detective. "Look at this, Sergeant." Canton twisted, lifted one foot, and showed his own sole. They were identical. "It's a Bates Police Oxford," he said. "I've been wearing them for 35 years. I expect to be buried in them." Swagger looked back at the print. Momentary confusion here, an inability to add 2 plus 2, but then he got his 4. "Jesus Christ," he said. "It's a cop." Chapter 15. She tried so hard to be one of them. She wrote letters to Darla's lawyer about the divorce because Darla hardly knew her ABCs. She drove Mary Claire to the county health facility when one of the tests came back positive, and then found her a doctor and made sure she kept the appointments because Mary Claire's no-account boyfriend was probably drunk. She applied makeup to Marty's eye after the ice had driven the swelling down, because if she had a black eye, she couldn't work, and if she didn't work, she didn't get any money. And if she didn't get any money, she couldn't feed her 2-year-old. On and on it went, harder and harder it seemed. The endless expression of male rage as played out on the female body. And the sad thing was, for these girls it was normal. It was just the way the world was. They had to get nude for a few bucks. They had to throw in a blowjob for the occasional big spender at the Mardi Gras, $350, and she only got to keep $100. They had to make nice to Skip, who so far hadn't beaten or raped anyone like Badger, but at the same time, as one could tell, he wasn't hardly the type you'd go to for a shoulder to cry on. "Why don't the girls trust me?" she finally asked straight out, to Lily Jean, whom she was driving in her rattling 64 Volks bus to the pharmacy to get Kotex to deal with an unexpected issue. "Because you're smart," said Lily Jean, bespeaking a fundamental truth. "You know so much. We all can't hardly keep up with you, way you talk, stuff you know." "It's just the way I am," said Franny. "But see, you don't have to do this. You could work in a store, a library, teach at a school, anything. But no, Franny down at the Mardi Gras, shaking her ass for the truck drivers and the out-of-town salesmen and the low-rent bondsmen for the same tip money as us. You got no scars. You got all your teeth, and they're shiny to boot. You watch things and record things. You don't take no drugs. I smoke too much. Everybody here smokes too much. You make jokes that you laugh at, but nobody else even understands." "The curse of irony," said Franny, making a joke that nobody would understand. "You don't do no blowjobs, even if they say you've been offered as much as $500. They say you don't like dick. I just don't like to be touched by a stranger. If a guy gets 30 seconds of tit in exchange for $50, I suppose I can get used to that, even though it sickens me. But I'm not going to do any sex stuff for anybody, not for all the money on earth. See, you are way different. To us, sex is just what we do. It can be good, I suppose, though I never had me none of that kind. But it's part of being a woman on the dirt side of the poor folks line in the South. Then there was that time you were with a bunch of us and we noticed the medical arts building, and you said, 'I love deco,' and everyone just looked at each other. Girl, what were you talking about?" "Okay, I get it," she said, pulling into the parking lot of a strip mall with a Rexall between a Di Pasquale's Pizza and an Ace Hardware. "Do you have enough money?" "For the stuff, yes. Not for no cigarettes." "Okay, here," said Franny, handing over a $5. "For the cigarettes."
I want change, Lily Jean. If you kept it, you'd only give it to Ralph and he'd spend it on whiskey. He is my man. He says all this will change. He's working on a big deal.
Of course, said Franny, sarcasm being another feature that marked her as different from the other girls. Off Lily Jean went for Kotex and menthols. Poor wan creature, little wren of slight bones and a mere spray paint of flesh. She'd get her stuff and get back to the Mardi Gras by 4, spend an hour painting herself up in lavender eyeshadow, pushing ping-pong balls and wadded Kleenex into her otherwise barely occupied bra in order to simulate cleavage, applying several coats of hot orange lipstick and grease paint to eyebrows, squeezing herself into some fool's idea of a sexy costume, heavy on sequins, pretend satin, tightly cut to curves, etc., etc. And if she was lucky, she'd come out the other side with $75. On a real good night, $175, if there was a blowjob extra payment. All she could look forward to, maybe, was a promotion to bar dancer. They usually got a good $300 a night. Franny sighed at the wickedness of the world, knowing there was little she could do about it, but willing nevertheless to give it her best. She lit up a Winston which no longer tasted good, like it should, and waited for Lily Jean to come back. And then she waited some more. And then a pickup truck squealed as its brakes halted it just to the right, and Lily Jean was dumped from it. It sped away so quickly that Franny didn't think quickly enough to get a look into it, but as it roared away, she saw its back license plate, BDGR1. She opened the door, went to the fallen Lily Jean, and saw that the girl had taken a hard punch to the left eye, which was swollen closed and looked like a grapefruit, yellow and blue, crazy glued to her head.
"Oh, baby," she said. "He come up on me and pulled me into his truck. Then I started to scream and he hit me hard upside the head. 'You shush, you little bitch,' he screamed. Then he leaned over and whispered, 'You tell that little,' and I don't want to use that word he used for you. Anyway, that little you-know-what that I seen her hanging around Swagger. And when the time comes and she's there, she's going to end up going down hard as he will. Then he drove me here and dumped me. He is a greasy, fried piece of shit," Franny said. "He wants to beat Swagger, but he doesn't have the guts, so he beats on a girl who's, 90 pounds dripping wet? 92. My head hurts. Gotta get you to the emergency room, and call a cop." No, said Lily Jean. "Please, Franny, no. There's paper on me from Yell County. They might take me away. Who'd feed my boys? I need that money real bad. I have to work tonight."
There you had it in a nutshell. Beaten but couldn't go to the cops because there was some charge against her. What, stealing chickens? Maybe a tube of perm. So she had but one choice, which was to shut up and take it, and hope that convenience store ice could lower the swelling enough, and Piggly Wiggly makeup could cover what was left, so that Skip would let her hustle tonight, so she could feed baby Jim and baby Carl. Maybe she'd get real lucky and a blowjob would be on the menu. They stopped at a Walgreens and then a gas station for ice, and in a parking lot, Franny did what she could for Lily Jean. The ice, held hard against the puffed cheek, did some good. When the swelling had gone down as far as it could go, the makeup came out, and Franny tried to be an artist, and again somehow the illusion was established. The puffiness seemed to diminish under the magic of the cheesy drugstore pancake, layer after layer, applied as gently as possible. Fortunately, the skin hadn't split, so no blood seeped across the cheek to give Lily Jean's wound away.
"Okay,"
Franny said.
"I think that does it. I can't get you better looking."
Lily Jean popped up toward the mirror, gave herself a once-over, and saw that in the dim light of the Mardi Gras she'd pass. That meant her $75 was secure, and only a shift of tit-rubbing away.
"You have saved my life, Franny. No matter who you are. You're good people, not stuck up like some say. It's nothing. Glad to help. You can count on me to pay you back. Then you do one thing." "What's that?" "Tell me about the tunnel."
Chapter 16. The local issue had to be dealt with quietly first. Of Hot Springs' 56 policemen, 22 wore ripple-soled Bates Police Oxfords. Within 24 hours, and without a lot of fuss, those 22 volunteered their right foot for quick comparisons to the print found at the first body site. No matches. 4 even volunteered to bring in their old Bates shoes, but the chief didn't think that was necessary. After all, the process had already delivered good news, he joked. Out of roughly 4 billion people on Earth, 22 could definitely be discounted. More important, it meant the possibility that it had been a cop investigating the first killing had wandered that far off the site.
"We're going to have to go to the state police," said Bob. "They'd have the resources to do it, and maybe quietly. Little Rock, the rest of Garland, Polk, Hot Springs, and other adjoining counties. Take 2 or 3 days. Do it of a sudden so nobody has time to switch. Is it worth it?" "They still remember your father, Earl," said the chief. "Maybe if you came with me to Little Rock and explained our situation to—"
"But, Chief," said Bill Canton, "they'd want in. And once they're in, it'll get out and go big. They'll nickname him the Hot Springs Slasher to build him up so there's more glory to be had when they bring him down with all their resources. And this poor town gets nothing for its trouble and loss, except the fun of seeing the Disney people tripping all over themselves running away."
"Bill," said Bob, "that's true, but it's been a while and he's getting itchy. We can't let him kill another girl, stripper or not."
"I agree," the chief said. "But Bill's point is well taken, even if political. So let's say another 48 hours to work this angle, and then if we don't, well, then we go to state. Just to be sure, I'll check City Hall, see if they'd be okay with it."
"They won't be," said Bob. "It's money they're thinking of, not justice. What's the big deal over one poor white trash kid getting whacked versus Hot Springs staying in the dump forever? Think of the DiPasquale pizza that would go unsold."
Sarcasm. Actually, these guys didn't get it either. Afterward, Bill pulled Bob over for a hallway chat.
"I didn't want to say this in front of the others because I don't want to be thought of as the bad guy."
Bob sensed more criticism coming. Fine. Bill was smart and entitled.
"Go ahead," he said.
"One thing."
"Only one."
More unrecognized sarcasm.
"It's just that this is an extremely odd crime for a cop to commit. I know there are crooked cops, more than a few in our own department even. But when a cop commits a crime, it's almost always about money. You can see why. He works his ass off for 10 years, gets all banged up, sees all the sights of the world's asshole, and he realizes sooner or later that it really doesn't matter. The bad boys go on being bad, or new bad boys come on the scene worse than the old bad boys. The stupid keep making stupid decisions. He knows there are fellows in his own squad room on the take, and nobody is saying a thing. He knows that without political pull, it's highly unlikely he'll end up chief, or even an inspector. The whole thing is pointless, rigged, and also dangerous. So he thinks, why shouldn't I take care of number one? Then he sees how easy it is, how nobody really cares. And that's when it picks up. And in time, nothing matters."
"But this is way different," Bob said.
"Yes. No money I can see in it at all. What would the money angle be? It just don't make no sense."
"If you throw in crazy, it doesn't have to make sense."
"Could be, sure enough," said Bill. "But again, that's not the kind of crazy a cop goes. The ones drawn to violence from the start for whatever reason, and I know they're there. Guys like that usually sell their experience to the mob. If they're tough, they become enforcers. They collect debts. They deal with squealers. Anytime blood needs to be shed, they're the ones to shed it, because violence doesn't scare them. Or maybe they become burglars, having learned the breaking and entering trade. But it's always for a payday."
"Maybe a guy who wanted to be a cop but either failed or got booted early. The resentment builds and builds. It finally cracks him and—"
He stopped. Even he saw through that one. The failed cop was what? Killing girls. Not even just killing but gutting them, to show up his bosses and get revenge for his own unfair treatment. Not impossible, but so improbable it didn't pass the laugh test. except maybe in Grade B Hollywood. It was thinner than the paper on the wall. "Okay," he said. "Good stuff, as usual. Let me think on it and try and figure some way it might make some sense. And you do that too." "I sure will," said Bill. Whiskey. He dreamed of it. No, wait. He wasn't asleep, so it couldn't be a dream. Then it was a fantasy. As in the land of bad things, when home and safety seemed a universe away, and tomorrow was just another bad day in the bush. That is, if you didn't get killed tonight. That's when the fantasy of home came to you. Now a fantasy of whiskey, in its own way a fantasy of home. You take the pint of Jim Beam out of the paper bag. You feel it slosh as you set it down on the table. It is brown. Its cap is yellow and will take but a crank to unsnare. You feel it crack and yield as you twist. You pour a couple of fingers into a hotel bathroom glass, where it splashes and ripples, then quickly calms. Limpid pool. Without quaver, without disturbance. It's just whiskey sitting in the bottom of the glass. You raise it to your lips, maybe giving it a little slosh to hear evidence of its liquidity. You sip it. It tastes, somehow not like it looks. It looks like butterscotch. It tastes like flame. Gargling it numbs your mouth. Then down it goes. And wham bam thank you, Jim. In a split second, the world is fuzzier and friendlier. The edges not so sharp. The furniture not so shabby. The tomorrow not so bleak. There was no whiskey. There was nothing except this little room in a half-empty hotel in a dying city where someone hunted not to kill but to desecrate. The emptier? What immortal hand or eye could frame its fearful symmetry? Line of poetry from somewhere. Maybe some kid in a platoon had read it aloud one evening before they got hit. That's what made it memorable. It had stuck because it questioned the existence of God, as did all combat soldiers who had administered death, and all homicide cops with a knowledge of what a man could do to another. It was the ultimate degradation. We kill. Some of us like it. Some of us... He sat alone under one light in his room. A ceiling fan beat its way in circles from above, humming softly. Outside, the night passed. Maybe a whisper of dawn could be seen across Fountain Street and beyond West Mountain across the way. The city was dead. It was the darkest moment of the night. Get back to it. Think, you worthless son of a bitch. There is a certain way all this random stuff can be arranged so that it makes a crazy kind of sense. An unorganized killer, an organized cleaner, a cop, a knife for gutting deer. Everything was from some other place, and none of it fit together. It was incoherent. Maybe there was no pattern, it was all random. Those who look for pattern go mad. No other place to go but mad. I'll end up as mad as he. The world ceased moving. The atoms stopped vibrating. The air no longer circulated. I got it, he thought. And in the second before he started writing it down, he had one more clear thought. I got you, you motherfucker. Your ass is mine. Bob the Nailer time. Chapter 17. I must be stronger. How close I came to disaster. The last one was a tough little piece of gristle and bone. It fought and clawed and almost kicked free, even if losing blood from the rip in its throat. But who knew how much blood it could lose and still live? I expect it depends. Suppose it had kicked me in the face. I am unconscious. I drop the knife. It manages to get up and stagger away. It screams. Someone is nearby. By the time they get there, it may be dead, but the police have been alerted. They arrive quickly, dragnet, and there are limited hiding places. It is true that to some degree I want to get caught. There is much work left to do, and I can only do that from a certain place. But I want that to happen on my terms, exactly as I planned. I do not want to get there until it is time. I am fully prepared. I have learned my lines. I know my role in the theater of infamy that will ensue. Then I will have done my duty, achieved my revenge, brought justice to the world. Then I become legend. That is worth my life easily enough, and I can die satisfied. Thus I exercise for strength. I have no need of heavy weights in a gym, or a trainer, or anything radical and pattern-breaking like that. And besides, people would notice. Why are you doing that? So when I jump a victim, it has no chance of getting away? Oh, okay, just wondering. That simply would not do, especially not so close to the end. Thus, in the privacy of my bathroom, I perform a morning series of calisthenics meant to strengthen my arms and chest. The push-up, for example, 3 sets of 15. Not pleasant, especially the last few, but necessary. Hardens the biceps, hardens the pectorals. Then sit-ups. Hardens the stomach. Makes certain kinds of lifting or dragging easier. Then stretching my hamstrings. They were the strongest to begin with, but they can be improved. I stretch them to get them warm. Then I hook my ankles under my bed and try to lift both legs. I can feel the burn. In the end, I am sweaty, out of breath, but oddly satisfied. I never knew such exertion was a kind of drug itself, and the harder you worked it, the more you wanted it, and the better you felt. It seemed to clarify a lot of issues. In the beginning, the goal was a hazy possibility, and only the electricity of the act itself carried me through it. But with each successful effort, it came into deeper focus and seemed more morally necessary. It is of a higher morality than that implied in church or in the law books. There are certain laws that cannot be violated, and when they are, punishment must be inflicted. Unfortunately, some who die will be innocent, as in war. Bomber pilots, cannoneers, machine gunners know what I mean. This cannot be avoided on the old ends-means argument. I will willingly pay for those sins, as I should, but I will have my justice no matter the cost. Now it's just a matter of waiting for another phone call. Chapter 18. He was like a redneck moron in a candy store. Oh, wait, he was a redneck moron in a candy store, which was actually the Grumley-owned Hunter's Supply of Texarkana. I like that one, he said, pointing. No, said a Grumley relative of kinship far too complex to be explicated, name only of Ben. Badger had pointed to a hand-engraved peacemaker, with ivory grips boasting a bas-relief stallion with a ruby eye. That's a used custom gun. Cost over $1,500 and easily traced to its original owner. Who would give me up in a split second? Are you dumb, boy, or are you just dumb? It's the prettiest. It is, but pretty don't count for this job as I understand it. It was well after closing time. Before him on the wall hung perhaps 50 handguns, not big items for Hunter's Supply, but in small volume they were steady sellers. The place also served as arms supplier and repair installation for any Grumley enterprises involving lethal force as delivered by smokeless powder. Being the somnolent 70s, demand had not been terribly high in the past few years. Look at new revolvers, said Ben, thinking Badger might be confused by the mechanics of an automatic. New because the serial number isn't known yet to the state. No chain of ownership can trace it here, if you should get nabbed, killed, or caught and the pistol recovered. They have to go to the manufacturer to trace it, and maybe the manufacturer is feeling cooperative and maybe not. Also, a new gun will always work, whereas with used, you never can tell what secret abuse it has been put through. It could blow up in your face. Finally, it don't pitch empty shells that can link it to a certain gun. Are you listening, boy? I am, Mr. Ben. He was also breathing. The steel shank that had been taped hard to his nose was now off. He almost looked human. Stupid, but human. Best bet, I'd say, is that one. It's a standard Smith & Wesson Highway Patrolman in .357 Magnum. End frame, biggest they got. Our troopers use them. That's how reliable and powerful it is. However, you don't need power, as I understand it, because you won't be shooting through car doors. You'll be loaded up with .38 Special. A fine man-killing round. If you're close enough, you won't even have to shoot twice. Once in the heart. Don't try for the head, as it's quick to move. And since this fellow is known to have his business down pat, he could evade and draw and shoot, and that would be it for Badger. The world would go into deep mourning for at least 17 seconds. It's ugly, said Badger. It was, sort of. The defining quality was its thickness. The barrel was extra thick to contain the magnum blast, and under it was the ejection rod housing, which looked like another barrel, and contributed immensely to the thick accusation. Some found that look damned interesting, but Badger was not one of them. That one, he finally said. I should have known, said the mystery Ben. The most expensive. Boy, you better not lose it, because I will tan your hide for sure. He reached out, took the revolver off its hook, gently opened the cylinder, and handed it to Badger. Colt's best, called a Python. Highest grade of royal blue finish, highest grade walnut stocks, best adjustable sights, softest, sweetest trigger pull. So accurate you could, well, you couldn't, but some could, shoot the eyes out of a gnat at 50 feet. Yes, and pretty as pretty can be. Even Badger got that. The revolver gleamed, highlighting its extra touches, such as a ventilated rib that ran along the 4-inch barrel, and the figure 8 of the cylinder release. But it was more than those details. The goddamn thing was just a masterpiece of harmonies and balances, slopes, planes, and flats. And when he put it in his hand, it seemed to live of its own volition and point ahead. Try the hammer, said Ben. Gently now. Badger put his thumb on it and drew it back, finding smoothness, ease, but also sound effects. Click, 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 click. It said old Sam Colt designed it so when you cocked it, those 4 clicks spelled C-O-L-T. Not only this gun, but all Colt wheel guns going on back to 1836 have that characteristic. Like a theme song, you might say. He was a genius, which you surely ain't, boy. Badger loved it. The feel, the look, the way it fit his big hand. The checkering on the grip locking it tight into the flesh. The way it pointed. The way it wanted to shoot. Now don't let this go to your head, boy. You ain't no Clyde Barrow. Don't do nothing stupid and get yourself killed, or the object of a 3-state manhunt. Yes, sir, said Badger. When time comes, you just walk close up behind him, point it, and pull that soft trigger 6 times fast. Then you turn and run like hell. No teasing, no boasting, no playing around. It don't matter to nobody if he knows it's you. Killing is serious business, and it can go wrong 100 different ways. Got it? Yes, sir. Do not think you can fight this polecat. He knows more tricks than a magician. He is slick as they come. He's done a whole lot of this kind of work. Yes, sir. Ben went behind the counter, reached under it, and came out with a green box of Remington 38 Specials, the 158-grain police load. Go far out into the country. Make sure it's plenty private. Load up and fire 6. That's so you know what it'll feel like and it won't be no surprise. But don't spend the afternoon working on your marksmanship. You don't need marksmanship. You need guts. Got that? I do, sir. And bring it back. It goes back on the wall after I clean it. If you want it, you'll have to buy it at $115. Do you understand? Yes, I do, sir. Now get your sorry butt out of here. Go show us you're a man. Chapter 19. Meetings, of course. First with Eddie and Bill. He told them what they had to know. Not quite all he knew, of course, because it always helped to hold certain things back. It went exactly as he hadn't expected. The cynical and wise homicide cop, Bill, who'd poked holes deftly in every single thing he'd offered, was immediately positive in his response. That's damned good, Sergeant. You found the meaning in it. I see it all fit together. I see exactly what you need. And I will get on it right away to make this happen and we can nail this sick fuck but good. Eddie, on the other hand, was shy. Seems like a lot of supposing. I guess, said Bob. But you have to suppose at a certain point. You can't just wait around for somebody to call in a tip. Most that are solved by tip, said Eddie.
Yes, but they are crimes of the community. Someone who knows a lot of people is feuding with and kills someone else who knows a lot of people. All those people talk. They understand the feud. It's part of their everyday life. One of our guys drops a dime, calls the right person, and a name is mentioned. We round up that fellow, sweat him, he cracks. This isn't like that. It's someone's deep-down secret, hidden and protected so far, the deepest of deep, ugly secrets. Nobody literally knows a thing, except a very few who are so involved they cannot speak. But you say it has to be a rich fellow. That's going to upset a lot of people. Maybe best to let the rich alone as they provide for all in one way or another. Swagger saw that Eddie, though black, was in many ways more wired into old hot springs than was Bill. He had his job via connection with the black power structure, which in its way depended upon and served and was in turn supported by the white power structure. Hence Swagger's proposition threatened all that. It was like a puff of breath against a house of cards, and once things started happening and cards began falling against other cards, nobody knew what could happen. It could take everybody down. I get that, Swagger said. That is why I am proceeding very carefully. I will not go ahead without the chief, and he will not go ahead without the approval of certain people. That's why we have to get going now. It's going to take a few days. Well, said Eddie, I don't know nobody could bring this off but old Arkansas. What year again? 1780. The Swaggers from over the mountains. From the war, we presume. They never said. All the Swaggers since been here and each served something, either town or county or state or country. I am hoping to do the same. Sergeant, you know I will always be with you no matter what. I knew that the second I saw you, Detective. You were a man I could trust. Then on to the chief, who, no dummy, grasped not only the reality, the possibility, even the probability of the Swagger theory, but also the same danger that Eddie saw. It could upset a lot of people and bring lots of people down. This was unsaid, but it lay beneath them as they sparred in the chief's office. And you've tested and eliminated all other possibilities. All Bill could come up with by usual police means, and all the crazy ones I came up with no preset attitudes at all. And the longer we wait, the more likely it is he strikes again. Maybe get a wiretap, listen in, pick up intentions that way. Yes, sir. But in the meantime, girls are dying. And when you go to your city attorney to get the wiretap, you knock up against the system. No matter how you think it works for you, it does have leaks. People talk to people, and suddenly we're on the front page of all the Little Rock papers. The next day, all the New York papers. You know as well as I do, these folks love rippers. A tradition since 1888, the chief said. I know the history. I do have a suggestion. More than welcome, Sergeant. We go to Mr. D. Pasquale, the pizza millionaire. He seemed sensible when he and I had our little sit-down a month ago. He was the one who informed me of the Bill Clinton problem, which, if anything, is worse now that it's clear Mr. Clinton is gearing up to run for governor in the fall. That is certainly true. My thought is that if we can bring the town's most powerful figure in, get him briefed and believing, get him behind us, get him ready to go into support when we make the arrest, it makes this move feasible, no matter who it turns out to be. And all the rich folk are less inclined to go tribal and see this as an assault on them as a class, but just as the necessary house cleaning as the city pivots toward tourism and family fun. You think ahead, don't you, Sergeant? The chief said. It's a sniper thing. You've always got to have an escape route, said Bob. Bob knew Arthur D. Pasquale had come to Hot Springs 18 years ago with nothing but a pizza recipe, a beautiful wife, and a few $1,000. Now he practically owned the place, with interests in hotels, real estate, restaurants, a lot of retail, many of the new strip malls booming out near the interstates. He was generous to the Democratic Party. He was generous to the educational establishments. He was generous to the school system, the hospitals, the factories, even the old Arkansas farmers still making a living in the hinterlands, if barely. He gave loans through his banks and never called them in. If your family had been there over 100 years,
Your credit was good forever. Meanwhile, his wife represented the cultural half of the noblesse oblige of the millionaire class, active in grants to ballet and museums and local drama. She also was on the board of the hospital and responsible for its new wing, named after her, the Maria Di Pasquale Pediatric Wing. If they were mafia, as some said, they sure didn't look it, smell it, or taste it. It figured then that he would occupy a modern building, sleek but not showy, respectful in the way it did not compete with Hot Springs' ornate historical structures, but modest and purposefully unimpressive. The chief's driver let him and Bob off for the 7 p.m. appointment, and a doorman took them through the lobby to the elevator and punched the button for 5.
"Wish I'd bought a new suit," said Bob. "Been wearing this one for 4 weeks." "You look fine. Mr. Di Pasquale doesn't care about snobberies like that."
Office hours were over, and another assistant escorted them through the emptiness of Di Pasquale Enterprises, again low-key and without formal adoration of the man who invented it all. They waited in an anteroom, and Bob saw the pictures of the man's ascent, and particularly the evolution of his style, from curly-haired Italian pizza guy to corporate swank in pinstripes, under a smooth backsweep of luminous black-gray hair, horn-rimmed glasses, and a sense of majesty. Come in," the man himself said, bringing them into his office, which afforded a panorama of all downtown Hot Springs, looking like a Camelot as it rose above the contrasting greenery of the forested Ouachita foothills. You could see it all from here, the lights of Central, the precision and elegance of the bathhouses, the Art Deco splendor of the Medical Arts Building, the bulk of both the Army-Navy Hospital and far away the Arlington Hotel. "Do sit," he encouraged. "Nice to see you again, Sergeant Swagger. I hear you've made some interesting progress."
"We think so, sir," said Bob. "I wanted to share it with you. Your support would be important, and I don't want to drop any surprises on you."
"It is appreciated, believe me. So proceed. Let's hear it."
"It's somewhat strange, I'm told. Usually you have suspects, which you narrow down until you've only got one left. I have no suspects. I don't know who it is. I have no idea why he is doing this. I don't even know where he is doing this, much less how. I have no snitches. On top of all that, I have no theories as to why he would choose to butcher 4 young women working in our 13th Street district. I'll leave that to the psychiatrists."
"They'll have a field day," said Di Pasquale. "Do smoke, by the way. I'm about to light a cigar. Care to join?"
"No thanks," said Bob, popping a Camel from the pack.
All 3 tended smoking issues for a quiet minute, then filled the air with torrents of twisting, curling smoke. "So what do you have, Sergeant?"
"I know how we're going to catch him, and I know when. Tomorrow night."
COLT. The 4 clicks told Badger he now held a Python revolver fully cocked in his right hand. He felt like one of the 10 kings of hell. The revolver was everything he wasn't. Classy, brilliant, powerful, impressive, and the well-chosen implement of a serious man. You didn't need it to beat the shit or fuck the brains out of B-girls, or smack a bad-acting customer in the head, prior to power-walking him to the street and dumping him hard on its cement. It was no pimp's gun, flashed to quell rebellion among the girls, or sudden recalcitrance among their customers. Any old Saturday night special from the last century in .32 caliber, suitable otherwise only for dogs and hoes, could handle that job. This was a gun for bank robberies, the king crime among armed raiders, and one he had long yearned to commit, but he'd been forever limited to running a third-rate cooch bar in a dying slum of a dying city, where everything smelled of the green odor-right cakes in the urinals, as bathed and brought to full bouquet by piss. Had he lived, a Dillinger would have surely been of the Python cult, as would Babyface. Other criminal trades beckoned under the spell of the revolver's charisma. An assassin, closest ally of Uncle Lester, who would sweep into the appropriate venue and dispense order in the form of murder on competitors, snitches, police detectives, even politicians. In accordance, then, with the majesty of the gun, Badger had already broken his pledge to Cousin Ben. He had stopped at another sporting goods shop and bought a small box of 357 Magnums, designated Plus P, 158-grain semi-wad cutters. The plus designation meant these were true high-power man-killers, meant to splatter into lead frags as they plowed through flesh. Each was a tiny grenade in a bullet. He had to give the gun the dignity, the respect, the adoration of letting it loose at pedal-to-metal speed, and these 158s filled the prescription. He imagined that, attendant upon the flash and the roar, he would shatter rocks or dismember trees. It was so cool. He looked about in the twilight. He was in the Ouachita National Forest, up a trail and down another trail far from civilization. The lights of hot springs blinked in a valley below. Otherwise, no human existence revealed itself, and no cars sounded on the nearby roadway. It was the zone of gray, twilight not yet devolved into night, the orange smear of the sun still warm at the western horizon. The forest rangers were probably in for the night, since the place closed at 6 and was locked up, though as a Grumley, Badger knew secret entrances. Now came the time of thunder and lightning. He braced himself solid, assumed a gunfighter's pose, locked in his elbow and gazed at the front sight through the wings of the back sight, mandated protocol of the handgun he knew, and gently touched. When he woke up, he could feel the blood running down his face. He stirred, tried to remember what and how, and only the image of a world-ending atomic flash, and in the next instant the whack of a punch harder even than the ones thrown his way by the devil dog Swagger, reminded him of what energy he had just released. The smell of burned powder hung in the atmosphere. Jesus Christ, he thought. Bob quickly took Mr. DePasquale to the discovery and identification of the ripple-soled Bates Police Oxford with the cut in one of the ripples. "A police officer," said Mr. DePasquale. "Well, it didn't make no sense to us either. As Bill Canton says, when cops go bad, it's usually money involved. They want theirs. But there seems to be no money angle in this thing. So it left us with an order of high implausibility. A psycho-repeater maniac cop." DePasquale nodded. "Then it struck me hard. Only way to organize this thing so it made sense." "Go on," said DePasquale. "There's 2 of them." That took the air out of the room. Nobody said a thing. A clock ticked, a far-off train whistle blew, a car horn honked. "Maybe it's units, not men. See, this has baffled everybody from the start. How could this guy go so butcher-crazy in the killing, and then turn into a different type of man altogether, and scrape the crime scene dry of forensics? Among other things, to do that scraping, you'd have to know forensics, as would a cop, particularly a homicide detective." "This is very interesting," said DePasquale. "And if that is the case, as I believe it is, it opens a series of other doors which I believe will lead us to them." Go on. "The cop or cops are getting paid. Only big dollars would get them on such a gig. I mean big dollars, bank job numbers, white-collar numbers. It would be a nauseating thing, not only the physical reality of doing such work itself, but the psychological work of suppressing every instinct for justice following an atrocity, no matter how money-crooked they'd become. A cop of this kind knows these attacks put him in league with the most hellbound of criminals, the lowest of all the dogs in the pound. Not even the cons will hang with the girl repeaters, I'm told. You want a man to do that, you have to pay up." "Logical," said DePasquale, who had leaned forward over his desk, listening intently. "So the next question is, where would you find a cop for such a job? Maybe import him. Fly him in from some big city. Then he's a stranger to the area. He doesn't know the streets, the patrol patterns, the competence level, the context of any of it. That means mistakes. There can't be no mistakes. Mistakes are heavily lethal in this game." DePasquale nodded. "Then locals? Where to find them?" Bill Canton, as usual, had the answer. "In Hot Springs Village, that development on the lakes, there's a neighborhood where a lot of retired cops have gone called Elk Cove.
They fish, they smoke, they play golf, they play poker, they drink. They joke about the old days. They are most comfortable, as are Marines and millionaires, among their own kind. They would need money, more than the hard-scrabble pensions their 30 years had earned them. They would also know the stuff necessary for this job. They might figure, I've done enough for the community, whatever that is. What the fuck? What's in it for me? And the cost is a few gals on the very far edges of society, once every month or so. Who would hire them? Asked DePasquale. I assume you're about to tell me one of my friends, a person of high economic means, a hot springs mover and shaker. It has to be. Either he is or he is the steward of a killer personality, a maniac. I'm guessing a son. For many reasons, including both scandal and love and all stops in between, he cannot send this boy to prison, to an asylum, or to Sparky at the Varner unit. A son at least, maybe a brother. Certainly not a wife or a daughter, for there's an issue here of strength, and I don't believe a woman could manage the violence so efficiently. Our Mr. Big, I've probably had dinner with him and cigars, sets up this monster thing. He lets the boy kill, but he employs the ex-cops to hide the bodies and erase the forensics. All this, of course, premised on the worthlessness of the victims. They won't be missed. Nobody cares. Better for all that the family, the father and the son, maybe the mother, and the business of the town, especially at this pivotal moment of the town's evolution, go unaffected. That's it, sir, said Swagger. You were right, Chief Bettiger. This fellow is a great detective like his father and grandfather. What's your plan now, Sergeant? Bill's already been to Elk Cove. He knows more than a few out there. He's looking for someone that's suddenly come way up in the world. Any luck? Yes. The retired vice commander of Little Rock Homicide, named Phil Green, has just moved from Elk Cove to Mountain View, a much more exclusive area. Big house, now drives a Cadillac convertible. Every cop dreams of a Cadillac convertible, said the chief. Has a pool, 6 bedrooms, a lake view, a boat. Joined a better golf club. Come way, way up in the world in the last few months. So we track him. We show up discreetly every night at 2. One of these nights he'll get the call. He'll assemble the team. We'll follow from behind, and I believe Detective Rollins is known to be a good car man. He's had a lot of narcotics experience, said the chief. That's a game where you're always following suspects to a dealer in the dark. In all likelihood, they go to a pre-selected spot. They have made preparations. Maybe they've already dug the grave, just filled it with loose dirt. They empty it. Then they go pick up the body. They want to be on site with the body for the least possible time. Into the hole she goes. The dirt is quickly shoveled back in, the area cleared, and they get out of there. Except we take them. We follow, we raid out of the night. They will understand quickly that if they don't want to ride the needle at Varner, they better cooperate. They give us the boy and the kill site. Maybe we can get there before another dog goes to the gut hook. Maybe not. Sure try hard, but losing a fifth might be the price we have to pay. I'd hate that, but it is what it is. And you want my support? I do. The final arrest could make a splash, unsettle folks, divide the town, bring in this Bill Clinton. We'll try and underplay it, but there are things that can't be controlled. Much better for everybody if the town's leading citizen is telling folks to calm down. These things happen. Let the police do their job. I only say it's so much better if there's no violence, said DePasquale. When you jump them, we can't have gun battles in the woods. I understand. That's why instead of assembling a squad of heavily armed combat vets, it'll be just Bill, Eddie, and me. No special weapons, no night vision, not even shotguns. Just my grandfather's World War I .45 and whatever it is the other two carry. 38s, I assume. Do it then, Sergeant. Put these beasts down. Chapter 20. Scunge, scum, toilet bacteria, stain on underpants. The worst? There was no worst anymore. They were all the worst.
How much longer could she take it? The dialogue that ensued between the three of them, him, the person he thought she was, and the person she actually was, followed a well-worn track. "Ain't you pretty, though? Ain't you a pig in shit?
Why, thank you, sir.
You mind if I set with you a spell? Why not set your socks afire and dance yourself to death?"
Why, I'd be pleased.
"I'd do so like a blonde."
If you can't see this is a cheap wig, you are dumber than a fence pole. Why, thank you again. Come from a long line of blondes.
"You seem of higher breeding than some that are here. Compared to you, the lowest girl here is the Queen of Sheba."
My mother would be so proud to hear you say so. You'd be buying me a drink? That's the rule here.
"I'd be pleased to do so, pretty gal. You pick it." She gestured to Skip behind the bar. She held up 2 fingers, meaning Polynesian Hurricane No. 2, $50, which was ginger ale and rum-soaked lemon with Ready Whip atop, as opposed to Polynesian Hurricane No. 1, also $50, also ginger ale and rum-soaked lemon, but with, big change ahead, a lump of vanilla up top. "I sell threshing machinery for Farm Friend Inc. The Japs own it, but it's still American run. Who gives a fuck and a half?"
Fascinating. Tell me more.
And he did. On and on it went. The history, mechanics, derivations, culture, and higher sociological meaning of the Farm Friend Inc. threshing machine, with a new $50 Polynesian Hurricane No. 1 at each change of subject. Even this clown here got a bit buzzy on the traces of rum he was consuming. That's when the hands thing started, petting her hand with his fingers, running his hand down her arm. Why, he thought he was doing pretty good, and in a few minutes would be in a pink bedroom with the blonde gal of his Playboy-inspired dreams. Pat, his name.
Pat, I have to run to the potty. I'll be right back. You don't let any of these other gals steal you from me. I have seen them eyeballing you hard.
"Susie, I am yours forever." Forever was the 39 seconds it took her to detox in the showers. Her friend Pat would now be hit with a $600 tab. No Susie, and Skip's Billy Club to kick him the hell out after the credit card ritual. She lay in the darkness in the back of the dressing room on a cot behind a curtain. It was late. No diminution in the smoke, the smell of the odorite, the bad disco piping in, the hustle and jingle of the girls moving fellows in and out. But tonight was not her night. The drift of human carnage was too oppressive. It enervated her. She felt jellified, slugged out, without hope or future. It truly sucked. They were locking down. Skip rolled in. "This weren't a good one for you. After that thresher man you hid in here. Could have run 2 or 3 more tricks through the machine. We need the dough, you need the dough." He was a tall stretch of human foulness, a tattooed string bean with the usual shabby hippie hair that hung down over his ears like straw on which a goat had pissed. His eyes looked like the trouts on the mantel. Compassion? Maybe when he took a crap, but only then. The one impressive thing about him was that there was nothing impressive about him.
I have a headache, she said. Namely you. Leave me alone. I produce more than any girl here. I can take a slow night once in a while.
You smart ones. You is always trouble. Badger warned me on you. Just remember, I am watching you hard. He vanished. Time passed. Another form drifted in close. It was Lily Jean.
Hi, baby. What you doing back here? Broodin'. It got to me tonight for some reason. I hate to see you sad, baby. You the nicest anyone ever been to me. Just trying to be a human being is all. Not much of that in this bad old town. I always want to see you happy. Some nights it isn't in me. How's the eye? It went down. It's okay. I got my kids fed. That's great. Been thinking. You wanted to know about the tunnel?
Franny took a deep breath. Don't blow this, she told herself.
I did. Just in case, you know. You almost had need of it tonight. That fellow, Pat, he made a skunk. Skip had to conk him hard twice. Hope he don't die. Busters like that don't hardly never die, she said, remembering to fracture her English into hill patois. So here it is. It don't never hardly happen to you because you're too smart. But most of us being dumb, we don't lay our cards right. Sometimes a guy think he been promised more and he gets stubborn as hell. Dangerous. Killing dangerous. The girl worries he may be outside. He may feel it's right to rape her as he was promised. And them things often go wrong. She ends up dead or broken for life. Well, there's a tunnel here. You go in Skip's office, it's right there in the closet. But it's locked. Skip got to go with you, Badger before him. He unlocks, then you feel your way through about 100 yards. Be careful. Then it comes into a big hot springs tunnel. Lots of them from the old days. That runs on down to the old Hot Springs, New Orleans train station in that depression in the middle of town. There's more light there. You go about a half mile, you come out the other side of Central where nobody ever goes. You think you'd be on the moon. You cut left, you go up the slope, and you're on Central. Flag a cab or walk. Any way you do it, you're out of the 13th Street zone and on the way home safe. See? So a trick's got to freak on you? That's the issue? That gets you into the tunnel? Franny asked. Yes, baby. Then you home free.
Chapter 21. Swagger rose early, had a nice Arlington breakfast, and then went to his truck. It was an hour and a half back to his part of Polk County off Route 7. His trailer seemed fine, and nobody had tried to break in or spray paint baby killer on it. He opened up and began his search. You would think years of Marine Corps discipline would have kept him organized, but instead his mental disorder and all that Jack D had chosen the trailer by which to express itself. Not good. Started over, looking in some of the same places he'd already looked. Realized he was competing against his own drunken self to solve this mystery. On the way, he found a hidden bottle of hooch, a half pint's worth. That'd be enough to get him going. But he was now 32 days without a taste, and he didn't want to give that up. No strength of will, no higher moral purpose, no lecture from God or the temperance gals. Just the meaningless streak of 32, which he didn't want to break. He poured it down the drain, then remembered he had a canvas sack or something atop the kitchen cabinet, reached up, pulled it down, and by its weight knew he had found what he came for. Another hour and a half had him back in Hot Springs, and from a payphone he called both Eddie and Bill, who were off today in anticipation of the night's business. He told them to meet him not at the station, but at a coffee place halfway out of town. They showed, they ordered coffee, and Bill being old school, a nice old donut. Then it was time to scrape down to the brass. "Why here?" asked Bill. "Because who knows who's telling folks what in the station, and what gets out. We keep this to ourselves, okay?" "Sure." "Bill, I know you hunt, so you must have deer rifles." "I'm not a big gun guy. Been using a Winchester 70 since I got back from Korea. Never had need to change. 30-06. In 20 years, I've gotten 20 bucks without a second shot needed." "How about you, Eddie?" "Nothing, but I know a fellow with an M1 carbine. Could get that, ammo, some spare magazines." "Load the magazines. Bill, bring 2 or 3 extra boxes of ammo." "What's going on?" "We will be ambushed tonight. The plan is for all of us to be killed. They know we're coming. Right now, they're loading up." That was greeted with deep breaths, looks of disturbance and foreboding, some doubt, then Eddie speaking for both. "Are you sure?" "Dead sure. He has to end this right here, because he knows how close we are. I told him where we'd be, so as to invite this attempt, which'll clinch it, give us prisoners to turn on him and make the arrest. That's also why it'll be tonight. It's nerve-wracking to him. He's got to kill it now." "Who?" "D. Pasquale. He's the gut-hook killer." Both sucked air hard, swallowed. Again, "How do you know?" "Here's his life story. I've been working this a couple of weeks, off that letter from the New Jersey State Police detective Lou Pistoli. D. Pasquale was the Atlantic City fishhook killer of 1958. He ripped the guts out of 5 mob snitches. He didn't use a fishhook, though. He used a gut hook. How do I know this?
I called that detective who was still all lit up over the fishhook case. Wanted bad to solve it. We shared some stuff. I told them we had info on DePasquale which could lead to the fishhook killings. For their part, I wanted an agent to visit all the sporting goods shops around AC. They did. On the third shop, the owner found an invoice dated March 58 for an Antonio Spallini for one hunting specialty knife, $3.95. See, it was cataloged under hunting, not fishing, so nobody found it in the first investigation. Jersey records show Spallini as a minor hood, a felony assault, 2 weapons charges, known as a knife guy. This Spallini went to town with his new toy. He cut the 5 spies to pieces real fast. That made him a mob star. He was called up to Manhattan, where he worked for the Galante outfit. They were trying to knock out the Gambinos, and he fit right in. He did well. He changed his name. How do I know? It's all because of this state police detective. He already had it half put together. He figured it out to check death certificates and started with DePasquale. He came up with an Arthur DePasquale, born 1937, died 1940, of 2230 13th Street, Atlantic City. He checked that against duplicate birth certificate requests, found one for Arthur DePasquale, November 1961. That's when Tony Spallini became Arthur DePasquale, taking over long-dead Arthur's birth info. The state cop is a champ. He did the work, on the promise that we'd send the gut hook to them when we recovered it. Maybe there's some kind of evidence. He mentioned they now use silver nitrate to bring out old fingerprints, and that he could build a case on DePasquale off that sort of approach.
What happened to Empty? Asked Bill.
Maybe it was nothing. A shrink I talked to came up with it, and maybe I ran too hard with it. Maybe it cost us time and effort. My apologies.
None called for. Nobody's right on everything. Speaking of right, Sergeant, you were on to DePasquale from the start, said Eddie. What tipped you off?
In my first chat with him, he had to tell me that the real enemy was the ambitious Attorney General of Arkansas, guy named Bill Clinton, who would use a big case like this to take him to the governor's office. What he didn't know was that I knew Bill Clinton. Back before he was the Attorney General, just a law professor. He used to give speeches everywhere, just to get his name and face out there. He came to a vets group I was part of in an attempt to quit drinking. He heard I was a big hero and all that shit, and related to Earl and Charles, and we met. Decent young man, I thought, will go far. We smoked a cigar on the porch. He told me what DePasquale didn't, that he was from Hot Springs. He was of Hot Springs. He was created by Hot Springs. No way, then, was he going to go after Hot Springs. His job would be to protect Hot Springs because too many folks here know too much about him.
So why did DePasquale lie to you in the first place? Bill asked. What did he gain? Guy like him always is on the gain.
My theory, Bob said, is that he wanted to make sure I understood the rules about not upsetting the Hot Springs apple cart. That was piling on, I suppose. But he wanted to steer me away from digging into Hot Springs itself, and the connections of various folks to various folks. I might see how much he was behind, and that might make me curious enough to find out about Anthony Spallini and his proximity to the fishhook killings. He couldn't afford that. Both other officers nodded.
Young man, you are much slyer than you seem to be, said Bill. Nobody pulls the wool over Gunnery Sergeant Swagger USMC, said Eddie. But the big question isn't who.
It's why, for sure. My guess is he's always been psycho. He likes the knife. He likes to cut. There are crazy folks like that. He invented himself 20 years ago in that murder spree. Not only did it make him famous, make him a mob star, get him the boss's wife. Her name was Maria Angelo, daughter of an Angie Angelo, killed in New York February 3, 1954, in an unsolved mob hit. But it got him sent to Hot Springs in an executive position in 1961, with the responsibility of modernizing and transforming. So that's his best time. Now he's made it, he's in the clear.
He's a heroic success in both his lives, public and mob, and he's been keeping this inner psycho part of him bottled up. It's finally busted out. So he sets out to indulge, but safely. He's got the money to set this up. He's got the guile, the cunning, and the organizational ability. He knows ex-cops. It's so much fun for him. It's more fun than he's had since '58. He thinks he's earned it. Chapter 22. Tad got it. The idea of a new look, a new personality, a new stage on which to perform appeared to enchant him. He wouldn't stop burbling about the details of his performance. The haircut, the beard trim, the fake tattoos, the boots and jeans, the bandana. They set out back of Buckstaff on the lawn furniture in the sun, hidden from reality by a screen of bushes. Franny was earnest. Tad was buoyant. "You don't want to go too far into this," she said. "This guy is a creep through and through. He likes to use that billy club, and he's damned good with it. He'll tap you so fast you don't see it coming, and it puts you in exactly the right state of consciousness. You're not out cold quite, but you're so groggy you have no resistance. Then he leads you to the door and gives you a boot in the ass, and you wake up at 7 in the morning with a headache and no memory. You do not want that." "I'll take care, you'll see. You'll be surprised at how adept I am at something like this. It's you that I worry about. Why is this trip necessary?" "I have to get into that tunnel. I think it's the butcher shop for the sick fuck killing girls. I think it's a festival of forensic evidence, and if we find that, we find him." "But now that you've buddied up with this detective, why don't you just get a warrant, burst in there and examine the tunnel with a squad of armed men in backup? Seems safer all around." "If we get the warrant, how fast does that word get around? We know someone involved in this does not want it to be discovered. If they know in advance, they might themselves clean up the forensics, or worse, poke the tunnel until it collapses. We'd have nothing. I'd look like a fool, and I'd never be trusted by Swagger again. I have to be sure." "Trying to talk Franny out of something she's decided on is like arguing with a tornado. You are something else, girl." "I suppose so." "I don't even know who you are. I know you're not some wild gal of the road, a hippie chick with a coke monkey on her back, wandering the country for chills and thrills and powder. You're too smart, too organized, too settled on where you're going. You'd never let yourself go the way of the powder. That's for victims. And whatever you really are, you are not a victim. That's why you're not like anybody who's been through here in the last 3 years." "Everybody's got their secrets, Tad. Someday when this is over, we'll laugh about it over a beer." "That's a deal." Franny checked her watch. Close to 5. She was due at Mardi Gras at 6 for the late shift. "Franny," came a call from the house. "Someone on the phone for you." "See you tonight, Tad." "I'm off to get my props." She went in to the community payphone. "Swagger," the voice said. "I was just about to call you. I think—" "Never mind that for now. I believe we've broken it, and we're taking aggressive action tonight. I don't know how it'll play out, but in the meantime, I want you a long way from the Mardi Gras tonight. No way of predicting anything, and violence is not out of the picture." "Everybody is worried I'm going to get killed. Believe me, I'm not." "You don't know how many kids your age I've heard say just that. They went home, God rest and bless their souls, in a box the next day." "Bob, listen to me. I believe I have found the tunnel. It will hold the answers to all our questions. It will give us our guy. Tonight No. No again, no. Not tonight. Tomorrow night we'll go check it out. As a present for you, I'll break Skip's face into 7 pieces. You'll enjoy that, and so will I. All right? Not tonight." "I feel like I'm arguing with my father about the prom." "This ain't no prom, believe me." All right. Good luck tonight. I'll go to the mall and see Saturday Night Fever again. Maybe this time I'll even like it." Of course, she had no intention of going to the mall or seeing Saturday Night Fever again. She had to see that tunnel. Chapter 23. Since Swagger had the best night vision, he sat up front with Eddie, who in fact did drive well, even with the lights off and from 200 yards behind. Bill sat in back with his deer rifle. Ahead, far ahead, somebody's Ford station wagon buzzed along. It moved steadily and without hesitation, as if on a shopping trip.
"They want us on them," said Bob. "That's the point. They're taking us somewhere they've already seen and are familiar with. They want the landscape working for them, not us. Our advantage is that they don't know we know they know. They think we're dopes walking into a setup. Our job is to ambush the ambushers."
"How?" Bob pulled something long and tubular out of his canvas bag.
"This is what's called a starlight scope," he said. "All the snipers in Vietnam toward the end were issued them. It was in my stuff, and when I was hit, it was just scooped up and sent back with everything else. The truth is, it's basically no good. Short range, won't stay in zero, hard to get hits with. Most guys just dump theirs. But it's not for shooting tonight. I'll use it for spotting. I'll try and see how they've set up so we'll be able to approach from a blind angle, designate their positioning, and jump them hard. I'll do that part. If it comes to shooting, I can handle quick shooting in low light. I just need them thinking we've got a whole platoon coming their way."
Silence then, except for the radio unit Bill had installed in the car. Crackly, almost indecipherable stuff. Only a cop can understand it. Mostly squad cars reporting in via terse, epigrammatic declaration, occasional requests to attend scenes at addresses, but nothing that wasn't normal. The three men breathed hard, not listening. They were men about to go into battle. Each had an interior drama going on. None chose to share it. Bill and Swagger smoked. Eddie just concentrated on keeping the right distance from the vehicle he was following. He could see just well enough, though there was a bad minute where it appeared he'd lost them. But a quick calculation down another block brought them into contact again. They took Malvern southeast out of town, a long straight shot, then turned down Carpenter Dam Road, which ultimately led to the construction that had created Lake Hamilton. Not much out here, so Eddie let the distance widen to 300 yards, while Bob used his gift to keep them in view.
"Can't see a thing," said Eddie. "You're fine," said Bob. He slowed way down. "Eddie, you slow down too."
Eddie eased off. Swagger glanced at his watch. 3:30 a.m. in the middle of nowhere. The only sounds issued by night birds and predators moving about on business.
"Okay, pull off," Bob said. "He's found his spot."
To the right, the land had started to rise, forming a ridge of wild grass and scrub brush, a few low pines. They waited. The big car, Bill's Chrysler Brougham, ticked as it cooled. The wind came and went. The grass waved this way, then that.
"Okay," Bob said. "Here's the play. We go up to the crest, move along at Indian file, bent low. When we see their car in the road below, I'll try and find them in the scope. Assuming I can, we'll split up. Give me a few minutes to get around to the other side while you work your way down. Maybe when you see me in the scope, I'll give you a signal. You announce police, demand hands up. They will open fire. I move in, you cover. Eddie, when you fire that carbine, do it in bursts of 5 or 10. Fire high so you don't hit me on the other side. The noise and flash will scare them. They're cops, not soldiers."
Both were quiet. Bob reached into his bag and removed its last treasure. It was a Savage 720 shotgun, off the original Browning semi-auto design, with a 20-inch barrel and a Cutz compensator. It had been around forever during his youth, even if it seemed unfired, and no one had ever told him anything about it, such as why it was necessary. But it had been necessary then, and it was necessary now. He slipped 4 double-aught bucks down the magazine tube under the barrel, then flipped it and added another one to the chamber. He touched a button and Mr. Browning's obedient design snapped the bolt closed. It was serious man-killing machinery. Hardly anybody could stand against it if double-aught it came in bursts. The game was over. He added a few more shells to his pocket, where he also had 5 magazines full of .45 hardballs for his granddad's Colt, hanging as it had for a month in the ornate holster under his left shoulder. "Let's do this thing," he said. Same as it always was, a swagger led men with guns across a dark landscape for an appointment with a gunfight. They climbed through the knee-high wild grass, finding the going easy and the slope forgiving. Up top they paused. Above them the dome of stars, far off, ageless, patient. Pinwheels of incandescence uninterested in what passed below. A little sliver of moon low to the southwest. In the distance to the northwest, the hot glow of the city of sin despoiling the satin-black sky. Bob rose and signaled them on. Bent double, long arms in hand, holstered pistols unstrapped, loaded, heavy, rocking back and forth in holsters, they advanced maybe 200 yards. Bob raised a hand. They dropped to their knees. He had wedged the starlight scope in his waist, held secure by his belt. He pulled it out. A tube about 16 inches long with various boxy square control panels and battery cases arranged chaotically along the thing. Who had ever thought this contraption was suitable for anything? He shook his head. It weighed about 6 pounds and was difficult to manipulate, and lacking a rifle on which to lock it, hold steady. He flicked it on, improvised a position by clamping it between his knees, and aimed it at a glade of low trees halfway between the road and the crest of the slope, as designated by the station wagon parked on the side of the road. At first, nothing, just gray fuzz. It was like looking in pea soup for the monocle that fell off your eye. But then, as he at last found a position of relative steadiness, the device caught and amplified enough ambient light to cook up an image, which was the group of trees, and 4 blurts of light in a semicircle facing the road. In time they came to resemble men prone behind rifles. 4, not 3, said Swagger. They're oriented toward the road. They expect us to pull up and cross open ground right at them. All have long guns. They're set to mow us down. He passed the scope around, and both men had a chance to look through it. Okay, he said. You guys hold here for about 5 minutes. I'm going another 50 yards along the crest, then belly crawl down until I've reached their little woods. You'll see me signal. You sneak down halfway, and that's when you yell. They'll panic because they're outflanked, and they'll try to set up on the new perimeter. You lay down cover, then squirm out of position because they'll zero on your muzzle flash. Bill, revolver first, 6 fast, then move and set up on your rifle and cover. If it's moving fast, it's probably me, so don't shoot. Otherwise, anyone behind cover, you drop 'em. Eddie, after the initial fusillade, you go to the west and try to come in by the rear. If you see someone standing, don't shoot 'em, because that's also probably me. Stay low. Keep your eyes open. I'll get in among them and try to end the party one way or the other. Got it? Bob, you don't have to be the hero, said Bill. Yes, I do, said Bob. Chapter 24. Tad deserved an Oscar. His red locks gone. Talk about method acting. His head cue ball bald. He had reduced his beard to an evil red goatee that made him look like Satan's firstborn. Amazing how sharp his features were without the softening effect of the hair. He had cheekbones like warheads, wore a Confederate headband, a shot leather biker's jacket crisscrossed with zippers and pockets, over a sweatshirt that said, "Kill 'em all, let God sort 'em out." Tight beaten to a whiter shade of pale jeans, black engineer's boots. It was the look that said, "Psycho Viking from hell," Harley-powered, drug-fueled, switchblade-armed. To see him was to wish to be in another universe. He stormed into the Mardi Gras as if he owned it, looked immediately to the gals cruising, saw Franny, and went and grabbed her. "You be with me tonight, Blondie," he said loudly. He dumped her at a table, gave her a wink, and turned to the bar. "Hey, barman, some of your best for your best," and lay back with the satisfaction of an NKVD officer after a nice kulak massacre. "So, bitch," he asked loudly, "what's it gonna be and where's it gonna be?"
Easy, easy, sir, she said. Let's not get way ahead of ourselves here. Let's talk a bit. Don't even know if I like you.
"Don't matter if you like me," he said. "Most don't, but what matters is how much green I've got.
And for someone cute as a pony dancing in daisies, I got plenty.
Cute as a pony dancing in daisies? Who wrote this stuff? She tried not to laugh, though it was hard. Skip brought 2 pink, barely fortified ginger ales, and Tad gobbled his down, ordered another. Meanwhile, smoke rotated in the blue air. On the bar, a girl in a sequined bikini clung to her pole, while she imitated an orangutan. Disco thundered so loud it squashed both humanity and the civilization it had created. And ho-hum, it was another night at the Mardi Gras. Good thing the ginger ale was so unginned, because Tad had 5 of them at $50 a crack, and feigned drunken belligerence on an increasing scale as the night proceeded. He was like Al Pacino on amphetamines. Finally, it was time for the grand finale. He stood, grabbed her, and pushed her hand into his crotch.
"No way!"
she screamed, yanking away.
What you mean, whore? I paid. It belongs to me.
"Nothing belongs to you but what you drank,"
she said.
Honey, your ass belongs to Rocky. I am Rocky, and I means to have what's mine by cash payment.
He grabbed her and tried to pull her toward the stairway that led to the private rooms upstairs. Skip, however, closed the gap quickly. The prospect of thudding someone into a coma had him all head up. He grabbed Rocky under his left arm and gave him a rattling good shake. Then he said,
Bud, now you calm down. Don't want to get rough with you.
Meaning, of course, Bud, now don't you calm down. I really want to get rough with you. Rocky made a spastic lunge at Franny, and as his arm shot out, Skip whacked it with his billy club. It retracted in pain and then curled up as if set aflame.
Ow, shit!
Rocky yelled.
That hurt.
Supposed to hurt, you moron. Now you come on with me or you'll get a lot more.
No grabbing the gals here, got it?
Rocky squirmed to yell at her.
You bitch, I will get you, goddammit. I bought you fair and square.
That earned him a poke in the guts from Skip, and he crumpled. Then Skip pulled him to the doorway, threw it open, and him out. He landed with a crunch. Skip came back to her. You okay?
"Fine. What a creep."
Closing, you come see me. These guys sometimes hang around. I'll get you out of here a secret way, no trouble, no matter what this clown does. She nodded, watched as he headed off to the bar, where his first move was to make a phone call. Hours passed, Mardi Gras time being inferior to real time, as it went 3 for every 1 second on the clock. Franny used one of her breaks to leave Swagger a message with the police operator, detailing what she had learned about the tunnel and her intention to explore it tonight. She told him what she knew, not what she suspected, but at least that Skip controlled access. Then she returned to her duties. Finally, the last loser staggered out and Skip blinked the lights, signifying to the girls it was time to close up shop. No more beating down paws of drunks or accepting wet, boozy kisses smearing their makeup. Franny watched the end-of-night ritual as each girl got in line to pass by Skip at the register. And for each $50 Polynesian Hurricane number 1, she got $20. For each Polynesian Hurricane number 2 at $35, she got $10. Blowjobs? None tonight. But $100 of the $350 on the rare occurrence that had happened. Meanwhile, Franny went to the dressing room, wiped the childish makeup off, peeled off the cheap satin dress, removed the tennis balls from her bra, tossed the blonde wig, unpinned her red curls to hang free. Then she pulled on jeans, a t-shirt, and her Nikes. And last, she picked up her heavy purse. She went back to the big room and waited till the last of the girls were done. Then she went to get her money. Good night for you, he said. I have you down for 8 big ones and 3 small ones. That's $190. He counted the bills out. You know, you could make a lot more money if...
No way,
she said.
Now get me out of this place. I have to walk tonight. The bus is in the shop.
She was left alone with him. That itself was a little unnerving, because if he decided he wanted a frolic, he'd just take it, and no power on earth could stop it or cared. But evidently he'd gotten himself well satisfied by the clubbing he'd laid on poor Tad. Okay, he said. You come with me. He led her back to his office, such as it was, and opened the closet door. She could see a door in the closet wall padlocked. He took his ring of keys, selected one, and unhitched the lock. He pulled the door open to reveal nothing but black. "You have a flashlight?"
"No," she said. "I didn't plan on this tonight."
"Okay," he said, going to his desk and returning with a light. He tested it, and it proved steady if wan. "Here's how it works. It's real easy. You won't have no trouble. You use the flashlight to get down the stairs, and you use it to get along our tunnel. It's low, and be careful, 'cause there's about 50 yards or so there's a bunch of pipes. You'll see them if you're alert, and you'll have to duck under to get by."
"Got it,"
she said. "A few more yards and you'll come into the big tunnel. It runs under hot springs. You turn left. Probably won't need the flashlight anymore because the tunnel exits a half-mile down and a little light leaks in. But if you feel safer, go ahead and use the light. Your choice."
"Okay,"
she said. "Nobody alive hardly knows this is here. Won't be nobody down there. You just take your time, though, no rush, because you don't want to fall. If you hurt yourself, I don't know who'd know for a couple of days." She nodded. "Then that's it. See you tomorrow, usual time."
"Fine."
"Oh, and remember, we don't talk about this way out. Not even among the girls. It's your safety that's compromised if it becomes widely known."
"I understand,"
she said. And with that, she turned on the flashlight, found the stairway down, and set off into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 25. The low crawl down the slope took longer than he'd anticipated, because low crawls always do. His least favorite mode of transportation, it seemed mostly for movies and drill sergeants, as in 3 tours he couldn't recall doing it once. But now he did, swimming through the high grass, building up an oxygen debt and a thirst. That's what canteens are for. But eventually reaching his goal, which was the edge of the low pine colony that had randomly spouted up here in this remote part of Arkansas. He stood behind a tree. Peeping around, he could see occasional movement in the dark, hear the low rustle of men shifting position to keep the blood from collecting in their lower extremities. He marked them. 2 to the left, crouched low in underbrush, 2 farther away on the right. Or was that 4th one just a log? Hard to tell. No way to know until the lead started flying and the muzzles spurted flame. He stood apart from the tree, hoping he was in range of the starlight's scope, and raised both hands. "I am here. Start the show. I am ready. Let's do this thing." He went back, waited. Couldn't remember if Bill and Eddie'd already moved down the hill or that was the next move. "Where the fuck are they?" A voice came out of the darkness. "I bet he missed the turn. He's farther down Malvern. He'll figure it out and return. It's just another—" "Police!" came Bill's cry. "You are under arrest. Stand up, freeze, show hands, and you won't be hurt." Coming as it did from a completely unexpected direction, the announcement sent a bolt of panic through the gunman, unleashed a torrent of cursing, and the 2 on the right pulled out of their prones and raced to take up positions facing the new threat. "We are police, too," came a response. "You stand up and show your hands." "Vince Lincoln, I know your voice. You are on the wrong side, goddammit, and I do not want to shoot you. We have a lot of guns all around you." "Bill, you'd have said yes to this deal, too." Vince fired. Bill fired. The 3 other gunmen fired. Eddie fired. Bob moved. He low-sprinted to the end of the line, came across a man leaning into a lever action after having let a shot go, and was now looking for a new target. The idea was to get up close, smash him in the head, and move along the line, but he must have made a noise, for the man rolled toward him and the rifle muzzle came at him. Bob sent a double-aught charge into him, feeling the recoil hard and hurtful, but seeing the buckshot kick up a squall of disintegration that absorbed the man, at the same time somehow rearranging him in micro-time. Bob turned. Another one came for him, fired a hip shot that missed, and that Bob answered with another charge of big buck. And this one unmoored to earth, went all floppy doll airborne. Bob assumed the other two would follow and squeezed off his own artillery support. 3 more fast shotgun blasts at his estimation of their positions. Eddie let his carbine go through 15, and the bullets whipped through the trees, shredding leaves and branches, adding their own riff to the crazy. Bill had gotten another reload into his Colt and fired a 6-round spray of .38s, also high. Gunfire cut and destroyed the silence. The loudness of the things always shocking, driving nails deep into ears. The smell of burned powder rose and drove out the oxygen. Frags of bullet smacks against wood or dirt rocketed high, turning the sight hellishly bedazzled, its dusty magic destroying visibility, clarity, distance, possibility. It was the maddest dance of all, men in battle. Swagger dropped the shotgun as reloading was now problematic, rolled to the right while he drew the .45 from the S.D. Myers No. 12, and dashed ahead looking for targets, hoping not to be one. A man rose before him and Bob fired twice from the hip, his honed instincts putting the man down. Suddenly he was crushed. He went to the ground, tried to rise, but realized he'd been head-bashed hard. He rolled over and saw a figure above him, rifle up, about to smash his head again. But at that second, the guy folded and toppled backward as Bill's .30-06, from 50 yards out off a sitting position, put him down for keeps. God, Swagger's head hurt. Oh, fuck, he had taken one full in the head. Dizziness swooped in and took over, and time ceased altogether, as he tried to squeeze some sense, or at least some clarity, back into his brain. Then he realized it was over. "You hit?" Bill asked. "The guy skulled me before you dropped him. That's all. The buzz will stop in a year or so." Bill offered him a recovery cigarette, which he accepted eagerly. The smoke in his lungs perhaps would outbuzz the pain in his head. It brought him back to a semi-reality. "Guy over there is Vince Lincoln. In homicide 14 years. Good man. Dead? Let's see." They ambled over while Eddie checked the others. Vince was still alive. He breathed hard, occasionally spit some blood. He lay broken in the brush, 2 of Bob's .45 hardballs distributed throughout. Live or die? In God's hands, and the skill of the as-yet summoned ambulance driver. "Bill, don't you lecture me none," Vince said. "Do you know what you did?" said Bill. "Do you know what these people you helped were doing?" "I had a sick kid. I did the calculus and decided I'd go to hell for my son. Them other guys bought houses on lakes with pools. The money was immense. You'll spend the rest of your life at the Varner unit unless you come clean. I'll tell you anything," he said, "as my loyalty is now released since Audie Murphy there blew away." That was when Eddie arrived. "I don't know if this is good or bad," he said, "but that guy over there, shotgunned as he rose, that was Mr. DePasquale." Chapter 26. At last the call came. 3 rings, then a hang-up. The signal. At last the hour of the knife. I changed, got the thing, and went out. Everything was as it should be. The house was silent. I drove through the deserted town, parking as usual in the alley behind a closed DePasquale's Pizza. Getting down the slope and into the tunnel unseen was no problem this late. Only the club area still had a little life left in it, and that was blocks away. I entered the tunnel. When would it arrive? Hard to know, as there are so many variables. Sometimes soon, sometimes not until nearly dawn. It didn't matter. I enjoyed the waiting. I was alone in the subterranean damp, and in a moment of fantasy, it seemed to me as if being palpably present in my own subconscious, where all my demons resided. But it was only an abandoned tunnel. No demons, not even rats, not that I had ever seen. Now and then you'd hear some animal noise. What, I don't know. Cat, raccoon, insects, whatever they have in dark, wet tunnels in Arkansas. Yes, it was him. DePasquale had taken the blast full in the chest, and the impact of 9.32 slugs, the double-aught load, had bowled him back, twisted into loose-limbed stillness, He worked his whole life to get out of the gutter, and here he was in the gutter, chest shredded, eyes glazed open, smeared in blood and dirt.
"I thought he paid for this kind of work," said Bill.
"Not this time. Too much at stake. He had to be in on it. Do it, see it, know it. It's what made him such a good executive. And such a good killer."
"How the fuck is this going to play?" asked Eddie.
"Hey, it's Arkansas," said Bill. "They'll figure out a way. It'll be downplayed somehow. Hunting accident, heart attack. The whole thing will go away. And by tomorrow at 5, someone will be in from New York to take over Di Pasquale Pizza. At least the gut hook killings will be stopped. Arkansas will be Arkansas, but no more girls getting cut to pieces."
"Hey!"
came the cry from Vince Lincoln. They walked back to him.
"I heard what you said. You mark this down. Di Pasquale never killed anybody. I don't know who chopped up those poor girls, but it wasn't him."
"Then who?" asked Bob.
"If you hurry, you can find out yourself. There's a girl in the tunnel tonight, and someone waiting in the shadows with a knife."
I took out the knife. It's not that I particularly have a fetish for blades or even cutting. It's just that whatever use it is to the hunter, its intended end user, it is at the same time perfect for my purpose. It's heavy enough to cut deep at full swing, like a machete. Its point is sharp enough to penetrate the layers of subcutaneous fat that surround the lower thoracic cavity. Its hook is barbed enough to sweep up miscellaneous coils of the lower intestine, ripping them from their fragile moorings. The edge inside the barb is more than enough to snip the esophageal tube itself, and as well to snip again its emergence from the complexities at the anus. The whole piece is well balanced, and fits to the hand well enough to yank out in one pull all that roiled mass of inner plumbing. That done, emptiness is again achieved, and sooner or later, someone will read the message in the absence of entrails, and the endgame, with its delicious ironies, surprises, and critiques, will begin to emerge. It's a brilliant plan. Yes, I am mad. I could not do this otherwise. Yet it is the madness of purpose, not the madness of random frenzy as driven by hate. Give me that, even as you execute me. My hatred is as intense but much more focused. Its meaning will shortly become apparent, and I hear it, still several hundred yards out, but persistent in its traipse through the drain water. Then a cough, a sniffle. It is getting closer. This one will be so much better than the last. No more sloppiness like the last one. This one will be perfect. Chapter 27. Swagger said, "I've got to get in fast. I'll take the car. I'll call it in, and other units will be here in no time." Eddie handed him the keys. Bill said, "There's a dashboard flasher unit in the trunk. Just plug it into the cigarette lighter. Don't worry about the car. Now go, go." Swagger spun and began his mad race to the vehicle. His strength amplified by anxiety, he ran through the high grass, zeroed on the thing by the side of the road a few hundred yards out. He ordered his steel hip not to betray him, and for once it obeyed. He felt the .45 banging against his side as he went, and the weight of spare magazines in his suit coat pocket. He took comfort in the gun, but at the same time his fear for Franny was piercing, agonizing, and deep. He tried to drive it out. He could not. What if he was too late? What if it was done and the killer was gone? The pain of such a world was incomprehensible. He'd already lost someone he loved to an enemy, his spotter in Vietnam, Donnie Fenn. It had almost killed him. He couldn't go through that again. That's when the .45 would really come in handy. He reached the car, got the flasher out of the trunk, and set it up. He turned on the engine, and the radio came alive. He picked up the microphone and pressed the send button. All units, officers need assistance. Officers need assistance. A mile down Carpenter Dam Road off Malvern Avenue. Need ambulances, crime scene teams. This is Swagger." "Swagger?" It was the chief. "What's the situation? Did you make arrests?" "Gunfight, lots of shooting.
No officers down, but the suspects are shot up bad. Need medical. All right, good. It's on its way. All units, including state police and suburban, please respond to this call. Sir, can you patch me to the telephone operator? Sure.
It took a second, but she came on.
Sergeant Swagger?
Was there a phone message for me?
Yes, shall I read it?
Yes.
Entry to tunnel Skip's office. He has keys. I have figured a way in. Talk tomorrow. It's not signed.
I know who it is. Thanks and out.
He threw the big Chrysler into gear, took a U-turn that tore up a tornado of dust, then hit the pedal hard. The Brougham was Chrysler's fastest and biggest model in 1977. That meant a V8 440 horsepower, a large piece of Detroit iron. He floored it, the dashboard flasher strobing red and blue, angled around Carpenter Dam and onto Malvern. It was a straight shot into the city. He hit 115 miles an hour, the darkness a blur, passing incoming police vehicles and ambulances under light and siren, headed to the shooting scene. The car was a beast, floating on heavy shocks, not lithe enough to be an oval racer, but without turns to ease it into drift, a straightaway machine to reach warp drive. In no time, it seemed, he was in city streets, intersecting Central just a few blocks south of the club district beginning on 13th. He slowed, though not much, and took the turn off Central onto 13th hard. This time, the big body of the vehicle swaying as it rode its springs, the tires screeching Irish banshee-like against the night. He glanced at his watch. 3:50 a.m. He saw the club up ahead, sealed up tight, even though its sign still blazed, throwing orange and blue light on everything. Inside lights burned, suggesting habitation. He decided to knock on the door with 4,700 pounds of automobile. The car hit the doors at a 70-degree angle, blasting them wide open, and was stopped from further penetration only by the brick walls, the left fender crumpling into a broken accordion, the light going out, the axle shearing. A rubble of bricks instantly spewing clouds of dust. He was out, not letting the shock of the impact throw him, leaping over the ruined fender and toward the office. That door now opened and out stepped Skip, baffled but armed, a shotgun in his hands. Swagger drew on him, flicking off the safety of the .45. The pistol was pointed at Skip's forehead.
Drop the shotgun, chicken face.
The shotgun fell to the floor. Bob put the muzzle of the pistol 1 inch from Skip's nose.
Get your keys and open up that tunnel, chicken face, or I will paint this room with your brains.
Don't want no trouble, sir. For once his eyes betrayed compassion. For himself.
You'd best open fast.
Skip backed up, and on palsied legs led Swagger back into the office. He went to the closet and opened the door to reveal the second doorway, padlocked.
You better have the key.
Yes, sir, said Skip. He took out his key ring and bent to find the lock. Swagger could see the key shaking in his fingers as it ticked against the lock. Finally, he got it inserted, pulled the lock open, and ripped it off. He yanked the door, revealing darkness. Trying to buy mercy, he said, I have a flashlight over here. Swagger let him pass, get the light from his desk, and hand it over. It worked, though weakly, casting a light like the moon through smoke, a blood orange.
If anything has happened to that girl,
he said, leaning close, speaking from his deepest reptile brain and meaning every word,
I'll gut hook you to the ceiling and watch you bleed out for a week.
Sir, please. I ain't done nothing. I just done what they told me. Swagger took the light and advanced to the stairs. Then, light in one hand, .45 in the other, he began his journey. Chapter 28. It was slow going. She edged through the cold water, feeling the claustrophobia of the tunnel enclosing her. She'd gotten under the pipes, turned the corner into the larger tunnel, and now picked her way along. No sign of human habitation yet, but now and then the sound of something animal moving through the darkness. The weak circle of her flashlight had revealed a raccoon, its eyes blood red in the reflection. It froze, considered, and dashed away. The light also revealed strange underground vegetation, maybe from outer space. Far away there seemed to be a light source. That had to be starlight and street lamp, and enough glow got in to illuminate a blur of gray. Yet it seemed to get no closer, and she couldn't rush, fearing a fall or a clunk on the head from something overhanging the passage. The air was moist, the stench not of the toilet but still unpleasant, perhaps of death, perhaps of blood, perhaps of rot or decay. It reminded her of nothing. There was no preparation for a dark night's trek through an unknown tunnel. She tried to keep it together. Not much farther. No problems yet. I am fine. I will find what I need to find. I will do what I need to do. I will destroy the beast, one way or another. You will not escape justice. You will pay in pain for the pain you have caused. In a bit of time, the wetness of the tunnel seemed to vanish, and she was on dry ground. She breathed hard, feeling it marked progress. The gray light seemed closer, maybe brighter, and perhaps that was a whisper of fresh air. This is where it was done, she thought, right in here close to the end. Then the boys who cleaned up came, dragged what was left to somewhere and buried it. Experts, they scrubbed the burial sites of forensics. Who knew how long this had been going on? Who knew how many girls had simply vanished, without anyone anywhere knowing or caring or looking? The lives meant nothing human to anybody. She wanted to cry. The monstrosity was of itself such an affront, it weighted her down with grief. So sad. So... It had to be here. The opening was now only 20 yards away. There was plenty of room to swing the gut hook, and plenty of privacy. She focused the cone of light here and there, bringing illumination to the shadowed corners, the unseen walls, the floor of earth. She knew. She was in the butcher's church, at the altar. She saw brownish flakes of blood showing in the wan orange of her light. Splatter and spray, dribble and pool. The blood had gone everywhere. They'd had no need to clean this area. Who would ever in a million years stumble across it? She was at the dark center of the blasphemy. She hugged her purse closer to her. She felt the vibrations of murder. A figure rose before her. Ninja, witch, banshee, night hag, djinn, all in black, face half swaddled, eyes unseeable. A figure out of the darkest of all girl dreams, the early medieval nightmares of killers in the dark that turned the brothers so grim. Here to prey on weakness, panic, fear so strong it was an animal, all in a studied choreography of cruelty to flesh and soul. Against the circle of gray light, the killer raised an arm, and Franny saw the knife with its barbed hook designed for guts. "I'm sorry," came the voice. "You are the sacrifice." The knife flashed toward her throat. Skip could not stop shaking. He knew others would be here soon, that it would soon be over for him, and that what followed would be an eternity in the penitentiary. So many sins now to be revealed. I only did what they told me would get him nothing, because he had taken money for it. The police would be here soon. He went to the bar, reached under it, and took out the one unopened bottle of genuine J&B scotch he had. His poison, his release, his pleasure. He cracked the seal, unscrewed the lid, and poured himself 6 fingers in the nearest Hurricane No. 1 glass he could find. He drank 2 fingers' worth. It hit him like a flaming punch to the head. It knocked the world blurry. It numbed brain, it enfeebled fingers, it weakened knees, it amplified dizziness. He sat on a stool thinking he needed more of this artificial mercy. He did 2 more fingers, feeling each molecule trailing napalm as it rushed to his gullet. Outside, he heard a car pull up, then another. Strobing blue and red filled the room, from the bash door and the car wedged into it. He heard doors opening, shouts. Then an idea, rare for him, but not entirely without precedent. He reached over and back under the bar and removed the telephone. Placing the receiver to ear, he managed to get a finger into the dial. He hoped he remembered. His mind was blank. But then he had it. He dialed the number. It seemed to ring and ring, but only because the hooch turned time elastic, dragging each second out several lifetimes. "Who the fuck is this?" came the bellow, its maker torn from sleep and pissed as hell.
Badger, it's Skip, at the club. What the fuck you want this time of night, goddammit? You still hunting Swagger? I am. He's here. He's down in the tunnel finding God knows what.
Badger said nothing.
I think it's falling apart, said Skip. I think they know. Fuck, said Badger. Cops outside now. Fuck, said Badger again. Swagger be coming out down by the station pretty soon. No one around. The cops don't know about the tunnel yet. Swagger coming out, you could get him easy from behind, then get away clean. Maybe with him gone, the heat is off us. How long ago did he? About 5 minutes. Good man, said Badger, hanging up.
2 cops flanked Skip. They grabbed his arms and without love cranked them behind him for the cuffs. They shoved his face to the bar, breaking his nose. Chapter 29. Swagger proceeded. He was into the big tunnel, heading toward what appeared to be a smudge of gray light. He didn't want to yell because he had no idea what a yell would produce. He didn't want to race, for it would rile the water into heavy froth. He didn't want to turn on his flashlight, for that too would have unknowable repercussions. He just forged ahead, fast yet in careful control of his body, trying not to make any disturbance, smelling the rot, the moisture, sensing the enclosure of the tunnel, cringing at the thought of Franny alone down here, being hunted by the man with the gut hook. That produced a near aneurysm of anxiety and almost knocked him to his knees, and he tried to close it out and concentrate on movement and action. Beyond, the light grew larger, brighter. He could take it no more and broke into a run, closing the distance in seconds. Against the light, he sensed disturbance and waited for focus and clarification. But then he could wait no more and flicked on the light, locking his knees, locking his wrists, locking his elbows, locking his hands, drawing his pistol up into a strong supported position to make a long shot if necessary. He clicked off the safety, felt the trigger against his finger. Clarity. What he beheld astonished him. The knife flashed toward her throat. It didn't make it. It was interrupted mid-slash by the LC-14B, swung with full practiced force, the edge slicing through the joint at the elbow. The arm fell into darkness. The killer rotated in agony to the right, the scream barely human as it expressed both pure pain and the awareness of obliteration. The heart pumped a mighty spasm as he turned and from his new stump spewed a crescent of blood against the orange wall, and the smear disorganized itself into dripping spatter instantly. Franny twisted the implement in her hands, came around again with all her strength, and planted the hook deep between the hip bone and the lowest rib, that soft area of vulnerability common to the mammal of all species. The hook pierced and caught on coils of tubing, and Franny herself rotated for leverage, pulling it across and through, feeling it rip, gather, advance, and repeat. This message in the entrails was clear and without irony. I am killed. The repeater fell face down, oozing a life supply of blood into the raw dust. Then Swagger was next to her. Jesus Christ, are you all right? She started to cry. She buried her head in his shoulder. He squeezed her hard, hoping to fill her body with a surge of life. He could feel her heart beating. It's okay, he kept repeating. Go on, sweetie, cry. You earned it. I never saw a Marine with guts like yours. Cry, cry. You so earned it. A few minutes passed. She seemed to settle down. He said, Let me check this guy.
He isn't a guy, said Franny. It's Maria Angelo Di Pasquale.
Almost dawn. They sat on 2 rocks just outside the tunnel entrance in the empty basin, in gray light and low mist. There seemed to be no other life on Earth. The air was fresh and good. You picked up the woodman's pal from my truck, I guess, when we went to dinner.
I thought I might need it more than you.
He held it in his left hand. He'd already washed the prints off it. Now he applied his own everywhere. I'm going to drive you back to your place now. Get some sleep. I don't want you involved in this next bit of crap. I don't want your name even mentioned. Tomorrow I'll drive you to the airport.
You go back to wherever you came from. North Carolina, you said, but I don't believe that any more than I believe your name is Franny Wincombe. I don't even want to know your name. I don't want this thing following you around your whole life."
"Can I have a cigarette?" she said. I dropped mine. He got out his Camels, flicked one out for her, and took one for himself. He inhaled deeply, as did she.
"When did you know?" he finally asked.
"Remember emptying? That was so right. Any woman would know it. It means abortion."
He nodded. "Never thought of it," he said.
"If abortion is at the heart of it, you say, whose? Di Pasquale's wife was childless. Not by chance either. I asked around. An old gal who worked in the original Di Pasquale's Pizza told me that when she got here with him 20 years ago, rumor was she was pregnant. But it was a terrible time for him, so he must have bullied her into the procedure. Procedure? Well, it was hardly that. It was 1960. She went to some backstreet butcher who cut her badly. Pain and blood, I'm sure. But worst of all, she couldn't have any more children. For the butcher, it was all in a day's work. For her, it was the end of the world."
"So this thing, it was... I'm still not sure."
"It grew and grew. It tipped her into craziness over the years. So she came up with this plot. It was aimed at her husband. She knew he was the Atlantic City killer. She found the knife. Her way of punishing him for murdering her children was to commit these crimes and eventually be caught. Her story would come out and the scandal would destroy him here. Then the knife would be related to Atlantic City, and he'd go to prison for the rest of his life. In her mind, for murdering her children. What happened to her didn't matter. Overwrought? Remember, these people are Italian. They invented opera."
"That hangs together," said Bob.
"You see the rest?"
"Yeah. He knew when she got caught, everything would fall apart."
"That's it. Hence he had 3 choices. He could have her committed. He could have her arrested. However, both those involved massive scandal at the peak of the city's delicate pivot toward wholesomeness. Moreover, she would give him up for his crimes in Atlantic City."
"Number 3, he could cover them up," said Bob. "Yeah, he is the one who hires ex-cops for their homicide scene expertise. And for the price of one poor working-class girl every 4 to 8 weeks, he keeps the lid on, at least through the pivot, satisfying both city elders and mafia overlords. The whole thing was predicated on Hot Spring Homicide's unprofessionalism. He knew that if the FBI or state cops came in, they'd pick it apart."
"It's straight Godfather. Remember Barzini on drugs at the meeting? Switch one word. The murders will be allowed but controlled."
"It makes the most sense."
"What'll happen to him?"
"He'll be buried. I put a blast of double-aught into him an hour or so ago. I'll send the knife back to Jersey and maybe they can close that case off it." They tossed their cigarettes.
"Okay, let's split."
They rose, they turned, they started to move out. They heard some scuffling in the brush behind them, and then C-O-L-T. Skip was scum, no doubt. He was a rapist, an abuser, of wives and children, namely his own, an armed robber, a thief, a felon, a misdemeanor champion, a murderer, nobody knew, a bad check artist, a scammer. There was paper on him from 4 states going back 30 years. When he was in the 6th grade, he hit another kid in the face with a tire iron. He had prison tattoos on about 40% of his body. He used marijuana, cocaine, heroin, amphetamines, to say nothing of J&B scotch and unfiltered cigarettes. He had 7 teeth. He was stupid but cunning. To him, a life spent busting shit up was a life spent well. While not a Grumley, he was a Grumley vassal. He had served the clan his entire Arkansas life, as it had served him. He had a Harley shovelhead, a Camaro 4-speed painted primer black, and 2 pairs of jet skis. He knew the ropes, and because he'd been in trouble his whole life, nothing in the justice system particularly scared him. He could do time, brutal prison guards, public shame, exile,
and the occasional rape by a larger man that were part of the dirty white boy prison lifestyle. It was okay. It went with the territory. Mr. Johnson, you could be charged with accessory before the fact to murder in the first. Given your previous record, that could play out to the rest of your life in prison. You'd best cooperate and maybe slice a few years off. The interlocutor was Bill Canton, who'd done this a few times himself. You don't got nothing on me. I'm sitting there doing my bookkeeping and some crazy cop crashes through my front door in a fucking Chrysler Brougham and points a gun at my nose. He demands to know some business secrets. He ain't got no warrant. He's abusing the badge. He's known as a violent man. I'm just going to sit here till a public defender gets me sprung, then go on vacation. If you try me, you will come up. Did you knowingly arrange for girls to be killed by an unknown but powerfully connected sociopath? Did you accept money for such work? We have all day, and you're not going anywhere until you open up. Where's the public defender? He's not here yet. When he gets here, I expect he'll be tied up in paperwork for hours and hours. He's not going to save you. Do you know who owns the Mardi Gras? You're the one who should be scared. When Mr. DePasquale finds out, he's going to bring fire and brimstone on your little hick department. You're all going to be looking for new jobs, while I jet ski my way around Lake Hamilton every day. I might even take up golf. I'm sure you'd be welcomed at some of the city's better golf clubs. By the way, DePasquale is dead. He won't be of much help to you. Currently, state police detectives are at his headquarters going through his books and records, under instructions from Attorney General Clinton, whom I have called. Another team is going through his house. Think they'll find anything incriminating? I got nothing to say. Where is Swagger? He got bored, I guess. He went home. Anything happens to him goes against you. The same with that girl. You might end up with consecutive life sentences. That's a long time to wait for a trip to hell at the other end. What time is it? They told him. Okay, an hour had passed. Badger had done his deed. More importantly, Skip had done his job. He'd alerted Badger, then protected Badger. By the criminal etiquette that dominated his life, he'd performed to the highest standards. He thought he was a hero. He had betrayed no one. Badger would take care of him. Okay, he said, and started spilling beans, but good. He had them dead cold, the python cocked. He stood 3 feet behind them. The world was empty of everything but gray light and killing fury. Get them hands up where I can see them. Both Swagger and Franny raised their hands. Okay, Swagger, who's holding the cards now? I believe you are, Badger. Let this girl go. She hasn't done a thing. Dumbass. She's witness number 2. She never liked me. She thought she was better than me. Dumbass, she is better than you. In fact, she's better than me. You've sent a lot of folks across. How's it feel to be there now? Didn't they tell you not to waste time bullshitting? Yeah, but I am so beyond that. I can make this last as long as... At a speed that had no place in time, Swagger's right hand flashed to the .45 in the old S.D. Myers holster hanging under his left shoulder. He didn't bother to draw it. He had no spin move. He didn't duck or evade against a cocked python with a hair trigger and a psycho moron's finger on it. He knew that from his position he couldn't clear leather, get around, and fire, even if he ducked or dived or did similar movie nonsense. This was not a movie. The holster was so old and flexible it yielded to the power of his hand. He slid it in, flicked off the safety, twisted the buttery leather up, and fired. The bullet destroyed the holster. It destroyed his suit coat. 1,000th of a second later, it destroyed Badger's aortic valve. They both turned. Badger wasn't down, but he was about to be. From center chest poured quite a bit of his blood, gurgling messily toward the planet Earth. Splatter, bubble, pool, and puddle. Then he sat in the red mud he had just created. Then he lay down. The python remained in his right hand, still in condition COLT. He had lost interest in shooting it. He had, in fact, lost interest in everything. Boy,
You are good with that thing, said Franny. By the way, you're on fire.
So he was. The muzzle flash had ignited whatever cotton rayon polyester blend of petrochemicals had made up the suit coat. It smoldered, issuing a ripe stench of blue smoke, a flare of ember, and injecting a lot of pain into his flesh. Second-degree burn. He jumped, doing a little idiot dance, ripping the thing off, flinging it away.
Are you all right?
She looked, saw that his shirt was torn apart by the bullet and scorched black. The holster's muzzle had been blown open, blossoming into 4 or 5 petals, all its beautiful hand tooling equally defiled by burned powder. Underneath the wreckage, she could see blisters forming on his raw skin. "I'm fine," he said. "Aspirin and Vaseline will fix everything. It always has. Now come on. Very shortly, the whole Hot Springs Police Department is going to come crashing out of that tunnel. Let's get you out of here." Chapter 30. It took the best minds in Hot Springs to invent a cover-up. They almost invited Charles Portis in, as he was known as the state's best novelist. They needed his narrative talent, as displayed in True Grit. Still, they did all right. Mr. Portis would have been pleased. Arthur DePasquale had been kidnapped by a cabal of embittered ex-cops living in Elk Cove, Hot Springs Village. Hot Springs police officers had intercepted them on Carpenter Dam Road. In the ensuing gunfight, Mr. DePasquale was tragically shot and died on the scene. Of the ex-cops, 2 died and 1 survived. In the meantime, in learning of her husband's death, his wife, Maria Angelo DePasquale, committed suicide. No service was planned, and both bodies were cremated. Everybody would accept it. It was the Arkansas way. End of story, except the part where Bill Canton retired with a medal and full honors, and Eddie Rollins was promoted to sergeant and got a medal too. No formal acknowledgement was made of outside help. Swagger picked Franny up at Buckstaff at 11 and drove her in his truck to Adams Field in Little Rock. They didn't have much to say, as emotionally both were wrung out. He pulled into the drop-off zone. "They gave me some money," he said. "Here, you take it. I don't need it."
"I've got money," she said.
"Then take it anyway, just to make me happy. So something good came out of this. You can use it when you're out visiting Joan Didion."
"I'm not going to visit Joan Didion. I'm going home."
"Don't tell me where. The less I know, the better. Nothing that happened here should ever be a part of your life again."
"I wish it were that simple. For a smart man, Sergeant, you missed the most obvious thing."
"Maybe I didn't miss it. Maybe I didn't want to think about it."
"You knew?"
"Only thing that could explain you. Pook, Jennifer Macy, was your sister."
"She was. Best big sister anybody ever had. When I was a freshman in high school, I was chubby and had bright red Little Orphan Annie ringlets. I was bullied hard by certain people. Chubette, Miss Piggy, the Blob. Pook found me crying in my room. Next day she went to those people and she put the fear of God into them. They never said a word to me again. It was like that all the time. She watched over me."
Swagger pretended he had nothing to say, but then he said it anyway. "What happened to her?"
"Taylor Stanton starts dating her. She was a virgin. He was cool. His deal was cocaine. He used it to get sex off girls and then dump them, and laugh about it to the boys of Phi Delt. She was his big challenge. He did that to her. She'd never done drugs. She had no experience. It just took her over. She was ashamed and destroyed and hopelessly addicted. She left town with some hippies on the way to get more powder. The road is cruel. She ended up in Hot Springs. I think the late Badger Grumley was her supplier. I got a postcard from her a week before she died. I had to find out what happened. So here I am. Now it's done."
"You have a job left. Your job is now to live a life she would be proud of. Make a contribution. Do good. Make the world better. Consecrate her memory."
"I'll try."
"You'll succeed. Now go, go, go." She gave him a hug, being careful not to squeeze his blisters. Then she left the car with her little bag. He watched her disappear into the terminal. Epilogue. The car wasn't hard to find. It was meant to be noticed. It was a bright red '77 Pontiac Firebird convertible, top down, license plate QTRBK 11. It was a soft, sultry night in Chapel Hill. A wind whispered over the parking lot behind Sorority Row, pushing the dogwood and the elm, and above, stars seemed to drift and blink, under no particular mandate to do anything except drift and blink. Music, the Pretenders, the Eurythmics, Stones, some Bee Gees, Louie Louie, pulsated from behind the trees that shielded what appeared to be an English manor house, as at the same time social hubbub in the form of giggles and jokes and riffs provided the dominant soundtrack. The Delta Gammas were having a mixer. Strictly no booze allowed. No checking in blazer pockets, however, and it seemed everyone was having a good time. It was a fabled era to be an American undergrad at a big state school like UNC. No 10-ton issues, like a war or a political scandal, crushed the life out of the campus, especially here in the mild Mid-South. Partay, partay. Bob lounged against the fender of the Firebird. It sure was a beauty. He enjoyed the night. He enjoyed the breeze. He enjoyed the music and the sound of social interaction. No disco. It reminded him of a path he didn't take, and if he didn't have regrets, that didn't stop him from the sort of fleeting, if fraudulent nostalgia people feel, for places and times they never experienced. It just fired off a lot of what-ifs in his mind, not that there was or could be any going back. He was on his third cigarette when he saw them on the approach. Evidently, it was a sort of get-acquainted party, by which stud upperclassmen were introduced to DG's latest pledges, for reasons both good and bad. Good. Again, DG attracted the most beautiful girls. Bad. Sometimes the upperclassmen had more on their minds than friendship. But it was an ancient tribal ritual, unlikely to be eliminated under any circumstances. There were 3 of them, all blonde, all in gray football t-shirts and shrieking Madras shorts, sockless in blinding white athletic shoes, all more or less handsome, square-headed like comic book Superman. They had battleship jaws and hands big as basketballs. They had a swagger, of course, plenty of artfully arranged hair down across ears, and muscles everywhere, carefully cultivated in hours under heavy iron. They all looked like they should be named Chad. "Say, bud," said the central figure in the jock triptych, "that's no park bench. That's my car." Bob smiled. "Sure is pretty. Damn fine car." "Yeah, okay, but it's not here for the amusement of drifters. You just go on now. We've got places to get to." "You know," Bob said, "I think I know you. You'd be the football hero Taylor Stanton, right? What a privilege to run into Taylor Stanton." Yeah, said Taylor. "You want an autograph, pal? No problem. I'll sign something and you mosey along. Everybody's happy." "Actually, no. That's not what I want," said Swagger. "Ty, let's shit-can this loser," said one of Taylor's friends, looming in on the exchange. "He'd be your right tackle, right?" asked Bob. "Left. Now let's go. Tommy here doesn't like—" Well, it didn't really matter what Tommy liked. Tommy a second later was on his ass. Tommy's nose had been turned into the bridge on the River Kwai after the explosion. It wasn't Tommy's damage or pain or his groveling, however, that now flavored the transaction. It was the sure knowledge, based on the velocity of the punch and the precision with which it had been delivered, and the confidence and experience that drove it, that they were suddenly in a different part of the universe. "You know," said Bob, "I do so like hitting big guys. Always have. They go down hard every time, and getting bad hurt takes the starch out of them." "Do I know you?" said Taylor, through a dry throat across a dry tongue and out dry lips. His right tackle began to edge back out of the confrontation. It was one thing to face ACC linebackers for Taylor, but not tough-as-shit Green Berets, as this guy could only be. "We have a mutual acquaintance," said Bob. Her name was Jennifer Macy. Everybody called her Pook. I think you were her boyfriend for a while.
Look, Ty said, I am so sorry for what happened to Pook. She was a great girl. I had no idea she'd take it so hard. It was the last thing I wanted. Are you here to serve me papers or something? I'll give you my dad's lawyer's address, and if you want to sue or bring charges, we can work something out.
See, I don't work that way. Takes too long. And for someone like you, being rich, being a star, being a hero, there's nothing the law can do that does you any hurt. Lawsuit. Your daddy writes a check. Charges. You'd get the best lawyers in the state, plus the governor. And you just go on your way. So what would be the point of that?
Look, I don't want any trouble.
Son, too bad for you. I am trouble.
He smiled. He hit Ty in the mouth. Teeth, expensively straightened, flew far into that good night. Then he hit Ty under the left eye. Snake fist, mostly knuckle. As before, big in SOG in 68. In 3 minutes, the impact zone would turn a sort of purple-yellow and bloat to pumpkin size. All American. He'd look all monster for another 3 months. Swagger hit him once more, fist snap, flat of the hand below the knuckles, lots of flex in the wrist. More a street thing than martial arts. The nose, now a cow pie. It too would become gigantic. Ty lay on the ground, blood, snot, phlegm, and drool all over his stud t-shirt and his Madras shorts. His offensive line had backed way off, in silence, the one punched, trying to stanch the blood. Swagger bent close to Ty.
I could bang on you all night, Ty. I could kill you, I suppose. Barehanded, maybe in 1 minute. But let's just leave it this way. I know you. You don't know me. I'm going to pay attention to you. If I hear you're up to your gal tricks, I'll have to hurt you some more. Next time, it'll really be bad, too. Not letting you off easy like this time. So you learn from this. That's more of a chance than you ever gave Pook. You deserve far worse. But in her gentle memory, I'll let you off the hook. That's the only bit of mercy I got in me for you. He rose, and nobody made any effort to interfere. He turned and disappeared into the night.
Front Sight, 3 Swagger Novellas, was written by Stephen Hunter and read by Eric Dove. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, Technical Director. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Front Sight is available in print from Emily Bestler Books, a division of Atria. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, The Bullet Garden, an Earl Swagger novel by Stephen Hunter, read by Eric Dove.